then you probably don't want to see it. That seems to be the biggest, big wonderful post. Now, as to the sequence of news conference, the chief kickoff administrative phone number, and to his credit, major caveats for every single category. Okay, you gotta give him credit for that. So, there was certain homicides, citywide decreased from 327 in 2003 from 392 2 years ago. Okay, so that is maybe 60 killings, which is good news on the field in 60. Now, when we're talking about violence, people getting killed left and right, but in 1990, and the population of the insurance was as far as they were killed. In the 1990s, there were 1,000 plus killings in the city. So when you look at the population and the actual number of killings, whoa, way down. Problem is, every single killing that we get information on is on the news, we get emails that people need more information on this, we know that. Yeah, but it wasn't like today. Newspapers have responded to the today. And then, of course, we have the internet, and so you have video of them shooting possible, and people just love watching shootings. There was to it. So there was a lot of attention more so. And then the number of people killed in the last 12 months, still higher than 2019. And it was on its way down for decades too. That went down by 10%. But a greater percentage of those in fire bomb events. And the other issue is the traffic. We feel more vulnerable. Why? Because we're watching these smash and grab things. We're seeing on news casts and social media posts the groups of people using the guns coming in and just screaming out of stores. And there are people in there who can't do anything about it. What if there's a guard up there, even an armed guard? What does he do with 80 people crashing into the store? And not equipping anybody, just stealing the stores, cleaning it out. What's he do with that? And we never ever saw it. So we credited a lot of the decreases under an article amongst the law. It's kind of communication. Now, killing back, credited him with helping to drive down crime, but the reason crime is going down is because the efforts to get people housed and $50 million in big grants that have been distributed to community-based violence prevention programs, and bills should be given credit for that. Why? They're investments. Look what I did for you. When the time goes on, there's an end. The time goes on, and the department has gotten hundreds of dollars. We should have 10,000 people. And we're at 9,500 now. It's really not going to take over for a budget. New York, I think it's 15,000 or 18,000 or some crazy figure. So we have fewer per capita than most other cities do. And we're in pretty good shape. I'm not saying that's when we're ahead, but if you're in store, unless someone in your family can try to do, you can try to put most Americans don't retire. When we talk about people retiring early, most don't. Most don't retire at 65. Most retire far early. 5-year lifespan. This is so counterintuitive. Considering how we all retire living in life, scared of this life. And then 740, rental stories, and then 750, one of the most praised stories I've done. Very long. this is a wonderful story. I'll give you this story for those types of stories. Beyond the floor, you have not proven this excited. The only thing that I would be more excited about is doing this story, top story, fingers like this, and getting it to Tommy Sanders. That would be exciting. All right, we're going to come back with your retirement and mine and basically all of it. We're checking in with you, why are going to get my 24-hour music? Well, we're checking in and of course, the designation of the drug is by the state and the premise of the first control, which is probably powered in the last unexpected consequence. If there is more needs to be done to get Trump off the street. John Stewart is returning to the Daily Show. He'll be hosting a Monday night through the election season starting next month. The Daily Show has been using a guest host as a continued host for a permanent replacement for President who retired for the show in 2022. Stewart left the show in 2015. We've got some problems on the 405. We'll take those with you. Program following next. If you are seriously overweight, let me tell you, I know exactly what you're doing. 18 years ago, I was literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest that the peanut wet now. They have changed the lives of literally thousands of patients. Any article with no PPO insurance and that's what is weight loss technology today is miles ahead of what I went through. Well, 800 West Med is westmedicine.com free consultation. 800 West Med or visit westmedical.com. The investigator coming to the visit and here's the thing. This report brought to you by Allstate. Allstate instead all states from Allstate care of Allstate. We got pretty much a Monday for the 405. We've got some emails for us. We want to look at 17. The class has just quit. That's good news. It's still pretty slow in the sometimes on the 101, that's pretty slow as well as you head towards downtown areas and all the way down to 64 it's also very funny in the town of Westtown, from yesterday and after you with a usual very small to red. If you are hoping to get these different parts to see, or you want to not coming back to them, the list goes on. We're trying to share tools and make it return and tools for that. No, it seems like every way you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare yourself for invaders. Syria, Ireland, yes, all the stuff that gets stuck in your nose, making you miserable. Don't just hop into hand addiction. Check it out. The drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel happier. Even better, Navarre's HSA anti-surveillance. So Navarre is a great way to send those funds secure and fast. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navarre today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navarre is available online at Navarre.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or Navarre. Anything, who knows how to do it? Seriously injured in company. That's what the insurance company offered nothing. We call Sweet Day. So not only did they get him a military uniform, they secured a whopping $10 million reward. Life saved it, right? And the legal system had the right to understand it. That's what we call a fraud. No, but the system we deliver the proper votes in the state. All right, how about $1 million and $300 million? You'll get Hey, my name's Jay Cody, and I'm the host on the podcast Phenomenal Podcast. Join this week as I chat with ViralRabbi, a woman of immense strength and grace. She will as you navigate through the course of their lives, uncovering the moments that have contributed to a inspiring story. Let's just select all the things that I know, whether you're in your research, whether they're on listen to Unpurpose with Jay Cody and the iHeartRadio app, and wherever you get your podcasts. This week, I'm talking to the show. It's all about relationships. If you're in a toxic job, how do you best bring your team so that they can increase your productivity? How to motivate an employee if you are a boss, and for everybody, the technology tips will help you build promotion. This is a couple of surveys that come out every year about this thing. One done and we look at that. So here is some stats I can throw out. The average American retire at 70 or 80 or 70 or even 65. They're living longer, they're changing careers, and they're not even retiring at 60. You know what age we're retiring at? The average 62. So, 62. And that's actually a point that I really wish that absence until a little later. 62, 65 is 40. My parents, 65 years old. Today, 65 is, and someone dies and you're carrying that considered young. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, someone died in your 70s, oh, they had a good long life. Well, that's changed completely. Yet, retirement is average of 62. So, when you have medical reasons to bring until 65, Social Security you can get at 62. So they changed that, used to be 65. Average life expectancy is 77 and a half years. Our sitting president is 130. And so a decent retirement. There's your average. The average will over 50 years expectancy two-thirds of older employees plan to retire after 65 and overtime. They never want to retire. Even when it's 2 years after the average, business and many kind of people working. And here is the hard truth. We don't always get to retire when we want to. All of us want to retire when we want to. On our terms. Doesn't matter. Actually, retirement is a lot. Very quickly, very eventfully, unexpectedly. What retirement is. Corporate downsizing. There's someone I consider a good friend of mine, corporate insecurity. And he was an executive. And he was supposed to retire because he just thought so you have plenty of corporate downsizing, downsizing. What happened to Google and Amazon? They are very crazy. So the TRILLIONAIRE survey, 56% of retirees said they retire sooner than they planned. 7% were retired later than they expected. These people are running out of money. Way too soon. They didn't have enough retirement money. And they are living in a dumpster. They are really good customers, pet stores, for food. And they're working at Walmart by food, watching the Walmart. And that is what I tell you. You better start thinking about retirement and Uber. Because we're looking at a really depressing future. So here's something else. Life happens. Life happens. Half of them retire. You, half of us, those who retire earlier is not good. Disability. 215 of jobs laid off. Downsizing. To retire earlier. We're no longer happy at work. And people a lot more admit now, younger workers tend to be more optimistic about their ability to retire at 65 or 2, because then everybody's optimistic. Everybody thinks they're going to have money to retire. That's a bunch of stuff. You don't even need over $1 million in your family giving you access to retire, to get $50,000 a year, whatever the Social Security. Yeah. And that's $1 million in the bank. That's $1 million in the bank. Your Social Security is the average $3,000 a month. You're getting $36,000 a year. And that's a quite the so older Americans simply underestimate the odds of remaining in the workforce into their 60s and beyond. Yeah, it's just hard. It is really hard. I mean, these numbers are, and one of them, I'm not going to give you all the stats. What I am going to tell you is a couple of takeaways from these studies. Never too early to start paying for retirement. You don't do it yourself. So you suck it. Listen, it is not fun to be 82 years old and working for Walmart and $8 a day. That's not a fun job. And you can only do so much with 15 steps in terms of dinner. Sit down and write it down. And I mean now. And be on the conservative side. Assume that you are going to have to retire earlier and you're going to need more money. Take 3 years off whatever. And hope to retire at 70. Make a retirement plan that assumes you retire at 67. I made a retirement plan that assumes I retire at 65. That was the way I planned. Did I intend to retire at 65? No. Absolutely not. I'm going to look for it good, as we call it. That's my safety net. Okay, that was my plan, and it worked. And no matter how much money you think you're going to need, it's more. Based on inflation, based on where you live, how times the rise in yesterday is the gas company in the conversation. And we were going to get a gas company in the house. So, as he's retiring, because he's 65. And what he's doing is he's just bought a house in Tennessee. Sold a house in Tennessee, because he was able to buy the house, put it in remodel it, and have money in the bank. And cash was $2.58. And his property taxes were $760 a year. Yeah. All right. Come on. The pandemic and renters and rent people. And I'll explain what's going on. You need to stop that. Couldn't be in the pandemic. But I see a couple things that are going on right there. And laws are coming down the pipe, and a lot of you who picked up animals during the pandemic, you are completely, totally disgusted because they're going back to sleep. And I'll share that with you coming right up. Okay, live and qualified temporal music.
Contact and manipulate service between clients and tender the channel connecting suspended again because of another line slide and transmission.
Alright, silence is pretty stable. You don't want to get too securely there. Hairstyle, if you don't figure it out, if it overlaps the rotation, the big stability of the front.
One point supervisor between boards with no slide.
It's such a crazy short hairstyle, and it's not, there's very much ball gap in the hairstyle, so make sure that it stays secure.
Human service yesterday covered the cash with odors and variants with actual and service between evaluation centers and restored. California's Department of Insurance has released video of investigators say shows a staged hit and run. 20 people allegedly involved in the scene and 10 others arrested. Officials say one guy stopped the car at an intersection of Ontario and Washington, and another guy ran to the stop clock and was set off the way. A woman on scene she'd been hit by another driver. Witnesses say she showed up after the crash. An investigator found video and proactively registered claims as a matter of fact. The 21-year-old from Oxnard has been charged with criminal trafficking and child exploitation.
Prosecutors say Victor Avila Jr. is facing 10 felonies, including unlawful act with a child minor, forcibly identifying child, using minors for commercial sex acts, and advertising for the sale or distribution of child sexual abuse material. Investigators say in December, the child exploitation and human trafficking unit of the Ventura County DA's office started looking into cyber tips involving someone posting sexually assault videos of a teenage female on Snapchat. Investigators say there may be others that Avila Jr. had been in contact with using the Snapchat name written. See Forever Terrifying News.
Hollywood Virgin Voices brought to Brisbane following construction of a new passenger terminal. Officials say the replacement terminal is a 14-gate and will resolve the long-standing safety and accessibility issues of current terminals. Traffic is on its elevate order in the nation. State and local governments have pushed airport authority commissioners and airport staff regarding in-building controls for the ground at 2025. Former President Trump has wrapped up more endorsements from members of Congress. Speaker Mike Johnson says it's past time for the Republican Party to unite around President Trump. Speaker Rabbi won in Iowa caucuses and the primary in New Hampshire. President Nikki Haley has walked over the edge for the Republican nomination. This is the K-10 with the K-Finance Roundup.
New electric BMW iX from Trumman BMW. That's where I used it, and you can use the all-electric 2024 BMW iX Drive 60. That was the model that I bought for $799 for my 36 months. 6439 day of signing, and this was January 31st. We also get 2 years of 30-minute charges offered by likeforlike in all the 2024 iX models. And this car is the This offer is available on storing BMW through BMW Financial Services. Visit
It's 56 in Road, 57 Hamilton Beach. Extension of Utah, it's on the second in
why is looking like a good argument for this picture because of the big market that's going on down there. I'll do the super south and I'll get a first. 210 westbound. The Utah New Home. It's a good place in the neighborhood on the westbound side. And it's not big, but it's still on Utah Avenue over into the Utah Edison. Now the 60 billion I was mentioning, it's in one about 60 westbound Trumman. Right on coast of the Fox River. That's the truck traffic goes and stands at the end of the we've got some problems as well. We'll talk to it and sunshine or ViralRabbi. This is a good simple starter and similarly, it's good and compelling for you. Let's get started with picoftheday. Sunny Dental can make your pain and embarrassment of missing your rotten teeth go away in just one day. Sunny Dental is the pioneer of the teeth in one day procedure and has been making smiles great since 1968. Walk in with your loose, missing, or embarrassing teeth. Walk out with a beautiful smile that same day. Change your life, increase your confidence, and enjoy your favorite foods again with no more pain and discomfort. Call for a free exam, CT scan, and X-ray. Cost $1,500 value. If you're scared to look honest, we offer safe dentistry and can do all of your dental work while you sleep. Easy financing options are available, and we offer special discounts for veterans and active military, law enforcement, and more. Call now and receive $4,000 off your new teeth in one day. And we won't beat any competitor's written offer. See the amazing transformations and read all of their 5-star reviews at CunningDental.com. 888-640-SMILE. 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 Restrictions apply. For an ICU recommended scandal in my mom was taken down for 2 days in the fire. One of the first black women to take the train to New York. The government and elected empire jealous of her unstoppable rise. She takes on roles in competition, revealing her biological factor, unafraid to bend the rules for justice. But students, grow up. I don't know what you care or whatever you think about it, okay? Listen to the bottom of it. I'll do it for whatever it is you're passionate. Everybody can agree. Fresh is what we do. This week, pick up fresh, genuine 93% lean ground chicken for 69 packages, $3.99, and be sure to grab a few medium hot avocados with a 79-cent each. Feel what it's like. Fresh, authentic, community first. January 17th. Everyone, it's National Fluoride Day. Check in Florida, right? It's also Florida Day, so check in on Florida Man on Google and see what he's up to. It's Irish Coffee Day and ID Nurse Day. Combine the two for some fun and it's opposite day. So, that's cool. So, do opposite of this. The Daily Shower comes from 4:05 a.m. to 4. Hey, I'm Mike Shorty. You'll have a rare 8 weeks every single morning, January 20th. Pretty things happen during the pandemic. Took our changed our social life, changed the way we work, changed the way we live, the way we socialize, and it just got great. And so, I think the figure is 33 or 23 million U.S. families adopted pets during the pandemic. The impact was called pandemic pet adoption boom. Now, the pandemic is over. People are now like crazy. And frankly, a lot of those people who adopted pets get rid of them anymore. They don't believe them. They don't want them. So what's happening? No one was out there buying $3,500 or $8,000 French bulldog. Probably for social trust. It's the people that want the selfies. And for the most part, people are social. And now they're all being sent back to selfies. So they're not hungry. And so selfies, and we have gone such a long way with no face selfies. And the number of euthanized pets is precipitous. And to the point where, unless you have a dog that's very sick or very old, you either move on to it or no longer put it back. It's angry, dangerous, belligerent. Dogs and cats are not euthanized. They're being the shelters have been totally overrun and these multiple locations. One shelter said perfectly adoptable, wonderful animals are being adopted. It's going back. And I need to respect it. So, here's what LA City Council voted on Tuesday, preventing landlords from evicting tenants from shifting their pets and pet on the pandemic. Even if you have a lease that says no pets allowed. Now, they have voted during the pandemic, this part of the lease was not to be upheld. Nobody should be addicted during the pandemic if breaking the leash to go on the fence. Okay, that's during the pandemic. That was supposed to end January 31. Well, it was supposed to end January 31. Excuse me, the end of January 31, the end of this month. And what the city council did is we're going to continue doing that. Now it's time for them to end the Texas shelter. We forced them to end it. There were two issues here. One, animals that were just being thrown out by these sort of cutthroat pet owners who decided now we're tossing the animal back. And these animals and this year were unadopted. And as much as I chose the high bonds and be disciplined by drop kicking the plastic in and littering on the wall, all that stuff. I mean, we all say that. But in reality, I love them. And it's unconditional love, and it's very family in the community for many stuff. So that's how I feel. And the thought of bringing an animal back to shelter to me and but they're doing it. So we have two kinds of people. Those that are bringing the animals back, and the other ones who the dogs and the cats have become family. What happens when you have a pet? It becomes family if you're not a cockroach. Now, some people have talked to give up their pet. Although, if you have pets for you, and now you have to give up the pet, and the law says that you don't have to, you're breaking the lease, then you're going to have to. So those are the two kinds of people. Those keeping the pets, those good people. Those that are returning the pets, which they turn them over and they're not so long anymore, bad. And the opposite of that is that the shelters are beyond capacity. They simply don't know what they're doing. They don't even have enough food. This reminds me when I'm going to go to Costco, and I haven't done that recently, to pick up a bunch of dog food. And dog food. And it's Costco dog food. So it's two qualities. You buy it by the, you buy like bulk, 50 pounds at a time. Right next to the lowest 50-pound bags of rice. Which I've never understood either. That depends on the time where the Costco is. Notice I'm coming down over immediately into Costco. And that is, depends on the community. There's a lot of Asians the Costco that I go to. A lot of Asians. And there are Mexicans in Costco. And I was just reading the Costco poll, and thank you for the book. The Fairgrounds Costco has moose and birthdays, and I mean, amazing stuff. Cracks, like Beaver cracks, or whatever the hell they have, the good stuff. Anyway, Costco buy some pets and donate it to the shelters that you know. Anyway, coming up, a story that I've been looking at online, this is a story that the director about Eva Clark with a massive disclaimer at the beginning of the second. Just want to make sure that everybody understands what I'm going to do. Let's get them with anything live in 4, 5, 24 years.
The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department continues to investigate the death of 6 people found in and around 2 cars on the North Desert Road in Desert. Regarding that early morning, Cincinnati National authorities are asking the children with video shows and SUV riddled with bullets to the devices that they were confirmed. Former President Trump's defamation trial is due today in New York, and the former president is headed to court next Thursday to testify. The trial is delayed because of concerns that a juror of election polls have been exposed to COVID. Attorney Thomas Mann, author of The Account of This Morning, has defended the manager of the team. The LA Chargers have a new coach. Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh fresh off a national championship win. He comes back to the NFL. He coached the 49ers from 2011 to 14 to the Super Bowl in 2012. Harbaugh was the quarterback for the Chargers in the 90s. This is some problems on the 101 with Tampa and Stars.
For over 10 years, I've owned and recommended the likeforlike notification system, which delivers highly filtered delicious, and that's the important word here, delicious water from every single tap in the house, never runs out. It's effectively bottled water for every water. The tap water is seriously chemically free, and the lifestyle system filters out all that chlorine and other contaminants and needs no emotions. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit likeforlike.com. Likeforlike, keep it taste and feel the difference. Now,
At 75 this afternoon, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Rabbi from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go to repairs with the Northway and Echo Park on 111.
one of the things I found at Glendale Boulevard, that style has been changed for our country. There's a television back from Hollywood Boulevard being nicer and this side, so it's going to take a while. But throughout Tuscaloosa, so we're going to have downtown there. You know, there's a factory, two to the left side of the Vista Avenue Highway. That orange is black, and it's still got some really nice things to pull off. Of course, we still have a big nasty mob on 16 westbound, that sort of Truman Boulevard, which we are aimed to close this Wednesday, Sunday night. Here's what it's like. Straight up all the stuff. Ready to practice. Keep the heat on everybody. Let's you choose it. Put the heat on from your favorite. Like a sausage, roll and cheese biscuit, small cheese and potatoes, or immediate hot tacos. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. president participation may vary. Not very many times city item at regular price.
This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh Store. Don't miss your breakfast with low prices on blueberries at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 2 pints of blueberries for $7 from now until January 30th. Lots of prices. Amazon Fresh, wellness for everyone. Find us for New Year.
Our teams speak on the spectrum because no two people speak the same. Only the speak on the spectrum will each choose your individual premise and comfort your speak on the same. The climate 360 spectrum is so strong it acts as a tool for living at 13 degrees on either side for your ideal speak range. Jimmy Power is speaking to now 100% satisfaction purchase in store. Now save 40% on the speak on the services spectrum. Plus free home delivery when you open separate days and speed. The Jimmy Power 2023 award information visit jimmypower.com/award. Find store near you. Visit speakonthis.com. For free on-air radio has over 100 geofence stations waiting for you right now. The Marshall Police Station featuring 2006 and your first speaker box in the country via radio. Now it's open. Appearances here.
Radio station next to you in town.
Bill Handler here on a Thursday morning, January 25. Good news on crime in Los Angeles. It has declined a little tiny bit. I did a whole segment on it at 7 a.m. and there's a lot of caveats and just some explaining it. So the entire show is on the net. So feel free to check in the lineup when you like. Also, I can go down this next story. The race at Michigan did not happen. The race, and you saw this quote from the design of two searches from this moment forward. Anybody who contributed to her campaign will be fired permanently. So here's quote. Here's this story that it's astounding. Even those who believe in
This is Les.
absolute
Milk that.
Nothing to have if you're in a car and have a soda in your car, for example, turn off the car because they're really very dangerous. You should. It's really nervous. No, this is a doctor who wrote this, and this is medical. I'm not worried about the person who wrote it. I'm worried about the person who's going to quote the medical part of this. And every word of this is not me talking about it in maybe personal sense. Okay, let's just start. It has to do with older adults having STD. Older adults getting STD. Now, adults have sex whenever they want. Surprisingly, okay? with follows like STDs, can spread everywhere too. So why are all these messages spread in the last 10 years? And then label them. Now, a lot of this is logical, and a lot of this is just very interesting. The doctor's like, and she deals with people deal with over and does STD testing across the board. And she believes it. And she says it's healthy to be sexually active as an older adult. And it correlates with the greater enjoyment of life. I've never found that out yet. But maybe it's maybe one of these people I was with. 40%, now I'm going to go through the stats. 40% of adults age 65 to 65 to 80 are sexually active. 40%. 10% are over the 90s are sexually active. And a lot of people who are in the 90s that could be sexually active don't. Because they just think, well, I'm old, and I shouldn't, and don't go in that direction. For example, older men taking mental health tips and they talk about and this was the 10% of the people older than 90 being sexually active. That came out of a survey done in one city of Sweden. So take that with a grain of salt. And so from 2017 to 2017, what this study was looking at, the STD cases doubled for adults age 65 and older. So researchers are looking into this. Well, listen, STDs mean more sex means STDs. And we're just having a lot more sex in generation early. And why is that? Well, number one, a different mode of sex methods coming in. Two, we have young. Sex is just being culture. And we have Tinder, we have Grindr, that kind of a population. And if you look, we're looking at some of the age-appropriate dating, sexual posts. Here's one. Horny as a hoot owl. 82-year-old woman. What does that tell you? I know when people are meeting each other, all those homes, many all those homes, assisted living homes are literally a bastion. They're almost very central for STDs because more people are going into them to gross witness, more people are getting older, and there are certain people in there that go through the entire population and still everybody who is there. Like me, they are elderly now. They pass their old age. It's all transfers into the STDs. And of course, ViralRabbi. So the generic, and that was introduced in 1998.
There you go. Maybe.
Men who otherwise
National transfer is happening in presidency of the national official union.
stay in on day out. Because they think that was like real skills by being a police force. And so what does that do? More sex. More STD space. And so if you ask the Senate to task force, that is just already age 24 members, the state is on the Williams Committee or whatever. That stays with you forever. Everyone should be tested for HIV at least once. The CDC recommends annual sex with men. It's true that you supposed to have syphilis, chlamydia, gonorrhea, HIV, that's the common one. So here's the doctor's advice. On your partner, check for STDs automatically. You have recent partners, multiple recent partners. Can you go back to those people that speak like rabbits? Definitely check. If you got a new partner who only had one prior long-term partner before you, check anyway. because it could be an unknown STD or that new partner is simply lying about having only one partner to kill and is really kind of a tool and is just moving out, doing 19 other guys for women that during that monogamous relationship. Let's say, for very little work, you could have oral sex. You could see that STDs in a big way. Some people don't believe that. They claim, didn't believe that oral sex was sex alone. And even if you're thinking about getting screened, get screened. And the big ones are chlamydia and gonorrhea. Those are the classics. Going up systematically in favor of adults and other conditions listed that will get to trichomoniasis or ICA bacterial vaginosis. Comparing STD, but it's not just an STD, but still sexual activity. And those can produce a very distinctive odor, and that's how you tell it. Women, they think this is where that odor. And they're in places that you don't see. So if you have burning, with urination, itching, and usually so that's warming, what do they do to make discharges? You probably not in STD. I could go on and on. There's so much more. But here's an interesting one, okay? And this is geographic. In striking discrepancy around the country, southern states account for about half of the HIV cases annually. And you're talking about maybe a dozen states, out of 50, and that's counting at least. And this is social, it makes sense. Highest rate of poverty nationally. States tend to focus on abstinence-based sex education, which means no protection of condoms, which is sex is bad, and the purest way of not getting an STD is simply don't stick. That would have completely been effective as a preventer of STD, because in fact, those states will have an abstinence policy, teaching sex education, abstinence. They have a higher rate. And why is that? Because teenagers stop. And I remember when I was a teenager, I didn't have sex with a snake in my ears, something to hold on to. Look at the time. Thank you, Mr. Handel, for your report on STD. Good night. Someone else on the report. We appreciate all you've done and you've learned a lot. Okay, coming up, ViralRabbi and how to on Thursday. KFI 41 everywhere on the radio. You find yourself agreeing with everything you say. Investigators say the man typically approaches a base or because the man money is stimulating that he has a weapon under his sweatshirt. The guy is black in his 40s, about 5'8", 5'10". He's laughing, picking up on multi balls and silver under the floor. 41, great story. He was brought to you by Service Champion.
Jurors have to decide if second-degree murder or voluntary manslaughter is appropriate for a man charged with shooting a 6-year-old boy in Illinois.
Both lawyers used multiple days of video confession to shooting Israelis in 2021 because the boy's mom pissed him off. Senior Deputy DA Dan Feldman says the guys mitigated his image last month.
Like you owned it. This guy's having it like he owns it.
The single renders of music yesterday as he repeatedly tells police he doesn't know his license plate to him, so no matter is warranted. This is for 25 or 30 years for license breakage at the OC Superior Court. 435 police are assigned.
Neighbors say they're fed up with wild parties hosted by squatters at a home in Beverly Hills. People living in the area have told the police several times since last October when the squatters allegedly took over. Had fallen in love with talking about stories that took place that had discussions with the late-night party.
You know what the people that sometimes do that to them, they first told him not to do that. They're talking about it.
Enough, and when the police respond to the nuisance calls, the people inside are able to show proof of residency. Police said in a statement yesterday the lender will have to go through a formal eviction process to get the tenants out. For Friday, the Supreme Court is allowing Alabama to execute a special inmate with mattress and bed. ABC Steve Oceantano says it will be the first attempt to use a new execution method since lethal injection was introduced in 1982.
The issue is that states have been struggling getting the medications they need to perform lethal injection. Both Oklahoma and Mississippi are allowing the use of nitrogen for legal authorities.
Alabama claims the nitrogen was misnomer. Critics call it cruel and experimental. And Smith expected the documents to be registered by a team of the on Tuesday morning. Every 12 people have been killed in a strike in a crowded shelter in Gaza. Dozens of people were hurt. The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees didn't directly blame Israel. The Israeli military said it was ruled out that the truck was terrorist-based aircraft or artillery, but we're still investigating. It says the building might have been hit by a helicopter. Russian media say investigators have found the flight recorder to the Russian military transport unit comes from the Mediterranean plane, showing all 34 people on board. Russia claims Ukrainian missiles struck on Ukrainian today, which is killing 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war. Ukraine's president has demanded an international investigation. The U.S. economy is growing at a 3.3% annual pace in the first two quarters. ABC's Rick Johnson says that's higher than the expected increase, which is 2%.
That would indicate a slowdown from the previous quarter's growth of 4.9%, but still strong enough to support job growth.
I've never seen such athleticism now.
Straight quarter in which GDP has grown at an annual pace of 2% or more. A bird that rarely travels south of Canada has been rescued in Vancouver. Canadian Freedom that visitors prefer rescue. Officials say the yellow-billed loon found 10 years in
I'll give you a yellow balloon, girl.
They say it was hurt on its wings and neck, but is in recovery. ViralRabbi says saving certain species is a necessity to maintain ecosystem ecosystem. We've got continued problems from AI and artificial intelligence in China.
18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. So now I'm going to really start weight. And if you need to lose 50 pounds a year, let me suggest Planet Rest Next. Those with a what kind of work with most PPO insurance and what's all the possible. Weight loss. Call yourself an 800 Rest Med or call 800 Rest Med. Or visit restmedicine.com. Free consultation. 25 of us over for sleep. And then the psychology is really better than it was when it was tested. Call 800 Rest Med or visit restmedical.com.
Sometime Washington tonight, Queen partly cloudy skies for this afternoon, highs in the mid-60s with the beaches and Colorado and Oregon State, low to mid-60s in the valley, today north of 53 and 64 in the valley. Becoming likely sunny tomorrow, highs in the 60s to the 70s, with some clouds, but 60s or sunshine. Very sunny, highs in the 70s on Saturday, warming into the low 80s for tomorrow through Sunday. It's 56 in Fullerton, 52 in Chicago, 54 in Pennsylvania, 56 in San Monica. The PSI micro report given out trading up in Bitcoin. The Nasdaq at 1092, S&P 500 at 14. So we're going to get a big break on the line and then down on the
This is the process. This happened early this morning. Fashion government figured donated the two photos that off the side of the roadway and all kind of crumpled up. So it needs to be up to the side of the uploaded at the highway, and it's going to take a couple of minutes. So it looks like many samples are concerned as far as our feed. So the 60 West Bank, this is a pen full of our videos and things. But remember, use the pen or whatever it is. Every flow is one.
Diamonds speak louder than words. Pandora Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every love in your life, in new styles that make your everyday look shine bright, like the beautiful lab-grown diamond station necklace and bracelet, featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate sparkle. Lab-grown diamond jewelry is perfectly sparkling. It is a sustainable gift. Pandora's lab-grown diamonds celebrate all loves. For the lab-grown diamond she wants and the lab-grown diamond you want to gift,
And
shop now
the
at your
lab-grown
nearest Pandora
diamond.
Jewelry.
You want to be a pimp?
Hey there, I'm
What?
Kendra Adachi, and I host the
Kendra,
Lazy
how
Genius
about you shut the
podcast,
fuck up?
a show that
What?
helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't. But here's the kicker: you get to decide what matters, not me. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes are around 20 minutes and drop every Monday, and they are full of practical, helpful
Are they full of
information,
shit
as
like you
well
are,
as a lot
Slut?
of permission slips to do what makes sense for you. I want to help you get your stuff done while still feeling like yourself. So I invite you to give the Lazy Genius podcast a listen. Together, let's stop doing it all for the sake of doing what matters. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give the exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hello. Hi. Can I share that we both missed our turns on the way to work today and then we were both late? Yeah, it was so crazy. I was talking to my mom and I missed my exit. We were just like jabbering away and then I was like, oh no, Mom, I gotta go. I've gone the wrong way. Well, I saw a text from you pop up on my little screen and I played it, wireless and everything. Just saying. Yes, folks. It was a message where it was like, in the robot voice. Yeah, because I use Siri. Yes, telling me that you missed your turn off the freeway. I called it my stupid exit. I missed the stupid exit. Well, while I was listening to that, I guess I missed my turn because all of a sudden I was at like this giant, I don't know, it was a shopping mall? Yes, it had a Staples and a McDonald's, and I thought, I've never seen this before. Where am I? I had gone almost a mile out of my way. I had to turn around. So I don't know what that says about today's podcast, but we both missed our turns. Let's get to the episode today. It is Dwight K. Schrute, acting manager, acting in parentheses. It is season 7, episode 24, written by Justin Spitzer and directed by Troy Miller. I get very excited for episodes written by Justin. I think he is so funny. He's so funny. He has now gone on to create 2 amazing television shows, Superstore and American Auto. Yeah. Here's your summary. Acting manager Dwight is drunk on power and his coworkers are not happy with the changes he's implemented in the office. But an incident with a firearm might save them from his reign of terror. Reign of terror is some strong language. Meanwhile, Gabe is struggling with his breakup with Aaron. Gabe kind of broke my heart. Very much. Fast fact number 1, this was our first episode without Steve or Will. And according to Wikipedia, the fewest people tuned into this, with the exception of Todd Packer. Todd Packer was our lowest watched episode. Am I saying that right? This was our 2nd lowest. Our lowest viewed episode? Yeah. Was Todd Packer? Well, Miles McNutt would agree with that. But I disagree with this episode. I think this is a fantastic episode. Listen, people didn't watch it, but critics loved it. Oh. Including Miles McNutt. Yay. He gave it a B. He called it, quote, a nice step forward for the show. Alan Sepinwall from Hitflix said, quote, I said I didn't really want to start to judge the post-Carell version of the show until D'Angelo was gone. Well, he's gone, and the first real impression of the show after Michael is a strong one. Yay! Many people called it the best episode of the series in years. I agree. I loved this episode. Same. And I listened to the DVD commentary for this episode, which features Ellie Kimber, Mindy Kaling, Steve Healy, Justin Spitzer, and myself. And we were all gushing about how everyone loved it. The cast, the crew, writers, we were all thrilled with this episode. This was a big bump in our confidence, this episode, because we felt like, oh wait, maybe we can do this. Yeah. Fast fact number 2, OfficeTally.com has a great interview with Rain and Justin about this episode. It is really good. And in that interview, Justin was asked how he came up with the title of this episode because it is very long. He explained that the working title for this script was Interim Manager, but that Mindy said that that was such a boring title that some TiVos might refuse to record it. She's not wrong. So when Justin sat down to write the script, he named it Dwight K. Schrute. Then he changed it to Dwight K. Schrute, Interim Manager. But then he did some research and he realized that Dwight's actual title would be more of an acting manager. And he figured that Dwight would want to downplay the acting manager part. So that's why he put acting in parentheses. Look how much thought went into the title of this episode. Just the title. So much. Now, fast fact number 3, everyone, buckle in. It's a deep dive. Oh, I can't wait. Wait, I want to guess. Having watched the episode. It's going to be a deep dive on, well, I know the first one that comes to my mind. What's that? Either the samurai suit or the piranha or, wait, there was one other one. You said it. I said it. The samurai suit. Piranha. The piranha. In this episode, Dwight, I can't wait. In this episode, Dwight has a piranha in his office. I rewatched this episode with my daughter and my mother-in-law. Okay. And my mother-in-law, Lynn, travels a lot. And she said, that is not a piranha. And I went, really? Yeah. And I paused the TV. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, I am telling you, it's not a piranha. I've seen a piranha, and that is not a piranha. They're smaller. And I said, oh, well, I don't know. Well, Angela, Lynn is right. It is not a piranha in that tank. We could not have a real piranha because they are illegal to own in the state of California. Lynn, you knew it right away. Now, they are legal in Pennsylvania, so it is okay for Dwight to have a piranha in his office. But Randy told us that our trainers were not licensed to have piranhas. You can only have them in like a research facility or like a controlled environment. Like there is, I guess, a piranha in the Monterey Bay Aquarium. But they are on the restricted animals list for California. By the way, I looked up what the other restricted animals are in California. I just got curious, like what else can't you have? Can I ask? Sure, let's see. Tiger. Well, that no one can have a tiger. Oh, okay. I mean, well, I watched that Netflix show. They have a ton of them in Florida and Oklahoma. Oh, I guess that's true. Okay, well, that wasn't on the list. Some type of snake. Also not on the list. No snakes? No, you can have a snake and a tiger. I guess. I don't know. Here's what's on the list. I'll stop guessing. As pets, you are not allowed to have a ferret, a mongoose, a bat, a bear, gerbils. Gerbils? Mm-hmm. I had gerbils growing up and I loved them. They were so sweet. Yeah. And I wanted to get my kids gerbils because I had such fond memories of having my gerbil. Sure. Not in California, no ma'am. What about a hamster? Certain hamsters are allowed and certain are not. Okay. Also, you cannot own a monkey or a hedgehog. Who wants to own a hedgehog? They're very cute, but you should not own a hedgehog. Yeah. Let them live in the wild. Live their life. There's enough animals that already want to live with us. Yeah. Well, anyway, so also on that list, you can't have a piranha. So what they provided us with was a pacu, which is a very similar species. It's also found in South America. Pacu look very similar to piranha, Randy said it would take an expert to notice the difference. Lynn Snyder. Yes. Randy also shared with us that our head trainer, Denise Sanders, brought an assortment of tanks and water filtration warming systems and set them up backstage. I remember that.
I do too.
I remember the tanks of fish. Yes. We had 4 identical looking pacu. We used 1 on each day, and the total cost for all the tanks, equipment, the pacu, and the trainers was $3,375.
How do you train a pacu?
I don't know.
I have questions.
I did not get that far into it, but I did not stop here. I did get curious about the piranha as a fish. Here's what I found out. I found out that while piranhas are dangerous and they can bite you if you're not careful, that idea that they just like swim around in packs and like eat a person to the bones, that's kind of a myth.
Sounds like a cartoon.
Yeah, piranha are actually really timid. They're kind of nervous. And the reason that they swim all together, it's not because they're like pack hunters. It's because they feel safe.
That's why most little fish swim in like big groups.
Right. Yeah, exactly. However, splashing attracts piranha. I did not know this. This is why they think that maybe children get bitten more often because they're splashing. Also, if you're swimming in an area that might have piranha, don't swim near fishermen because the flapping of the fish that they're catching attracts piranha. Just a hot tip for you.
Okay.
If you're in a piranha stream.
Okay.
Or possible piranha stream. That said, people have been killed by piranha. It happens. It is not common, but I did get curious about what animal kills the most people each year.
This took a turn I did not see coming.
Listen, I got so curious. I was like, what animals can I not own? What animals are most dangerous?
All right, wait. I want to guess again, and I want to think outside the box here. I don't want to go with what might be some obvious choices.
Also, I want to say, here's just a little hint. The term animal, it's a very loose term. You could include
Humans?
Well, that's on the list.
Oh,
Humans is the second most dangerous thing to humans, but there is something that is the most dangerous thing to humans,
more dangerous than a human?
and it's more of an insect. It kills more people each year.
Mosquito?
Yes,
Gave me a lot of clues.
I did.
A lot of clues.
Mosquitoes carry life-threatening diseases, and those diseases kill about 750,000 people every year. And the next dangerous thing to humans is humans. Number 3, wild boar. Number 3 is the freshwater snail.
What?
Yeah, they also carry disease.
Is wild boar on this list anywhere?
It is not.
Okay.
But beware of a saw-scaled viper, an assassin bug. The assassin bug, listen to this. They're also sometimes called the kissing bug because they come and bite your face while you're sleeping.
Ah!
And then you die of a disease.
No, thank you.
Scorpions, roundworms, the saltwater crocodile, elephants, and hippos. Those are the top 10 things that kill people every year. So just to say, right, Dwight does have a dangerous animal in his office, but it's not as dangerous as some things he could have in his office. Not even as dangerous as Dwight himself.
True.
As this episode will prove.
Assassin bug. That's gonna keep me up at night. Bites your face. One time I was visiting my grandparents, small town Texas, and there was this bug, and my cousin was like, "Don't step on that. That's a blister bug." I was like, "What is a blister bug?" She's like, "You step on it, and its butt like pops, and then it gives you a blister." What? Huh? I'm just telling you. Wow. Also, they had stink bugs.
Well, I've heard of a stink bug. They're stinky.
They're stinky.
Well, listen, that's all I got. Should we take a break?
Yes, because then I want to get into this episode. I really want to talk about what Dwight wants to give as a gift for D'Angelo.
Yes, please. I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
Like, guess what?
Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts, just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details. This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good? I don't know. Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's fry. What? My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal. It's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and that's the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom.
Great idea. You got that's such a good idea.
McDonald's
It's like
fries
the
today.
standard. It's not like you're taking up from the box.
We are back and we are in the conference room. A few of the employees are brainstorming gift ideas for D'Angelo. I was thrilled this day because I got to be in a scene with you. I know! And we got to be chatty between takes. Here's what everyone is brainstorming. Jim thinks they should get baskets full of chocolates, teddy bears, balloons, stuff like that, right? Yes. I mean, D'Angelo's in the hospital. Dwight says, no. I want to do the knapsack filled with canned goods, chainsaw, gasoline, and emergency radio in case he wakes up post-apocalypse. I just want to say something. If I were in a coma and I woke up and one of my gifts was what Dwight described, that would be so funny to me. I would absolutely love that person who sent that with a card that said, in case you wake up post-apocalypse, we wanted you to be prepared. Please, if I'm ever in a coma, put this gift in my room. I will appreciate it. 2 things with this sentence. It's funny to me. 2 things. What? 1, you think you're going to wake up out of a coma with a really good sense of humor. This will give me a boost. The other thing is, Dwight isn't being funny. I know. He's being for real. But, you know, when you think about it, if you wake up out of a coma and there's a balloon that's been deflated and chocolates that have gone bad. That's what I'm saying. I mean, flowers are dead. I just think it's a very fun, like, post-coma gag gift. Well, I know you're not watching The Last of Us yet because you told me to stop telling me stuff about it. I'm not going to say a word. We're going to start. We're starting this weekend. Right. We have an overnight date night. We are bringing our Apple TV so that we can binge this show. I will get caught up. I need you to talk to me after. Okay.
Really?
I think about Dwight a lot. Series The Last of Us. Jim has a talking head next, and he's outside. He's talking about how it turns out that they never got a manager because you don't need one. People just come in and do the work on their own schedules, and it's been really great. Everyone's happy. They put a foosball machine in Michael's old office. We got a fan question from Stephanie W. in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who said, not a question, but an observation. In the cold open of this episode, when Jim explains that it turns out they don't need a manager, I found this interesting and wonder if that's why this branch has always been successful. Are they used to not being managed at all under Michael Scott? That is an excellent observation. Well, Jim is going to get a phone call from Joe, and we can only hear his side of the conversation, but it's clear that she has asked him to be the acting manager, and he says, no, we don't need one. And then immediately, Dwight's phone rings, and you can tell Joe is asking him the same question, and he accepts wholeheartedly. And Pam is like, what have you done, Jim? What have you done? I mean, it's very similar to when Jim would not pick a healthcare plan, and it went to Dwight. Yes. Jim, what did you think was going to happen? Dwight could not be more excited. He goes into the office, he sits down at his desk, and he makes a phone call. He says, Mose, you'll never guess where I am right now. And then you hear Mose yell. He knows immediately. He's so happy. We had a fan question from Aiden W. in Portland, Oregon. In this cold open, when Dwight calls Mose,
That's
please tell me this is a
In
reference
another
to the
life,
final
I
scene
would
in
love to
Working
be a
Girl.
computer salesman, like the
Oh.
early computers, like just like walk in and be like, motherfucker, we're gonna build this room with computer. You're gonna be able to calculate stuff. It's gonna be crazy. Hey, I don't want to be like that. I like to 50.
And then her friend is like standing
70s,
up
like,
and just
dude,
screaming.
this thing is
just
gonna
screaming.
be fucking crazy. And people are like, oh, you're fucking nuts.
I
I'm
asked
like,
Justin
fucking
Spitzer
actuator,
if this
fucking
was a nod to Working Girl, and he said yes,
abacus.
100%.
Like, shut the fuck up about your
which is so
goddamn
cool.
abacus.
That's awesome.
This
We also had
baby
a fan question
has
from Jessica P.
2
in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada, who
bites.
said, who
What
voiced
the fuck's
Moses'
a bite?
when Dwight calls to tell him about the manager position? Guys, that was Mike Schur. Yeah. He came and did some 80-hour work just to scream into a microphone for this one bit. He has a very funny answer to this question in that Office Tally interview that you're talking about. He does. You guys go read it. It's very funny. The show is going to open with Jim and Pam. They're arriving for work. Only Pam gets out of the car. Jim does not want to go in. He's going to sit in the car all day, apparently. Jim is going to have a talking head where he describes what it's been like to have Dwight as the acting manager for 1 week. I mean, it feels like 3 months. Mm-hmm. There's all of these new policies, new rules. Like they have to punch in on an old-timey time clock. I listed every single new rule that I could find in the shooting draft. Oh, really? Yes. Are you going to give it to us? Do you want to hear it now? Please. Okay. Please. I want to tell you, too, that Mindy shared on the commentary how much fun it was in the writer's room to pitch all the different ways that Dwight's new office would run. Okay. Here were the rules I found in the shooting draft. There's probably more. I might have missed some. Number 1, like you said, they have to punch into a very ye olde time clock. Now, I remember something about that time clock. It did not work. No, you guys were fakey. And Angela, your fakey is so good. You like, I just want everyone to know, like that sound, like that was in post-production. Yeah. That machine did nothing. Nothing. So you like flinching and then like your card gets a little bit, it was so good. That's just Angela acting. Thank you. Apparently I'm really good with a fake time clock. Okay, so then here's another rule. Everyone got new business cards, but none of them fit in their wallets. They're all referred to as junior employees. You see a shot of Jim trying to put that card in his wallet. And we did have a fan catch from Grace E. in Rochester, New York, who wanted to point out the Wegmans grocery card. That was also Jim's wallet. I saw that too. All of their lunch breaks are staggered to prevent wasting time. No one needs to eat together. No. They have the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. And there are morning announcements. Everyone has also been given a 21-digit number copier code that you cannot share.
I'd be
I
like,
want to get to that. That's one of my favorite scenes.
He'd be like, chill.
I watched it several
dumb.
times
He'd be
because
like,
it was
chill.
such perfection.
I'd be like,
I
dumb.
can't wait to share about it. Also,
Chill.
you cannot be late. Coffee is 50 cents, and he's installed security cameras in the kitchen. Just spy on everyone. There is no food in the break room vending machines, just advertisements for Caffeine Corner.
You know what I mean?
The computers have internet blockers, and there's no more voicemails because Dwight doesn't trust a robot to give you your messages. I mean, I think he pretty much summed it up. So Jim lays a lot of those new rules out in his talking head. And speaking of that talking head, we had a fan question from Laura M. in Toronto, Canada. At 2 minutes 4 seconds, when Jim is outside, we can see his breath. How did you achieve this since it's always so warm in LA? Well, Randy said that we shot this scene first thing in the morning. On day 1, it was Monday, March 28th, 2011. March 28th, I mean, that's usually pleasant. But Randy said that our call sheet said that the overnight low was about 49 degrees, which still seems pretty warm to see breath vapor. But Randy said there is no note of having like added that in post. Justin Spitzer did an interview where he said, it's real. It was really that cold. Well, I can tell you, I was there that morning. I was there that morning. That's right. I worked right after John. That's, I think, when we did the clock thing. See, I had no memory of being outside. I'm outside in that scene. I'm at the car, and then I'm in the background. We shot all that stuff on the same day. I have no memory of it being cold. Isn't that weird? You'd think I would remember. You think. I share on the commentary that I was freezing that morning, that we had had a cold snap, and that was just a real chilly morning. So, fakey time clock, real breath vapor, and real baby belly. My baby belly count. Go to 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Pam yells, "Stop stalling! I'll see you, baby bump." Well, this is the episode where I described in our book that I had gone to J. Crew over the weekend and bought myself a new outfit because I realized I was not going to make it to the end of the season. You were busting out of your button-down Pam shirt so much. And you tried to hide it. I did. And 3 minutes, 11 seconds. It made me smile, Jenna. Oh, it's my little boy in there. No. Well, now we're going to see the bullpen under Dwight's supervision. I went to the shooting draft to see how it was described. Okay. Interior office reception. People are walking in for the day. Stanley punches in and walks past an American flag and a framed portrait of Dwight. Andy at his desk takes off his windbreaker, revealing he is wearing a short-sleeved shirt like the one Dwight wears. We hear the beep of a watch alarm coming from what is now Dwight's office. Dwight walks out with a smile. He kicks the front door shut and says, "Let's begin." So I noticed a couple of things in this scene. First of all, at 4 minutes, when Dwight walks up to start to lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by his morning announcements, there's a shot of the messages container, you know, the thing on reception. D'Angelo Vickers is still getting messages. His name is still on the little message thing. We also got a fan question from Stephen M. in San Francisco who said, "I noticed that Andy was wearing a short-sleeve business suit. Was this a nod to his usual sucking up to the manager by replicating Dwight's style choices?" Yes, so we shot that little moment of him taking off his windbreaker, and then Dwight clocks it. And when they did their writers screening, because they would do that, they would screen the episodes for the writers while they were editing. He said it got a huge laugh in the room, but ultimately it had to get cut for time. So then you just see Andy wearing the short sleeve shirt and it's not really explained. It's now time for everyone to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Behind Dwight is a huge painting of himself, looking like a dictator. Angela's very into this Pledge of Allegiance. She's kind of into this whole mood, I think. I think she is too. We got a bunch of fan mail about you, Angela, in this Pledge of Allegiance. People want to know if your amen was scripted or improvised. Y'all, I improvised that. I was so delighted it made it in. We also got a fan question from David P. in Pennsylvania who noticed that Oscar does not say "one nation under God." And he even gives a look to camera. Wanted to know if that was scripted. That was scripted. Justin said he heard that some people thought that this implied that Oscar is an atheist, but that was not Justin's intention. He said he just figured that Oscar was the kind of guy who would resent being made to talk about God in the workplace, and he would very proudly and very smugly publicly abstain. And so that's why he wrote that bit. I bet Oscar has that actually ready to go. Exactly. In the morning announcements, Dwight is going to let everyone know about the copier codes and also that Joe Bennett is coming for a high-level meeting between him and Gabe. And by high level, it's just a general meet and greet. Kelly is going to be late. She comes in like a back door. Sneaky. How often is she late? If she always comes in that back door, you know Michael wasn't looking for her. I don't think we've ever used that door. Well, she said she had an illness of a personal nature, and Dwight wants to know which part of her body. Mindy could not keep this together. No. She was laughing so hard. As he was like pointing? Yes. And I'm surprised they even got a take without her laughing. Now we're going to start this Gabe-Andy runner, where Gabe is just trying so desperately to win Aaron back, and he doesn't want Andy flirting with her. No, he grabs Andy and brings him into the conference room, and they close all the blinds. I loved this spy shot through the blinds. There is only a 2-inch space. You see the whole scene play out in 2 inches. Basically, he makes Andy promise to never date Aaron again. Makes him say it. And he's so overbearing that Andy kind of agrees. He just wants out of there. Yeah. Andy's like, get me out of this conference room. In the meantime, Jim has started his sabotaging of Dwight. You know, there are a bunch of deleted scenes on the DVD where he gets Jordan to prank Dwight with him. And Jenna, it did not sit well with me. I was like, why is Jordan pranking Dwight with you and not Pam? I didn't like it, and I'm glad they were deleted. Well, I remember seeing an early cut of this episode, and there was a talking head with Jordan where she says something to the effect of like, well, there's one person in the office I don't mind, or something like that, meaning Jim after this day of pranking. It's on the DVDs, and she smiles and lights up and looks so beautiful, and she's so like tickled by Jim, and I was like, that would have made people lose their minds. Yeah, that all went goodbye. Well, Jim is going to try to start a social club called the Fist.
As opposed to that fucking thing, which is like, hey, fun share this goddamn
I'd
thing.
love to have you come in today, but it's just that today we're really busy with Operation Overthrow. It's not a big deal, but what was Jim's morning like? He wouldn't come inside, then he did come inside, but then he made a whole bunch of flyers. He used a lot of black ink. He did. He's been very busy at the copier. Oh, why wasn't he at the copier? I don't know. Well, Angela is stuck behind Kevin at the copier as he tries to type in his 21-digit copy code. This was one of my favorite scenes to do in all of season 7.
Go ask.
I loved doing this bit with Craig and Brian. We were having the absolute time of our lives, and it's going to come back later, and I'll share more then. Well, I have a fan catch from Shanley S. in Anchorage, Alaska. At 6 minutes and 40 seconds, you can see a solitaire game on the computer screen behind Kevin when he's at the copier. So
you think the lamp goes in the corner, you douche-kidder? You think the lamp goes in the corner, you douche-kidder?
Well, Andy is now going to try to show Pam a video, and it's blocked. The website is blocked. Internet blocked. This was a bigger one.
Or you could listen.
And it was driving
listen to two
crazy
people at the same time.
Because Dwight limited their internet access. Phyllis was really struggling with it. She was trying to remember a movie. She was trying to tell everyone about it. It's in the deleted scenes. And I kind of need you to hear it. Maybe we should talk to Joe.
Joe, Dwight won't let us watch Sneezing Apple when he was online anymore. Fire him.
Which one do you think is this?
Why must girls go first?
It's just like
What you doing, baby?
he's in that one good movie with that lady. And then one really huge movie with that black actor who's been in a bunch of things.
He's black?
No. He's not black. He's the one who... This is why I'm going bonkers. I can't...
Oh my God. I know. She's like, I can't take it. She kind of trails off.
I'm like,
And then later, Dwight finally lets everyone have internet. And Phyllis, I think, does Googling, Jenna. She Googles? I think she Googles because then she has a talking head. And guess the actor she was trying to think of. I don't know.
It was Keanu Reeves.
Oh my God! It was Keanu! Yes, when Oscar says we're just like mindless drones working, she was thinking of the Matrix. At least that's what I think. Oh my God. Yeah. Keanu is always popping up in our lives. His name was literally said on our set. I feel like that is all we need for him to come be a guest. Even though he was in a deleted talking head, he is part of the office world. He is. He's Keanu, would you come? Maybe we'll break down Speed and you can sit with us and tell us what it was like to do Speed. Just come here. Just come hang out, Keanu. We'll have snacks. Wow, I know. He was on The Office. He was on The Office. I flipped out. I had to play it for you. This is going to lead now to a Dwight talking head. He says, you know what? I will never be happier than I am right now. He is so happy to be the Dunder Mifflin acting manager. Yeah. He's sitting in his office at his giant desk. You know, Mindy and Justin talked about how much fun it was to pitch what all would be on Dwight's desk. I loved his office, and I loved the care that they had so clearly taken in decorating it. In deleted scenes, Jenna, Dwight gives the documentary crew a very big tour of his office. Really? He goes through every part of it. He points out a framed 3D velvet wolf picture. Incredible. I wish I had it. He also points out his samurai armor that's in the corner, and there were a bunch of swords as well. Jenna, he has like a dagger letter opener. And he can really open letters with it, but he can also, stab someone with it. Sure, yeah. A Spartan mask, a fake fireplace, the piranha we've talked about, the Beaumont Adams, he says it's over 120 years old. And they also shared in the commentary that at one point Dwight improvised as he's giving this tour, putting on the samurai armor, okay, and the props department freaked out because they had rented it and it cost like $10,000. Oh my gosh! It was so expensive. Wow. Yeah, and when Rain started pretending to put it on, they're like, like stop. If you want to see the tour of Dwight's office, go to the DVD extras. Well, Jenna, before we go to break, I want to show you what this framed 3D velvet wolf poster looked like. I took a screen grab of it. I'll put it in stories. It's haunting. I know. That would terrify me if that was in my home. It's super creepy. Or any room I'm in. I know. And I thought I wanted to live up to my Dundee of bringing in visuals on the podcast. So thank you so much. Everyone listening is loving that photo right now of a 3D velvet wolf. All right, we're going to break. We'll be right back. We're back, and before we start breaking down this incredibly awkward scene with Gabe, Angela, I need to say that I love your sweater that says love. Thank you. I love it. I have a gray sweater and some really pretty sort of pastel colors that says love. Do you also have a sweatshirt that says love, or does your sweatshirt say peace? It says grateful. Oh, I like that too. Thanks. You're being very positive in your clothing in 2023. I'm noticing. I should tell you guys, this sweater that I have on, I bought probably 6 years ago at Gap. And when I put it on this morning, I said to Josh, I just wear the same old sweaters over and over. Well, I want some new sweaters. I love this sweater. Thank you. If you get a new sweater, please don't get rid of this sweater. Maybe my thing as I age is I just wear clothing with motivational words. I would love that as a character. Love, grateful, peace. You might have to have things specially made. I know. All right, so let's talk about this scene with Gabe. Erin's on the phone, and he just walks up and just hangs up her phone call. And she says they're just going to call back. Yeah. But he goes on a whole rant. He says he's in love with her. And he says, I don't believe in much. I don't believe in horoscopes or Christmas or God. And her reaction to that, she's not happy. Oh, Angela's over the partition as well. Angela's like, excuse me? Oh, Ben R. from Boston noted your scoff in disgust, as he put it. And so Gabe starts backpedaling. It's very funny. He's like, I just mean like he's not an old man with a beard. And Erin is still like, ah! She's like, maybe he's an old man with a beard. Ben, for my head to be that high above the partition, I was standing on an apple box. You were? Yeah. So that we could see you scoff and discuss. Because otherwise you just would have seen the top of my forehead. Did you notice that at 8 minutes, Jordan is sitting at Dwight's desk? She has taken over his desk. Yes, I did notice. Well, now we're back in Dwight's office. Dwight has called Jim in because he wants to talk to him because Joe is coming and he doesn't want Jim, to cause any problems. That's right. No pranking with Joe here. Mm-mm. Jim really takes in the room. He's like, wow, this is quite the decor. And Dwight starts to point things out to him. Yes, this is when we learn that the gun on his desk is a Beaumont Adams. Yeah, he thought maybe, Joe might like it, might give them something to talk about. Yeah, I guess she collects guns. Yeah. Okay. Also, this is when he mentions his rescue piranha as well as his desk, which is, he says, a replica of Uday Hussein's desk. He read an article in Newsweek. Here's something I remember about that desk, Angela. I remember that it was made out of wood. It was very light, and they painted it to look like marble. And I would just go in and stare at it because I was so impressed with this painting job. I thought it was amazing. You know what I thought about when I rewatched this episode was if that desk was truly marble and that big, they would not have been able to get it through the door and in the room. You would have to build a room around that desk. Also, in the commentary, Justin and Mindy shared that it was Mindy's idea to have this desk. Oh, I love it. Well, this was a whole thing, this desk, how they built it. I asked Randy because I told him my memory of loving it. And he said the writers had originally pitched that the desk was like a solid black onyx. But Michael Gallenberg, our production designer, said that that would just suck out all the light in the room. It wouldn't look good on camera, and he thought it would be more visually interesting if we made it out of marble. So Tim James built it out of lumber, and then we hired this guy, Ron Hinson, who is an amazing painter, to paint it to look like marble. Well, you would never know that that was like a fakey desk. It looks so good. Justin said there was a reason why they over-decorated Dwight's office. And it was because they wanted to quote-unquote hide the gun. He said that audiences are really smart. That audiences know if you introduce a gun into a storyline, that gun is going to go off. I guess it's called Chekhov's gun. It's like a writer's theory. Oh, yeah? Okay, so he thought that if he did everything he could to make the gun feel just like a minor prop among other ridiculous props, maybe, just maybe, the fact that Dwight fires the gun later would be a surprise. Well, I think he did a good job because he put it in a glass box. I didn't think it was going to get used. I thought it was just another one of Dwight's swords and daggers and armor. Yeah, Justin said on the commentary, Jenna, that they broke down this episode so many times. It was a bit of a puzzle trying to figure out how to make Dwight the manager and what that would look like, but then also where would it go? And it was the writer, Steve Healy's idea that Dwight would become manager and screw it up all in 1 week. Oh, that's fun. So you had to have a big thing that would like sabotage him being manager because he was probably going to be pretty good at it. Right. Well, in the next scene, Dwight's going to open up a package. And inside is a gun holster from his Uncle Honk. Yes. And he's so excited. He's so touched. Yeah. Well, Dwight immediately takes his gun holster, he puts his gun in it, and he starts parading around the office. Yeah. Everyone's like, Dwight, what are you doing? You can't just walk around with a gun in the office. And he's like, but my Uncle Honk made this for me. This is so special. Yeah, he's like, you can't like just walk around without a gun in it. You have to put the gun in it. And everyone's like pitching ideas. Well, why don't you put your phone in it? Why don't you put a banana in it? I would have loved to see him walking around with a banana in that holster. I thought it was a good suggestion, actually, I have to say. Pam is going to threaten to call Joe. And that's when Dwight is like, fine. And he does a little twirly thing with the gun. He's going to put it back in the holster, but instead it fires right into the ground, right next to Andy's ear. And Andy grabs his ear. On the commentary, they were like, this was a really strong cutaway because that was the act break. That's a pretty strong act break. Well, we got a lot of questions about this moment. First of all, Dash P from Connecticut said, did Rain fire a blank, or was the flash and gunshot sound added in post? No, that was not added in post. Rain fired a blank. That was a real working gun. Randy explained that a blank is a cartridge that contains no projectile. It just has gunpowder in it. We used what was called a quarter round, which holds about a fourth of the amount of gunpowder, I guess. But still, firing a blank can be really dangerous, and even a quarter round makes a very loud noise. It produces that muzzle flash. So in order to do this, the crew held multiple rehearsals without any cast on set. We had a full safety meeting, I remember that, and they handed out those special shooter's earplugs for us all to wear. Just it was a very loud noise, a very loud pop. And Randy said we did it in one take. One of the things they talked about on the commentary was the idea that Dwight does something that's definitely going to get him removed from acting manager, but also making sure the way they shot it, it was very clear that no one was injured. We also got a fan question from Zach T in Illinois, who said, regarding Dwight's gun, After doing some research, it seems that the gun that Dwight used resembles a Remington 1875 American-made revolver. However, Dwight refers to it as a Beaumont Adams, which was a British service revolver from the mid-late 19th century. That actually looks very different than the gun that was used in this episode. What gun was used for the prop, and how did the writers decide on calling it a Beaumont Adams, despite the fact that it looks nothing like a Beaumont Adams? Well, Zach, good catch. That was not a Beaumont Adams. So we hired an armorer for this scene, and he informed us that there are no credible working replicas of a Beaumont Adams. It couldn't be found. He said we could have one built, but it would take months. Oh, wow. So the producers decided to go with this Remington 1875. It was a modern day build of a classic revolver. And because this was not some sort of antique gun, but a modern made gun, it was considered safer to handle. It could really fire a blank. So we went with that. But the writers chose to keep the Beaumont Adams reference just because they thought it was funny and that it sounded like something that Joe might recognize and appreciate. Mm-hmm. Justin said internet gun aficionados have called them out on this cheat before. You know, Angela, I remember it was loud. Do you remember that? Yeah. I mean, we didn't have to pretend to jump. No, all of our reactions were very real. For sure. At 11 minutes and 26 seconds, Oscar is going to examine the gunshot hole that is in the floor. Mm-hmm. Right? Yes. And he's going to say, look at that hardwood floors underneath this carpet. Mm-hmm. All along. I would like to point out that while Oscar is examining the damage to the floors, you can see that John had a heater under his desk. What? Yeah. John? All this time I thought it was just us, but John has a heater under his desk. I took a picture. I am shocked right now. I was shocked as well. I know I should be focusing on the episode and this big plot point just happened, but I couldn't get my eyes off a heater under John's desk. Wow. Check it out. And it's on. Yeah, the little red light's on. Is on. Well, Toby's going to come in to see what's going on. Kelly's going to say that Dwight went on a shooting spree. Background catch at 11 minutes 45 seconds. Did you guys catch that Dwight hands his gun to Creed? And I guess Creed is going to get rid of it? Yeah. I mean, if anyone knows how to get rid of a gun in this office, it's probably Creed. Just such a Don't you think maybe this isn't the first gun he's gotten rid of? I'm just saying. I mean, he lives under the desk. He has a whole other life in Canada. We don't know. Well, Oscar wants to look up some of Andy's symptoms on WebMD, which gets some great snark from Angela. This is one of my favorite Angela Martin lines of all of season 7. In the script, it was written like this, and we shot it exactly as it was written. Oscar says, I'll look on WebMD. What are your symptoms? Angela, in parentheses, sarcastic. Oh, everybody, Oscar found a reason to look on WebMD. I love the assumed history of these two characters. I love knowing that he looks on WebMD so much that it has driven her crazy for years. I think it's lines like this that really made this feel like a nostalgic old Office episode. And also like the stuff at the copier. We just brought back, I feel like, some of that mundane office work kind of stuff. Yeah. And relationship stuff. Yeah. I want you to know that when Toby gets excited to go get his new safety binder, I really felt that. I would be excited to use a new binder. You know, I have a lot of stuff in my house that is for various emergencies. And I'm not saying that I want a zombie apocalypse or that I want any kind of apocalypse or end of times. But if it happened, I would be so excited to grab my expired medications book bag. You know, I would just be like, I knew it! I really can't wait for you to meet the character of Bill in The Last of Us. I need you to meet Bill. Okay, I'm not going to say anything else. All right. But speaking of Toby and how excited he was, you know, to have his emergency binder. Gemma, do you remember when we were filming this when Paul came out to say all that? He had to address the bullpen. Yes. And he mumbled so badly we didn't understand him. Mm-hmm. We even improvised. What are you saying, Toby? Speak up. We started laughing so hard. I don't know if it was Paul or Paul being Toby, but he really struggled getting that line out. I feel like that made it onto the bloopers. It definitely made it on, they would do blooper reels and stuff for our end of season cast parties that we would have, and I remember it was definitely on there. Yeah. Dwight is now going to do his best Michael, which is where he calls a conference room meeting and creates a character to cover up his screw up. Gun safety Dwight. Yeah, I'm the rootinest dude. And he just can't do it. He fails immediately. He does. He does give a pretty great speech, though. He says, managing you for this last week has been the greatest honor of my life. And if you ruin this, I will burn this office to the ground. And I mean that figuratively, not literally, because you guys are so, so important to me. I love you guys, but don't cross me, but you're the best. Rain said that final monologue at the end was really hard for him to get through, and it was really in that moment that he realized everything Steve went through leading those conference room meetings. I thought he did such a great job, though, because he had to turn on a dime, back and forth, many times. Yeah. Andy and Daryl are going to come back from the hospital. Andy's got like a little bandage on his ear, and he shares with everyone that he ruptured his eardrum. That's right. And he has temporary deafness in that ear. Mm-hmm. I have a deep dive on burst eardrums. Wait, before you go on this deep dive, I have to tell you one thing. Justin said on the commentary, he said they were so worried that people were going to get grossed out by this injury. That they were trying to find different ways to word it, and at one point in the script, they had Andy saying, "My ear don't work so good." Oh, my ear no do work. They had all these different phrases, but ultimately they had to say, that he's going to have this injured eardrum. And I just feel like I have to bring that up because I don't know what to expect from this deep dive. If they were worried, a group of writers who had researched it, that people were going to get grossed out. I'm not going to explain everything that happens when you have a burst eardrum. Thank you. Except to say that the symptoms that Andy complains about are symptoms of a burst eardrum. The ringing in the ear, the hearing loss, the pain, all of those things. What I got curious about was, can a loud noise burst your eardrum? Is that true? Is that possible that this gunshot sound burst his eardrum? Sure, I'm going to say sure. The answer is yes. You can get a perforated eardrum, which is a burst eardrum, from a loud sound, a foreign object in your ear, like a Q-tip, head trauma, an ear infection, or rapid pressure changes, like from either or going down into the ocean. If you dive down so fast. Yeah. Or a submarine, sure. Just gonna yell different modes of transportation. Sure. To either up high or down low. Exactly. But getting back to this idea of your eardrum rupturing from a loud noise, I wanted to know, how loud does the noise have to be? And according to Better Hearing of Austin, it would have to be 165 decibels or more. And that would be consistent with a gunshot at close range, fireworks, or extremely loud music. So I had to keep going here. Okay, how loud of the music? Okay, my son plays in a rock band. Yeah, he wears headphones, but I'm like, what? So the average decibel level of a rock concert is 100 decibels, so well below. Yeah. However, there have been several rock concerts that have registered levels of up to 130 decibels. Do you know who they were? These are the loudest rock bands on record. There's 4 of them. Metallica? No. Good guess. Here they are. Led Zeppelin. Oh, AC/DC. I was going to say AC/DC. Yep. Motorhead. Yeah. And Ted Nugent. They're all very loud. I was about to say AC/DC. I really was. I was going to say AC/DC or Metallica, so I kind of got one on the list. Sporting events have also recorded very high decibel levels, and the loudest one on record belongs to a certain football team. It was a home game. It came in at 142.2 decibels. Okay, this would have to be a team that plays in some kind of a dome, right, to contain the sound. I don't know anything about where they play. I bet it's a team with a dome. That's what I'm going to say. They're very topical right now. The Philadelphia Eagles? Nope, the Kansas City Chiefs. I know it'd be one of them. Loudest one. They took the record away from the Seahawks. I want you to know that just for some perspective, 142.2 decibels is louder than if you were standing under a jet airplane flying 100 feet above your head. Wow, that's how loud that was in the stadium. I'm looking up their stadium. You want to know if it's a dome? Yeah. Well, those Chiefs fans are loud. It's not a dome. It's not. That's how loud they are. Open air. Wow. Yep. I did say hi to Patrick Mahomes once. You did? I did. I just said, hi, Patrick. He said, what's up? What are the circumstances of you meeting him? I was on the field at a Broncos game, and he was warming up, and I walked past him, and I was like, oh, Patrick Mahomes. So I said, hi, Patrick. He said, what's up? Oh. What a pleasant exchange. I think I slightly embarrassed my kids because I think I just was so casual. Hi, Patrick. Like I was his neighbor. But he was very nice. He was nice. You know who I just ran into on a hike who was like a total blowhard? Oh, you're going to tell this story? I ran into a very famous musician who was walking his two dogs on the same hike that I was walking on. And he mansplained me about dogs. And then I said something to Lee about it. And Lee said, oh, yeah, he's a famous mansplainer. Who's the famous musician mansplainer? I don't know. I'll tell you after. Give me one hint. I don't know how to get breather, heavy breather. No, he's very tall. That was just your sign. How about that? He's very tall. Oh, everybody's tall to me. Well, guys, we've got another episode of Office Ladies Burn It to the Ground. He clearly pissed you off on this hike. Because I didn't say anything to this person. He just started talking to you. Just started in, I'm just tall, and I'm just gonna mansplain to you about dogs. I didn't ask for advice. I didn't even say, what kind of dog do you have? I gave no indication that I even wanted to be spoken to. I'm sure you gave off the body language I know that you have sometimes, which is don't talk to me. But I have sometimes, that's my default. I almost never want to be talked to. I am an introvert. I was trying to be nice. I just want to walk my dog on a hike. And be left alone. Exactly. Leave alone tall people. What's so hard about that? My dog had to stop and get a drink of water. That was not an invitation to talk to me. It wasn't. Back to the episode. People are catching on now that Dwight doesn't want Joe to know about this, and they start making demands of him. Yes. Kelly asked for a day off to audition for American Idol. Phyllis wants an extra vacation day. Angela wants pet day back, no dogs. Kevin wants everything back in the vending machine except the fruit. Pam wants Dwight to get rid of all of his weapons, including the killer fish. Jim wants Dwight to work in the phrase shagadelic baby into conversation with Joe and do jazz hands anytime Jim coughs. But there was more. There were more demands that we didn't see? Yes, that we filmed because they were in the shooting draft. First of all, Dwight is going to offer to pay for Andy's medical bills. Okay, and fair, yeah. And then Andy says, but you know what? I also can't go to my swimming class at the Y, and I already paid for those. So Dwight's going to have to pay for his swimming classes. Okay. Daryl wants Dwight to honor the night school that D'Angelo had promised him. Also fair. Aaron wants a new nameplate that doesn't say receptionist. Oh, I know. Stanley has the best one of the bunch. Ready for this? He says, I want to start telecommuting from home because I am concerned for my safety in this office. Dwight agrees. Oh my gosh. And lastly, Creed wants Dwight's eyes. Not now, once he is dead. He lets him know that. Okay, there you go. Those were everyone's demands. Well, in the next scene, Dwight's going to be exiting the men's bathroom. He's holding an empty fish tank. It's very clear that he has, I guess, flushed his piranha down the toilet. Kevin enters. Fan question from Madison B. in Melbourne, Australia. This short scene in which Dwight dumps his piranha into the toilet, leading to Kevin discovering them, has to be one of my favorite moments in the whole show. It causes me to cry from laughter every time I rewatch it. Kevin moves so fast out of there and is so shocked. Madison, I loved Brian Baumgartner's performance in this short moment. It is perfection.
It's so believable. Like, I fully believe that Kevin just completely
Lost it because he was about to sit on a fish. I'm assuming everyone out there knows how standards and practices felt about Kevin's F-bomb. We got the usual bleep forward or lip flap or stage off camera. Stage off camera is always my favorite now. They always throw that in there as if we're just gonna, it makes no sense.
My favorite is when they say, as previously stated.
Yes. You know, I did do another deep dive here, and I wasn't going to bring it up. I didn't even write it down.
But wait, possibly what? Fish in toilets? Did you deep?
Come on, I did. I deep dive. I was like, wait, why could she deep dive right here? What? I deep dived. What really happens when you flush a fish down the toilet?
What happens?
Most of them die.
Oh,
But
I mean, but aren't they dead usually?
yes, but after the movie Finding Nemo came out, I guess there were some kids, there was a trend that happened where like kids wanted to set their fish free.
Oh no.
But you know, not all toilets lead to the ocean.
Yeah.
So most of them die. But this trend of kids freeing their fish down the toilet, I guess it caused a little bit of a problem because some of the fish did live and they did make it all the way to these other reservoirs. And there's a picture of a goldfish that is giant. It's a 15-inch goldfish because it was introduced into this ecosystem and it started eating everything and it completely took over because I guess goldfish don't belong in that ecosystem, and it was a whole thing that there are these like wild domestic goldfish, very similar to like the flock of domestic parrots that fly around LA, you know, that have all found each other.
Yeah. Or all the hippos in Colombia because of Pablo Escobar.
What? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of formerly domestic hippos that have formed.
I don't think they were ever domestic. He just I think he built a zoo. He collected a bunch of animals. He had hippos, and then after he died, no one could maintain the zoo, and these hippos just went
So they were though not domesticated, but they were, what do you call that?
He made a zoo.
Right.
He made a zoo, and then after he died, they couldn't maintain the zoo, and I guess hippos really get busy.
Hippos are very dangerous. They're on the list of animals I said that kill humans.
I know,
the top 10 animals.
But they also get busy. And there's lots of them now. And they're I think there's a whole documentary about it, about Pablo Escobar's hippos.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, there's my deep dive. I don't even remember what websites I read. I didn't write it down because I wasn't going to bring it up, and then I did.
Well, I can't believe so many kids tried to flush their fish.
I know.
Oh my God.
It was, I guess, a thing. Well, speaking of wild animals, how's that for a segue? Jo is going to arrive with her 2 dogs, her Jack Russells.
Speaking of wild animals, they are Cornelius and Bobo.
Fan question from Ted N. in Virginia and Alania B. from Salt Lake City, Utah. What happened to her Great Danes? It has always bothered me that Jo shows up with different dogs.
Well, she still has the Great Danes.
I guess.
I mean, I would think so. I feel like Jo is someone that has a ton of animals. In the DVD commentary, Justin said he thinks that Jo has different pairs of dogs to accessorize different outfits she wears.
Oh.
Jo has a kennel somewhere in Florida.
Well, I hope Jo doesn't die, or there's suddenly going to be a bunch of dogs roaming around. You know what I'm saying?
Jo is going to point out that Jim is the only man to have ever said no to her. And then Jim coughs and Dwight has to do jazz hands. The scene was bigger and deleted scenes. Andy tries to cover for Dwight. And we also find out who is Jo's favorite in the office.
Wait, let me guess. Oscar?
Let's hear the clip.
Where's my favorite? Where's Angela hiding?
I'm not hiding.
Girl, you are very small. It's fun to look at you so small.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now that you played that, I remember shooting that.
Angela was her favorite.
Oh my gosh, that is funny. Can we please talk about this incredibly elaborate and cringy under the jacket massage
Oh my gosh.
that Dwight gives to Kevin?
17 minutes, 52 seconds. I don't even know how Rain was able to do that with his body. How was he able to, like, suspend himself, like, bracing his feet on the file cabinet, leaning into Brian? We talk on the commentary that when he first put all his weight on Brian's back like that, it made a popping noise.
Yes. You know, Rain shared that it was Mindy's idea for Dwight to climb up the file cabinets like that. He said it was a huge workout for his core.
I bet.
I texted Brian about this because I was like, I can see Brian like pushing back so hard into Rain's body, like these two forces at work. Brian shared that he was sore for days after the scene. He said of all the pratfalls, slipping on oil in the warehouse, spilling the chili, this was the stunt he felt the longest afterwards. This stunt.
I believe it.
Me too.
If you watch the scene, his face is bright red. Also, look at me and Oscar. I was really like hearing Brian's body like he was at the chiropractor. It was like pop, pop, pop.
Well, Rain also said that at this time, I guess Brian had a shoulder injury. And one of the things was that they could do the stunt, but he could not get anywhere near that one shoulder. And that made it even more challenging because there was this whole area of Brian's back that he could not touch.
The two of them are so brave. Whenever they do anything, they just go for it. And it was really hilarious and also super cringy. Well, Dwight has almost made it through this day with Joe being there and her not finding out, but then he just can't take it anymore. He can't do it.
He's tired of people holding this over his head, so he confesses.
Yeah.
And he says, you know, I hope that I can still keep this job. And Joe is like, of course you cannot keep this job.
Kathy Bates is so funny in this. She just looks at him and says, no job. No job.
Also, she has a line that, again, I just want a whole line of mugs that are Joe phrases. Here's the line. Stop asking yourself easy questions so you can look like a genius.
That's really
Love
good.
it.
I know they wrote so well for her. After this scene in the shooting draft would have been a scene between Aaron and Gabe in the break room. It would sort of wrapped up their storyline. I'm going to call it cringiest in the break room. He writes her a poem.
Oh, no.
I want you to hear it.
No, God.
You charm me with a smile, a wink, and make me laugh like Monsters, Inc. We'll go and eat some ratatouille. I sure hope it's not too chewy. I'm Nemo, the great blue seas. I'm Woody. Be my Jessie, please. Please go out with me again, please.
You know, bless his heart for referencing her favorite films finally, but Gabe, maybe if you had done that earlier,
Yeah.
things wouldn't have gone south.
He binged all the Disney movies she loves. He also goes on to say, I'm sorry that I said you spend too much money on stickers. He really makes a big apology, but she's done.
She's done. This episode ends with Joe in the conference room. She's meeting with Gabe, Jim, and Toby, and she explains, you are my search committee. You are tasked with finding her a new manager. And until that time, the person with the most seniority will be the new acting manager. Who is that? Who is it? Who has the most seniority?
The looks they give each other because they all know it's Creed. So priceless. The episode will end with a tag, and it is Angela, Daryl, and Kevin back at the copier. This was not in the shooting draft. In fact, the tag in the shooting draft was Ryan and Andy helping Kelly with her American Idol audition.
Okay.
Justin shared in the DVD commentary that this whole tag with us by the copier was completely improvised. That's exactly how I remember it. It was so much flippin' fun. They literally just put the cameras on us and let it roll.
Wait, so you were just listing numbers and then Kevin says, oh, sorry, I did a 3 instead of a 2.
I literally was just reading out numbers. I had just written a bunch of numbers on a piece of paper.
Okay.
When Craig jumps in, that was improvised. When Oscar jumps in, improvise. How I react to Oscar, improvise. All of it improvised. I want to play it.
Please. I love it so much.
4, 1, 7, 1.
Another one?
Yes! 7, 2, 6, 9. Shut up, Oscar. 8,
9 for the 9.
9, 8, 5,
Thank you.
3, 0, 0. Again, 0, 4, 6,
Nice.
2,
Oh,
1.
I had 3.
God!
What I love are the multiple zeros in a row, because I've had those where you're trying to explain, maybe it's your credit card, maybe it's a PIN number or something, and you have to make sure that the person knows you mean another one.
Yeah. I just love too when Craig was like, no, hit 9 again. And I'm like, and then 8. And then Oscar's like, you guys, the beeping. And I keep going, 4, 2, shut up, Oscar, 9. We had such a good time. We could have done it all day. And I love that they left it in as the tag.
Well, guys, that was Dwight K. Schrute, acting manager. Next week, we'll be back with Search Committee Part 1. We're getting to the end of Season 7.
Where is the time going? This is flying by, Jenna.
I know.
It's because we're having so much fun.
It is.
Thanks you guys so much for listening and rewatching with us. We'll see you next week.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Povico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This Valentine's Day, lab-grown diamonds speak louder than words. Pandora Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every love in your life.
In new styles that make your everyday look shine bright, like the beautiful lab-grown diamond station necklace and bracelet, featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate sparkle.
Lab-grown diamond jewelry is perfectly sparkling. It is a sustainable gift. Pandora's lab-grown diamonds celebrate all loves.
For the lab-grown diamond she wants and the lab-grown diamond you want to gift, shop now at your nearest Pandora Jewelry.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and I host the Lazy Genius podcast, a show that helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't. But here's the kicker. You get to decide what matters, not me. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes are around 20 minutes and drop every Monday, and they are full of practical, helpful information, as well as a lot of permission slips to do what makes sense for you. I want to help you get your stuff done while still feeling like yourself. So I invite you to get the Lazy Genius podcast to listen. Together, let's stop doing it all for the sake of doing what matters.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello! Hi!
Hi!
Well, Jenna, I think we should just jump right in. We've got a lot to discuss. Why don't you tell them what we're talking about today?
Search Committee Part 1, Season 7, Episode 25, written by Paul Lieberstein, directed by Jeff Blitz. Here's your summary. Desperate for a new boss, the employees of the Scranton branch assemble a search committee, but they are less than impressed with their applicants. The search committee is Jim, Gabe, and Toby. The Pasty Crew, I'd like to call them. That's a pretty good nickname.
The Pasty Crew will be interviewing you.
Dwight really wants to be considered for the job, despite the fact that he fired a gun in the office. He is not a candidate, but he's going to make himself a candidate. Yes. All right, are you ready for fast fact number 1?
I've been waiting. You said you had something fun.
Yeah, fast fact number 1 is that this episode was originally 75 pages long.
It's like a small phone book.
I mean, movies are often 90 pages or 100 pages.
Y'all, it was thick.
It was. I reached out to Paul Lieberstein. He said he really enjoyed writing this episode. And I also found that the writers created a 23-page cliffhangers document. This was a document that included cliffhangers for every single character in the cast. This is my favorite thing since finding the show Bible. I read all 23 pages. I wish I could just read them to you now.
Every character had a cliffhanger for the whole season.
Every character had like a cliffhanger, and then they said like what that cliffhanger would then become for season 8.
Ooh, but then they didn't use all of them. They used like 1 or 2.
That's right.
Okay.
But they were so fun. Angela, your storyline about getting engaged to the senator is in the cliffhanger document. And also the fact that people are trying to decide if they should tell you that he's gay, also in the document.
Okay.
All of that made it into the script, made it into the story. But the writing staff clearly loved the storyline because they dedicated 7 pages to it.
Come on.
It was the most pitches of any character. The second most pitches were on a Ryan Kelly storyline that never came to fruition.
What was their cliffhanger?
Basically, every pitch was that Ryan finds out he has a child.
Okay.
Or that Kelly is pregnant with Ryan's child.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. In some cases, Ryan's child is like 13 years old. In some cases, Ryan's child is 3. One of the pitches I really liked was that Ryan and Pam get together for a play date with their 2 toddlers. That was sort of fun. There was also a pitch for Jim and Pam that made me laugh out loud, which was that they were going to find out that a disgraced person, like a person who does something that goes viral, like in a not great way, has the name Cece Halpert. And they have to decide if they're going to legally change her name.
Because everyone's talking about whatever show is Cece Halpert.
That's right.
Online.
That's funny, right?
Yeah, that is funny.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I know people who have famous people names, and I always wonder what's that like. Like, I know a regular guy named Steve Martin. What happens when he makes a reservation? He lives in California. Steve Martin, but not Steve Martin the comedian.
Yeah. Like Brad Pitt, but I live in Nebraska.
I wonder if there's a Nebraska Brad Pitt.
I don't know, but that's a funny idea.
All right, do you want fast fact number 2?
Yes.
Okay. The main plot of this episode is that Jim, Gabe, and Toby are interviewing applicants to be the new manager, and this is going to bring in a slew of famous cameos. We have, in this episode, Will Arnett, Warren Buffett, Ray Romano, Ricky Gervais, Catherine Tate, James Spader, and Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's actually in part 2. Yes, but you get it.
Finger Lakes guy.
Finger Lakes. That's right. Victoria Kay from Wisconsin said, was this episode sort of a trial run for which of the guest stars would be a good fit for the show in upcoming seasons? And Jake M. from Delaware said when Paul Lieberstein was writing this episode, did he know who the guest stars would be? And did he write parts based on their strengths, or did they cast people after the script has been written?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I would like to know that.
Well, I talked to Paul, and he said, no, they wrote the script, and then they started reaching out to people.
Oh, because I swear the way they wrote Merv was Ray Romano. Like, in my mind, if I had to cast anyone as Merv, it would be Ray Romano. So I was wondering which came first.
Paul also said that they had not made any decisions about who would be joining us as a potential manager for season 8. The cameo actors were not even necessarily being considered for roles. Not even James Spader or Catherine Tate, who actually ended up joining us. Paul also said the way we got most people was that they just called them up and said, hey, do you want to play this part? And everybody they called said yes.
That's basically how we get guests on Office Ladies. We just text or call someone and say, you guys want to come on our show?
And then they say yes or no in some cases.
Or no, I'm filming in where was Keanu Reeves filming? Remember when we
Oh,
reached
yeah.
out? He was like somewhere, like seriously, he was where? He was like in Rome or somewhere.
You know, one of our big guest stars was Will Arnett, who I have done 2 movies with. I did a movie called Brother Solomon with him.
Yes.
It's a very funny scene where we are on our very first date and he proposes marriage to me in a restaurant and I have to awkwardly say no. But of course, people in the restaurant don't know it's our first date.
Right, so they're rooting for him.
It's so awkward. It's amazing. And then I also worked with him in Blades of Glory. He is a wonderful person. I reached out to him to ask him about getting his role on The Office, and he sent in audio clips.
Oh my gosh, this means we get to hear his voice because this man could read the phone book to me. I love his voice. I don't know him at all, but I love his voice.
His voice is in my house all the time because of the Lego movie.
Oh, yes.
And incidentally, Lego Masters was like our first big family show that helped us get through the beginning of the pandemic.
You guys love that show.
We love it. All right, here is what Will had to say about coming on our show.
I remember getting a call, I guess from my agent, saying that Paul Lieberstein from The Office, who's obviously the showrunner and one of the stars of the show, wanted to talk to me about a role. I knew that they were looking for a new boss on the show, the character of the boss. So we had a conversation or two, and he said, "Hey, we got this idea, and would you want to come and do it?" And I also remember him saying, basically to the effect, something to the effect of, "If it works out, would you be interested in doing it kind of long term, joining the cast?" And I was a fan of the show, and of course I knew a bunch of people on the show and thought, yeah, it'd be great. And so we talked a few times, and it was kind of left like, well, just come and do this episode, just come and do this scene, and then let's see how it goes. And I was like, great. At that same time, I was also talking to NBC, the network, about doing a pilot for the Lord Michaels was producing, written by my friend Emily Spivey, with Christina Applegate, and it was a great pilot. And I just remember that they were both kind of happening around the same time. So there was a question as to whether or not I could actually do The Office if I wanted to, kind of longer term. Even though they hadn't actually said that they wanted me to do that, but I do remember them kind of both coming around at the same time and talking about actually doing Up All Night on my way to shoot The Office. So anyway, I was a little confused as to what it was going to be.
So I remember all that because I remember he did end up doing that show with Christina Applegate. It's really funny.
Yeah.
And I remember being super bummed because, you know, he and John Krasinski are really close buddies. And I had worked with him before, and John and I were campaigning heavily for Will to join The Office.
To be the new branch manager?
Just come on our show.
Right,
We
right.
just like him so much.
Yeah.
He's such a good guy. And we wanted him to be on the show so badly. And then he ended up doing that other show.
Aw, at least he got to come play one day.
He did. And I did ask him what was it like to be on the set and doing that scene. And here is what he said.
You come onto a show, especially a show like The Office, that was really good, and everybody's, at the top of their game, and you just don't want to stand out and be terrible, and you want to make sure that you're not, coming in at a different volume from everybody else. I was really excited because I was doing a scene with John Krasinski, and so he's one of my good friends, and that was exciting and fun, and then with Paul Lieberstein and Zach Woods, and we didn't really talk too much about what it was going to be. It was just kind of, I read the scene, and then, they were like, all right, they're ready, let's go. And we just shot it, and it was pretty quick. My memory was that it was kind of over before I knew it. And how long am I supposed to talk for? Is this, I might just, like 30 minutes. I was born in Toronto. I'm a Taurus.
I remember it felt like it was over before it started too.
Well, if you guys love Will Arnett the way we do, go to the DVDs. There is an extended producer's cut for this episode, and his scene has a lot more fun stuff. His character has a very funny story about being in the Navy. So, if you like Will Arnett, go to the DVD extras.
All right, fast fact number 3. We've talked about all the people from outside of Thunder Mifflin who are applying for this job, but there are 3 internal applicants. They are Daryl Philbin, Andy Bernard, and Dwight Schrute. And after this episode aired, NBC.com posted their resumes
Oh, no way.
online, and
You found them?
Yes, OfficeTally.com still has them. And I thought I'd read a little bit from each of their resumes. Let's start with Daryl. This is sort of alluded to in the episode. You know, Joe is going to say, why is your resume so long? Aren't you the same Daryl Philbin that has only had 2 jobs at the same company?
His resume is 4 pages long.
Yes. Well, his resume does confirm that Daryl has only ever worked at Dunder Mifflin, and it lists his starting date as June 1999. Under work experience, he has a line that says, quote, upheld the highest standard of safety amid the warehouse. The D'Angelo Vickers incident was the first happening of coma and will not result ever again. I can almost promise you that, end quote. All right, on Andy's resume, something I found very charming is that the font for Cornell University is larger than any other font on the entire page, including the one for his name.
That tracks.
It is also in bold and all caps. It looks like Andy worked, quote, brief, stressful, yet invaluable, okay, stints at AIG, Bear Stearns, Enron, and Lehman Brothers between 1996 and 1998. And then in 1999, he started working at Dunder Mifflin Stanford. And under his special skills, he of course lists frolf and banjo.
I'm surprised he hasn't mentioned his summer studying to be a fromage.
I know, the fromagier.
Yeah, fromagier.
Finally, Dwight Kurt Schrute III. Did we know he was at the third?
I feel like somewhere he said he was Dwight Schrute III. I feel like that.
Maybe. I have no memory of it, but it is listed on his resume. He lists his titles as Assistant Regional Manager / Sales Representative, Beet Farmer / Volunteer Sheriff Deputy, and Respected Capitalist. According to his resume, he has only ever been employed at Dunder Mifflin, and he started in 1995.
That's his only job?
Yeah,
I'm surprised by that.
me too. By the way, his special skills are listed before his professional experience. And here are his special skills.
Wait, they're at the top?
They are first on the resume.
That is beautiful.
Right?
That is how I would love every resume to start. That is so good.
It actually would be kind of nice.
Yeah.
You really are going to get a sense of the person first, and then you're going to learn their job experience.
Okay, go.
All right. He is trained in the art of surveillance, possesses a purple belt in Oju Ryu, master of one-upmanship, expert in beet-related agro-tourism, senpai at my dojo, sci-fi pundit, table tennis champion, skilled at guitar and recorder, survivor of twin embolization syndrome, and
a nice callback,
right? And proficient in pre-industrial and religious German. Now, if that resume came across your desk and you read that, I would be dying to meet this person.
Of course. It's like what Joe says in the second part. Like, I like a little bit of crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see where this goes.
All right, that's all I got. Those are my fast facts today.
Well, they were fantastic. I think we should take a break because when we come back, I talked to Creed Bratton about this cold open, and I can't wait to share with you.
I can't wait to hear it. I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
But guess what? Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe I wanted to do button-down shirts just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution.
Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Well, we are back, and Creed is going to zip into the parking lot in a really nice silver convertible Porsche. His license plate says new manager. You guys, I asked Creed about this scene, and he told me, he said, Ange, I had a Porsche back in my grassroots days.
What?
Yeah. And he said, so I told the producers, I can drive this car because they were maybe going to get a stunt driver. He goes, no, I got this. I know how to drive this car. I'm familiar. And the way the scene was going to be done is that Creed would pull into the parking lot, come to a screeching halt. Matt Sohn, our camera operator, would be standing in the parking lot with a handheld camera.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
They told Creed where to stop, but they were like, hey, Matt, we're going to make a little wall of sandbags around you. Smart. Because what if Creed misses the mark? He could hit you. Oh my gosh. And Matt was like, no, I trust Creed. I know he's got this.
To be fair, are like a few sandbags going to really stop a speeding Porsche? I don't know. Okay.
So Creed was like, Matt trusted me. I was like, I got this. He said, I pulled right up to him, hit the brakes. Matt didn't even flinch. He goes, look at the camera. It doesn't even budge.
Wow.
Yeah, nerves of steel. They got the shot. And then he said when it gets out, Creed tosses the keys and says, keep it running, but there's no one there.
Yes.
He said that was the third toss because the first 2 tosses, the camera couldn't find the keys. They had to kind of figure that out.
Yeah.
Where are you tossing those? Because he doesn't look, right?
Right.
But I love that Creed was like, I'll drive the Porsche. I got
Yes.
this.
Well, I remember talking to Creed recently, and he said to me, Jenna, when you get to the part where I'm manager, I have some stories to tell.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm so glad you talked to him.
We had such a fun conversation. I was like, Creed, you got to come in. And he said, well, and he calls me Pumpkin, He's like, Pumpkin, I'm going to New York. I'm recording my new album. You guys, he's 80. He's recording a new album.
It's coming out soon,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, he's working on it. I told him, I said, Creed, when your album comes out, you got to come on and talk to us about it. And he was like, oh, I'll do that.
And play us one of the songs in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, here's a fun little tidbit from Randy Cordray. You mentioned that his license plate says new manager, new MGR.
Yeah.
They actually had to clear that. They had to make sure that there was not a Pennsylvania license plate with that exact lettering, and there wasn't, so we were able to use it.
Wow, I know. I feel like if you're a diehard Office fan and you love personalized plates, that's like a nice little nod.
Hey, if you live in Pennsylvania, you should get that plate. I mean, maybe it's not still up for grabs, but it was at the time.
Well, Creed is going to start off with a talking head. He's going to say, do I love being manager? I love my kids. I love real estate. I love ceramics. I love my job. I love wrestling. While he's making this speech at 28 seconds, Michael's world's best boss mug is on his desk.
Yes, because Michael gave it to Creed.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. That's a good catch.
I also love that we found out that he loves his kids. What? Excuse me?
Yes, Nicole W. from Maryland was confused.
Mm-hmm.
Same as we are. I'm sorry, Nicole, we don't know.
We don't know. I mean, Creed's show Bible must just be pages long.
I know.
At some point before our rewatch ends, I think you need to start off an episode just reading Creed's show Bible.
Okay, I like this idea.
Creed is dictating to Jordan a bunch of things, and he asks her to figure out what language this is, and then he speaks a bunch of gibberish.
Yes.
I went to the shooting draft to see what all was scripted. This was all scripted,
Okay.
except it did not describe the language. That was up to Creed.
Oh, yes, what the gibberish would be.
What it would sound like, what it would be. Creed told me he made that language up off the top of his head, but he had given himself a little backstory for his character that someday everyone would find out that Creed was an alien.
Oh, okay.
So he decided his made-up language should have an alien sound. So that's what he was going for.
I get it.
Mm-hmm. Do we need to hear his made-up language?
I feel like we do.
Find out what language this is. Personally, there, talk there, now, either east or west.
I mean, I hear the alien in there.
I hear it. Obviously, Creed said he loved running a conference room with only Kevin and Meredith in there. And he says, on this side of the room, Stanley, Phyllis, Jim, Ted, Elroy. On the other side of the room, Pam, Meredith, Phyllis, Creed. Himself.
I missed that. Oh my gosh.
And then, we have his bullpen meeting where he has his poster board that says Bobody, and he's having everyone help him make this acronym. Kevin says B is for business. Creed gets very excited. And Creed in real life wanted to point something out to you guys. He said, for those of you who pay close attention to tiny details, you've probably caught in past seasons how the character Creed would get his co-workers' names wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, this was a choice I made for my character, and I never shared it with anyone. I never told anyone. I never asked for permission. I would get the scripts, and people's names would often be accurate, especially in the beginning. And I would purposely say them wrong while we were filming, and no one ever corrected me on it, so I just kept doing it. But this time, he said, because Creed was the branch manager, he thought, no, I'm going to get Kevin's name correct.
Oh, what a great tidbit.
I know. I thought that was so cute. Also, at 59 seconds during the scene, you can clearly see John starting to break. Jenna, he looks over at you, and he's about to lose it.
Oh, I know. We had a fan question from Brittany in Sunbury, Ontario, who said, how on earth did you get through those scenes with Creed as manager? How many takes did you have to do for those? And how many times did John Krasinski break? Brittany, every time he broke, every time. And I think what Angela is pointing out is you can see it. Like, we had no footage of him not breaking or almost breaking.
He is so clearly not Jim at 59 seconds.
I know.
He's just trying to turn away, I think, to avoid camera, but the camera caught him. Well, now we're going to have the opening credits. You guys remember, Michael would always take his Dundee and kind of put it into position on his desk, right? Well, now that he's gone, each new boss has a little moment where they take a figurine and position it on their desk in the opening credits. A little recap for you. In Inner Circle, D'Angelo adjusts a Southwestern figurine. In Dwight K. Schrute, acting manager, Dwight adjusts a Shogun statue. And in Search Committee, Creed adjusts a fan made in the shape of a sumo wrestler. I had to ask Creed about this.
Oh,
and here's what he said. He said, Ange, that little fan / sumo wrestler statue was on my desk on the very first day of filming.
It was on his original desk.
Yes.
Wow.
He said it was with him for the entire run of the show. And he said it was one of the things he took when The Office wrapped, and he has it to this day.
That is pretty cool.
He said it's really odd looking, but he was like, I have to have it.
This is reminding me of my pen with the wonky broken giraffe on the end of it, on like a little broken spring.
Yeah.
That was in my pencil cup, and I still have it in my pencil cup at home now.
Yeah.
And some odd trinket.
Some odd trinket. I have the cat paperclip holder that has the chipped ear. It's on my desk from day one.
I wish that I had that weird like, remember it? We talked about it a long time ago when we were breaking down our desks, like back in season 1. It was like a plastic, colorful thing that had like spiky things coming out of it. Yeah, different colors, like different colored plastic things on it. And, I mean, wow, could I be describing it worse? I don't think so. But I wish I had that thing. But it did eventually disappear. Like when Pam took it to Michael's paper company, it was in her box. But I don't think it ever returned.
Well, at 1 minute and 25 seconds, Creed is playing the guitar in his office for some women. I was wondering if these women had a name, if they were described at all. All I could find in the shooting draft is that Creed tells Jordan his friend Ace is stopping by. I'm not sure the lady looks like an ace. I asked Creed about this scene, and he said actually there were 2 women. One is dancing, one is seated. They were both dressed kind of like hippies, and that they just told Creed to play his guitar, and that's his actual guitar, and he's actually playing.
Nice.
I guess Creed just has friends stop by.
Those 2 women, they were just background performers. That was a great day of work. I mean, you get to just sit in an office and listen to Creed play guitar. That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
I love every time Creed played his guitar. Well, now we're going to go into the conference room and we're going to meet our first applicant. His name is Fred Henry,
A man with 2 first names.
Oh, good point. Fred Henry was played by Will Arnett. Will kind of talked a little bit about this scene. I love it that he has a 3-step plan to double their profits, but, you know, he's only going to share the plan if he gets the job. And then they're like, well, how do we know you have a plan? And then he's like, I wouldn't tell you I have a plan if I didn't have a plan. And then he shares
Just one step of the plan.
one part of one step, which is color code said documents.
TM.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss, I think he's right to not share his plan to double their profits. Why would he do that? I mean, I get it. They're like, but we need, like, are you the real deal?
Because then they could just take his idea. They don't need to hire him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, this is a complaint of a lot of writers in Hollywood, which is that they'll get these meetings for a different show, and then part of your meeting is that you sit down and pitch ideas for this television show or this movie, but it's not, you don't own your ideas. Like, once you give them in the interview, they can just like not hire you, but they can be like, those were a couple of good ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to me. When is it your intellectual property and when is it not?
Lady, I one time auditioned for a show.
Yeah.
And I improvised a line in my audition.
Yeah.
And I did not get the part. The line I improvised when I watched the show was in it.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know. I think if they wanted the line, they need to hire you. If they want your good idea, then you need to get the job. That's how I feel about it. You heard it from me.
I'm with you.
Jim's going to have a talking head where he says, we are the search committee. And the search committee is him and Toby and Gabe. And they're looking for their candidates.
And Jim did not know that Gabe's last name was Lewis.
Hey, 2 first names again. Gabe, Lewis.
Oh!
You know, my husband has 2 first names or 2 last names.
That's true.
Lee, Kirk. Have we talked about this?
Yes, and sometimes you go places and they're like, Kirk Lee?
Always.
Always.
50% of the time. Hello, Mr. Lee. Now we're going to go to the elevator. Stanley, Daryl, and Phyllis are all heading into work. They seem excited. They know Daryl is going to be interviewing today. And I think Daryl is kind of everybody's favorite choice for new manager.
Yes, in the extended producer's cut, right after this elevator scene, there's a scene with Stanley and Phyllis, and they're telling the camera operator that they're excited about Daryl being the new manager and they're rooting for him. And that didn't make it in the broadcast episode, but you kind of understand their energy from the elevator because they go right into this one-on-one with the camera that they're rooting for Daryl.
Daryl is the most capable, most silly choice.
Yes, he's the most level-headed.
Yes, absolutely. He's also shown himself to have great business ideas. He is who should be manager.
Yeah.
Now, Craig Robinson did an interview, though.
Yeah.
Around this time, where he said, I don't want the job.
Oh, yeah?
I like being just Daryl supporting character. I am not interested in leading conference room scenes and doing what Steve Carell did. So he was like, I don't want it. Craig Robinson was like, I don't want Daryl to be manager.
Well, Andy really wants to be manager, and he's going all out. He has a pin that says Andy for manager, and he's putting up posters around the office with this catchy slogan: if you are on the search committee, please consider Andy.
Is he running for school president or is he applying for a manager job?
This is exactly what I thought. It made me think of this guy when I was in high school that ran for student council, and he made posters. His name was Doug, and he made posters that said "Plug for Doug." I know. He put them everywhere, and I feel like this is kind of like Andy with his slogan and posters.
Sorry. Sorry. What? Plug for, I can't even say it.
I know. Plug for Doug. I know. Jenna, I'll never forget it because we were like, what are you doing? This led me to Google American campaign slogans over the years. Okay. Oh my goodness, what a ride. I cannot share all of them. There are way too many. But I'm going to give you a few, and I made up my own categories.
Oh, great.
The categories are old timer, keep it simple, puntastic, and hey now.
Oh boy.
These are not in chronological order. They are in order of my categories.
Okay,
here we go. From the old timer category, Abraham Lincoln, election 1864. Don't change horses midstream.
That was his campaign slogan?
That was one of them.
That's like a saying now.
I know.
He coined that saying, or was it a saying and then he used it as a campaign slogan? We don't know.
But what we do know is Franklin Roosevelt liked it so much he used it again in 1944.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here's another one from William McKinley, election 1900. Let well enough alone.
Oh. His campaign slogan was "Let well enough alone."
Yep.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. This is why it's the old timer category. Now from the category, keep it simple.
Okay.
Dwight D. Eisenhower, also known as Ike,
I like Ike.
election 1952.
I know this one. I like Ike.
Exactly.
Keep it simple.
Next one, and keep it simple. Dwight D. Eisenhower again in 1956. I still like Ike.
Oh,
there you go. And now from the puntastic category, Ulysses S. Grant, 1872. Grant us another term.
wow.
I was very torn within myself whether to label this category puntastic or wah wah.
I see. Okay.
Alfred M. Landon, election 1936. Let's make it a Landon slide. Wah, wah. And Thomas E. Dewey, election of 1944. Do we or don't we?
No. No, that's not real.
It is real.
Do we or don't we?
Do we or don't we?
Why are you even giving people the option to don't we
I know.
in your campaign slogan?
Well, lastly, from the hey now category, Al Smith, election 1928.
Al Smith? Someone named Al Smith ran for president?
Yes, Jenna, in 1928. Campaign slogan: make your wet dreams come true.
What?
This was referring to
What?
wait, listen. This was referring to his stance in favor of getting rid of prohibition. He was referencing alcohol. He was going to make all of
Was
this.
he?
Well,
Did we not have the term wet dream back in 1920 whatever?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That campaign slogan did not age well.
It did not.
For him.
Well, buckle in. Richard Nixon in 1972 had an official slogan that was, keep it simple, Nixon now.
Okay.
But a few of his supporters and non-supporters had slogans in the hey now category.
Okay.
Here are two that really caught on with his supporters. They can't lick our dick.
Wait. What? What is happening?
I'm telling you. Next one. Don't change dicks in the midst of a screw. Vote for Nixon in 72.
I don't understand what is happening.
I know.
These are slogans?
These are slogans that caught on with his supporters. People had a lot of fun with his name. And now one from folks who did not support Nixon.
I can't imagine. His supporters ones are Looney Tunes. Okay.
Dick Nixon before he dicks you.
Now I like that one. Okay, I'm gonna have to say that's clever.
Well, that's everything from Hey Now, and that is my coverage of campaign slogans.
That delighted me. I loved that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Erin is very impressed by Andy's campaigning, and she really hopes that he gets it. And now we're going to kick off a little storyline between Erin and Phyllis. We hinted at this in a previous episode, this idea that Erin might be Phyllis's long-lost daughter that she gave up for adoption.
And it seems like they both really want it to be true.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
We're basically going to find out that Erin was born in around the same time and region where Phyllis gave away a child. And the chances are slim, but they want to find it out.
Yeah, and I guess they've done some sort of a test and they're waiting for these results. But in the meantime, Phyllis is going to take on a very maternal role in Erin's life, and it's really quite sweet.
Now we see Dwight at his desk. He is unshaven. It doesn't look like he's showered. He's eating a bag of chips and reading the newspaper. At 4 minutes 55 seconds, I want to know what is up with Rain's facial hair.
What you yanking?
Thank you for bringing it up, because you said he's unshaven, but he's... What? What?
It's a patch.
There's like a...
But only on one side.
Yeah, it's like a rectangle of hair that's slightly longer than the rest of the scruff.
Slightly longer and a different color.
It's very bizarre.
I want to know what happened.
It's very, very odd. I don't know if you noticed, but there is a computer game on Dwight's computer. This was, to further prove that he's not working. And that is unusual. We're not going to see the character of Dwight ever playing games on his computer.
He's all business.
All business, but I liked that little detail that they made that point. He is not working.
Mm-hmm. I did also notice next to the weird facial hair, Pam's plant.
Oh,
yeah. It's a very nice plant.
Oh, thank you. I didn't notice it. Now we're going to move into the conference room. We have another person interviewing for the job. He's very concerned about being reimbursed for his mileage and his long-distance phone calls. This character was played by Warren Buffett. You guys know the billionaire Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
A lot of questions about how this came about, and it's a very unique story. Jonathan T. from Utica, New York, actually wrote in and had some insider details.
Oh.
And I'm going to read you what he said. So he said, I have no idea if the cast remembers filming this, but here's the short film I saw featuring the cast of The Office. He said, there's a conference room meeting, and in walks Warren Buffett, who announces that Dunder Mifflin has been bought out by Berkshire Hathaway, and Warren Buffett is now the CEO of the company.
I remember this.
Yes, everyone in the cast were sitting in the conference room. We react. Then Dwight stands up and says, I will be your number 2, Mr. Buffett. And Mr. Buffett says, sorry, Dwight, but that position has been filled. In comes Charlie Munger, who approaches Dwight and says, Dwight, right now there are 87. Wait. Then he adjusts Dwight's tie and says, 88 ways I could kill you right now. Jonathan says, mind you, these were not impersonators. It was the cast of The Office, and Rainn Wilson is Dwight. And he wants to know, what are the details behind filming this little scene for the Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting? How did this come about? Did this happen during search committee? Well, Jonathan, we totally remember filming it, and it directly led to Warren Buffett's cameo on the show. So here's how it went down. Warren Buffett reached out to the producers of The Office and asked if we would film something for his annual meeting. This is something we have never done before as a cast. This is not something that we would do. But Paul discussed it with us, and in exchange, we agreed as a cast that we would do it if Warren Buffett would make a donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Make-A-Wish was a charity that we as a cast had supported over the years. We had a lot of people come through as part of their wish.
It was one of our big charities that we worked with during the run of the show.
Yes. Warren Buffett made a very, very generous donation to Make-A-Wish, and so we agreed to have him and Charlie Munger come to the set. And I guess while he was visiting, we were filming this episode, and Greg Daniels said, hey, would you also do a cameo on the show? And Warren Buffett agreed, and that is how that all happened. It was just a sort of crazy bit of timing. However, do you remember the little thing that happened when Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger were there with the bathroom? Do you remember the bathroom thing that happened? You don't remember this?
What?
Okay. We don't know which one of them
Oh,
it
I
was.
do. One of them used the prop toilet.
Yes!
Oh my God, yes.
Yes! We don't know who it was.
No one told them that the bathrooms in the kitchen are fake.
Yes.
They're all prop toilets. There's no running water.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So one of them peed in the fake urinal. And it was like, it doesn't go anywhere.
It's just like peeing in a bowl.
Yes.
At least it was pee.
That's right. I mean, to be fair, they really look like real bathrooms.
100%.
I can't believe it hasn't happened before, frankly. But after that, we put up signs.
Yes, we did.
That said, this is a fake bathroom. And they even, remember they would put
tape over the toilets.
Yes. And they only removed it when we were shooting.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Angela, you're very happy in this next scene.
I know.
You know something's coming.
I know. The senator has invited her to lunch at the Botanical Gardens. Scranton's hidden gem. She's very, very excited.
Kevin warns her not to eat any berries that she doesn't recognize.
Is Kevin eating berries at Botanical Gardens?
Probably. Angela, I did something that I hope you will enjoy, which is a mini deep dive on the best botanical gardens in the world.
Oh, I would love it. Let's hear it.
Because this should be like bucket list for us. All right, the number one best botanical garden in the world on every list I looked at is Kew Gardens in England. Have you been there?
No.
I have not either. We have to go. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. There are more than 50,000 plants, including the world's largest water lilies.
Oh,
But you're going to like this, Angela.
oh, they have hydrangeas.
Probably. They have a giant greenhouse that is separated into different zones. Each zone creates a unique climate so that they can host all kinds of different plants. And they have a whole section on succulents.
Oh, yes.
I think you would like it.
I would like it. I loved how many hydrangeas were in England. I would literally make the family stop on our walks and I'd be like, I need a photo with these hydrangeas.
Have you considered a coffee table book that is just photos of all the plants that you've taken pictures of on your walks and on your travels?
No,
Just for yourself.
maybe when I'm an older lady, I'll do that. I'll just take pictures of flowers and hummingbirds and give it as a gift. That's what everyone wants.
Give it as a gift to yourself. All right, also noted on these lists were the botanical gardens in Singapore, Rio de Janeiro, Norway, and Cape Town, South Africa. In the United States, there were 3 gardens that were featured on the best of list. They are the New York Botanical Garden in the Bronx, which I've heard a lot about and haven't been to yet. It was modeled after Kew Gardens. The Desert Botanical Garden in Phoenix. And I am very proud to say, the Missouri Botanical Garden in St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey,
My parents go all the time. It has an 8,000 square foot butterfly house. It's absolutely gorgeous. Way to go, St. Louis.
if I ever get to come home with you, I want to go there.
Of course. Okay. Yes. They also have the corpse flower. Do you know about the corpse flower?
It's a giant thing, right?
It's very big, and when it blooms, it only blooms for 24 hours.
Yes.
And when it blooms, it smells like rotting flesh.
Ugh.
My parents stood in line for it because it bloomed a few years ago in St. Louis.
Did they witness the corpse flower?
They saw it, but they said by the time they got in there, it had started to not smell anymore. So it blooms for 24 hours, but the smell is only 6 to 7 hours. It doesn't smell the whole time.
Yeah.
So they missed the smell, but they saw the bloom.
Maybe that's not the worst thing.
I agree. And so ends my mini deep dive on botanical gardens.
I really want to go to the one in England. I mean, listen, I will go to all of them. You will never, ever have to twist my arm to go on a road trip to see plants and flowers. I just feel like I should go on record saying that.
So noted. Ladies, should we take a break? Because when we come back, we're going to meet a fantastic candidate, Robert California, and I need to marinate in it because I loved this scene so much.
Talk about a lesson in scene study and how to command a room.
Yes.
James Spader as Robert California in this interview is not to be missed. Let's take a break and then we'll come back and talk about it. We are back, and we are about to meet a former refinery equipment salesman named Robert California.
Yes, Toby is going to ask, like, how does your experience as like a refinery equipment salesman sort of translate into the world of paper? And Robert California has a speech that it needs to be heard. It does. Let's listen to it.
I sit across from a man. I see his face. I see his eyes. Now, does it matter if he wants $100 of paper or $100 million of deep sea drilling equipment? Don't be afraid. He wants respect. He wants love. He wants to be younger. He wants to be attractive. There's no such thing as a product. Don't ever think there is. There is only sex. Everything is sex.
Good.
Do you understand that what I'm telling you is a universal truth? Toby?
Yes.
I mean, I hung on his every word. I mean, the scene continues, and it's so rich.
Yes. We had a fan question from Susanna H. in Clermont, Florida, who said, did they pick James Spader and then write Robert California for him to play, or did they create Robert California and cast James Spader because he's perfect for it? I kind of mentioned this earlier. They created Robert California first, and then Paul had the idea of James Spader to play this role. It is perfect.
So
I loved it. I know for certain that James Spader memorized that word for word because later in season 8, when we go on to work with him, he was like a word for word actor.
It's exactly as it's scripted.
Yes.
And he talk about someone who just has such a presence. And Paul and Zach and John's reactions as their characters to him are so great too. They are terrified of him, they're mesmerized by him, and then his like look to camera at the end.
Yeah, Paul said James immediately knew how to put a button to the camera, and it was pretty amazing.
Well, a great line for anyone in an interview, if anyone ever says to you, you know, we think you might be overqualified, just look right at him and say, do I look like someone that would waste my own time?
It's amazing.
Well, his interview is done. Robert California is going to exit the conference room, and he sizes up the whole bullpen, and you can feel his gaze. Like, it affects everybody. Jim says that he creeps him out, but he might just be a genius.
And now it's time for Daryl's interview. But Daryl, I think he thinks he's just going to get the job. He has not prepared a resume.
This is very un-Daryl. Like, because in the warehouse, he's so prepared. But I think you're right. I think he thought he was a shoo-in.
Like, this is a formality.
Yeah.
We got a lot of mail about this storyline with Daryl. And kind of like you said about how you kind of can't believe it seems out of character that Daryl wasn't more prepared. This was a criticism.
All I could think of was maybe he's never had to do an interview, like maybe at the warehouse he was hired and worked his way up or something. But it didn't track for me.
It didn't track with a lot of fans, and it also didn't track with Miles McNutt at the AV Club.
Oh, Miles.
This was one of his main criticisms of this episode, which he otherwise scored as a B-.
Okay.
He said, quote, while I can understand Daryl expecting that he would get the job based on his strong relationships with people, the idea of not even bothering with a resume seems to reduce his intelligence too far. He can still have hubris without seeming entirely unprofessional. And I don't even think it was worth it for a clippy joke.
He's not wrong, Miles. You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. I kind of agree. This felt a little too far out of character.
We are now down in Caffeine Corner
for one of my favorite scenes of the whole episode.
Dwight is in the corner, and he is watching an exchange between Merv Bronte and Robert California.
Merv Bronte, played by Ray Romano. He's coming in for his interview,
As perfect as James Spader was for Robert California, I thought Ray Romano was perfection for Merv Bronte.
Yeah, Merv just sort of says, like, oh, just how is it?
He's making small talk.
Yes.
And Robert California, because he is just mischievous and somewhat sinister, plants a seed of doubt. He's like, that just looks like a place where everyone is just working till they die. It's like dreadful up there. It's horrible.
Yeah.
And Merv gets in the elevator, and Robert is in Merv's head. Merv gets in the elevator, and he's like, now I don't know if I want this job.
Yeah, well, Dwight doesn't care for what Robert California has said about Dunder Mifflin. And he's like, what qualifies you to make these judgments? And Robert California just stares him down. And Dwight's like, stop it. Stop trying to figure me out.
I already figured you out.
Oh,
It's already done.
I mean, I loved the two of them going toe to toe here.
And fun for Rain. That must have been so fun as an actor.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like also of all the applicants, we see Robert California interact with other office members.
Yes.
Mostly the applicants are just with the search committee, but I have to imagine, I know that Paul said we had no plans to bring James Spader back for season 8, but I have to imagine that when they got in the editing room and they saw this scene between Robert California and Dwight Schrute, I mean, as a writer, I would have begun having like a flurry of ideas. It's so great.
How he affects everybody is so great. And of course, this is a plot point. We need to motivate Dwight to reapply.
That's right.
And now Dwight is like, I'm not going to let this guy get the job, and he's going to reapply.
Merv, meanwhile, is going to have a sandwich during his interview.
He has a line that made me laugh so hard. He says, they ask him why he left his other job, and he says, I'm leaving my other job because they were all jerks, really. Then he opens up his Tupperware and he starts eating his sandwich, and he says, all of them. You had your jerk wads and your jerk offs, so just between the wads and the offs, I had to get out of there.
I also noticed how Ray Romano, he didn't bite into his sandwich. He tore off a piece of sandwich.
Yeah.
Do you bite your food or do you tear? Because it's a way to eat your sandwich.
I mean, here's the thing. We don't really know Ray Romano.
Yeah.
Maybe he normally eats a sandwich by just biting into it. But I love the character choice that this man, Merv, is like all of a sudden annoyed that he's there. So him like tearing at it, talking about the jerks and the jerkwads, it just fit for me for the story.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I generally bite into a sandwich.
I think I'm going to put this in my acting journal that I keep of behaviors. Remember I told you one of mine is like lady who applies lipstick immediately after finishing a meal?
Yeah.
That's like a character trait.
One of mine is nervous laughter lady.
Yes.
Yes, but she's like, how are you doing?
Yes. And like then when I get a role, I go to my little journal and I see if any of these little quirks apply to my character. Well, I'm going to have to put down person who picks sandwich instead of bites into it.
Or bring sandwich to a meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jenna, I was in a movie called Struck by Lightning, and I was the high school counselor. Mm-hmm. The director was Brian Danley, and we were talking about this scene. It's between my character and Chris Colfer, who's a high school student.
Yep.
Chris Colfer actually wrote the script, and Chris and Brian and I were talking about, like, what would my character be doing as students were coming in to talk to her, and they were saying, well, maybe she took this meeting on her lunch break. She's eating a sandwich, like, through the whole scene. And I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be great. And we decided on a big sloppy sandwich. And it was so difficult to eat it and talk at the same time. Things were falling out of the sandwich. It was a hot mess. It made it into the bloopers. So, Jenna, for your actor's journal, I'm just saying, be particular about the sandwich.
Do I want a large sloppy sandwich? Maybe I do. It sounds like it was a hit. Difficult to deal with at the moment, but provided some good comedy.
I can put the bloopers in our stories, and you tell me,
okay,
it was the right choice.
Well, we have Aaron Scher to thank for that Ray Romano cameo. You remember that Aaron was a writer on Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yes.
And Aaron volunteered to reach out to Ray Romano, and Ray said yes immediately.
I loved Ray Romano as Merv.
Angela has returned to the office in a chauffeured car.
Yes, you guys, in the extended cut, Angela shows Hank her ring first before everyone else.
Her giant ring?
Yes. And
What is she, Naomi Judd?
I know. And Hank goes, damn, girl. And I say, I know. And then she goes up to the office and shows it to the bullpen. So here's the thing about this ring. I remember Phil Shea coming over to me with a box of rings, and they wanted it to be a showstopper. They wanted it to be a ring that Kelly would be impressed with.
That's
Okay.
a good note.
So it was about like 3 carats with little diamonds on either side. I think it was a cushion cut or emerald cut. I can't remember. It was like one of those, right?
Yeah.
Like the square rectangle. But it was really big. John, I Googled what rings that size cost, and they are so expensive.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, your state senator. I don't
Threw
know.
down some cash for that.
Yeah. Something I didn't mention from the cliffhangers document and the 7 pages of pitches that involved your character marrying the senator is that in the end there were several pitches where we were going to find out that the senator was corrupt.
Oh,
And you were going to have to deal with whether or not you turn him in.
so he's getting money from somewhere.
I mean, see, they planted the
Hold
seed
on.
with this ring. How does he have this money?
I don't know.
Maybe it's a fake ring.
Well, Angela starts to tell their engagement story. She says that he tucked a flower behind her ear, and he got down on one knee to ask her to be a senator's wife, and Pam laughs. And I'm saying right here and now that this is some Pam snark.
She couldn't help herself.
She said he talked about himself in third person. And Angela's like, yes, Pam, not everyone is as informal as you and Jim. Dude, would ever want to marry you?
Oh,
And
look at
everybody
all
laughs.
followers. You asked for it, dog.
And then
Sure.
one of my favorite things is Angela says, and then I saw
Sure,
flashes.
the viral
Of
Rabbi
course
is
we're there.
be
They
like a
always
virus.
are.
That's
And
a
everyone was crying.
that's a
Ian
very
was
good
Oscar's gonna
compliment. Y'all should be like, dude,
where he
that's the
says
best
Angela's
compliment you've ever
engaged to a
given.
gay
You're
man.
like a
And he
virus.
says, as a gay
I
man,
am like
and as
happy
Angela's
since
friend,
birth.
he's horrified, but as a lover of elegant weddings, he's excited. So Oscar has decided you're gonna have a nice wedding.
I'm like,
He's pretty sure.
And he also
There's
finally
like a
can't hold on
virus.
to this information anymore. He needs to let people know that Angela's engaged to a gay man.
Guess who is gonna interview for this job now? It's Andy.
And listen, if you ever need anyone to give you a pep talk, don't ask Phyllis. Because this is what she
No.
says. Are you sure this is a good idea? I hate
It's
to
like
see
a-
you disappointed. Yeah. Well, right off the bat in his interview, Gabe is
Yeah.
not having it.
How do I get that?
No, he's
How did you
just sort
see
of throwing
what
out
it is?
odd, unrelated questions.
So,
How
the
many
viral Rabbi
windows are
would
there
be
in
like
New
a
York
virus.
City?
Instant
But
marketing.
then
Oh my
Andy
god.
throws down some
Every
serious
point
knowledge
these
about the
bad fake
sun,
accounts which
which causes Gabe to flip out and scream,
She
"Shut
can
up about the sun!" Emma M. in Florida wanted to know if that was scripted or improvised. Emma, that was scripted.
What is this?
Yeah, shut up about the sun.
One
I feel like that would maybe make like a fun, ironic coffee mug.
Shut up about the sun.
Okay. Follow.
Meanwhile, Daryl is working on his resume.
I don't know.
And as Miles McNutt said, this is the
What does
Clippy
he say?
joke, right?
Yes,
Remember Clippy? This is old tech. It was part of Microsoft.
yes. When you would open a document, a little talking paperclip
Follower
would come up. I
churn
remember
ratio.
Clippy.
So it's
I looked up
pointless.
Clippy. Clippy's
Oh,
original
funny.
name was
What does
Clippit,
this say?
and Microsoft got rid of it years
What?
ago.
Oh, they got a thing here.
Time labeled it one of the 50 worst inventions ever.
Oh my gosh. There's a list of the 50 worst inventions?
Yes, and Clippy is on it. But nearly 3 decades later, guess what?
What?
It's coming back.
Clippy's coming
Okay,
back?
is this it?
Yes, according to the internet and also an article I read at seattlemet.com. Last year, Microsoft officially revived the Office Assistant that they debuted in Office 97. The character replaced a plain old paperclip in Microsoft 365 to help liven up the company's emojis and indulge a social media outpouring. Clippy can now permanently live in Word files, Outlook emails, or other common workplace apps. Well, listen, though coding circles treated Clippy like new Coke, pop culture never quite quit the retired paperclip.
I have no idea who it is.
When
But
Daryl
it's every
Philbin
freaking
needed help
day.
with a resume,
Flagging doesn't
season
work.
7
Too
finale
many
of The
accounts, and
Office,
everybody
be
goes
kind
towards
for Clippy.
follower churn
Wow, and
ratio.
then it goes on to list all
So
the
it's
different
pointless.
times Clippy came up in movies and TV shows. So
Okay.
one of the points this article is making is that
Okay,
while
what does this
coding
say?
circles thought Clippy was total crap, pop culture loved Clippy.
here was the thing. Clippy would come up,
I
you're
have
typing
no
a
idea.
document,
Who
Clippy would be like,
Why
are
is
you
this
sure you
who
meant to
is
say it
this
that
joke?
way? Yeah. And it would give little suggestions, or like,
Is it
if you
Bulldog?
needed help, you could ask Clippy, how do I change my margins, Clippy? And then Clippy would tell you, but you could also just shut down
Who
Clippy from
is
the beginning.
this
He also
clown?
wouldn't talk to you.
Yeah.
Well, Clippy lived
That's
on in
funny.
TV and movies, and now it's made a comeback.
Is it?
I don't know how I feel about it. I know.
Oh,
Now we're going to get to a bit with Pam and Creed that gets quoted to me all the time
Yo, dog.
and has been turned into a meme.
Mine's
and
the
it
same.
is,
Who
they
is
are the
this
same
joker?
picture.
So there are a
Here's
lot
what's
of
going to
people in this
happen.
conversation.
Pam overhears Creed telling a longtime client that Dunder
Maybe
Mifflin
it's
is
the
going
top
out of
one.
business. And she's like, oh no, this
And
is
it's
on
like,
her.
hey, Rabbi.
So she hands Creed 2 photos
What's up,
and says,
baby?
you have to spot
Damn,
the
girl.
7 differences between these photos. Corporate needs
This
this.
guy.
Yeah, it's very important.
Lame.
He doesn't ask,
All
why
right,
does
are you
corporate
done?
need this? No questions.
No. And then Pam simply has a talking head where she says, they're the same picture.
Of all the things Pam says, I had no idea that was one that you get
RGB.
like quoted or said to you
Flying
or
cat.
used like on the internet.
Oh yeah, like it's a whole thing. Like it gets
It's a
used
meme.
politically a lot. Like, you know, someone's trying to make some political point and they'll have
They're like
like
every
the
day.
meme
It's
of
the
they're the
same.
same picture.
Oh.
I know.
Well, one of the things
I
I
gotta
noticed
read
in this
this one
scene is
again.
how pregnant
Mine's
you
the same. Who
are.
is this joker?
Yeah.
This is when you
Show him.
bought your
The
own
ViralRabbi
shirts.
is
Yeah.
indeed like a virus.
It's true.
It's the
Well,
black
ladies,
is the
because
only
we
way.
spent a
I
whole
reported to
season
spam,
pointing out my
but
baby bump, and I
basic
think that every
caps,
2 years
which
I just
reportedly
get so
seems to
tickled
change.
'cause it's your turn
Unfortunately,
now.
seems to
I
change
know,
nothing.
and I still wasn't
Have a
telling
good day,
people.
my
I
friend.
know, it's so ridiculous. Well, I have 2 favorite lines in this episode, and one of them is going to be in Kelly's interview. Kelly says, well, I manage my department, and I've been doing that for several years now. And God, I've learned a lot of life lessons along the way. And Jim says, your department's just you,
Oh,
right?
that's cool.
And Kelly says, yes, Jim, but I am not easy
Really?
to manage.
Yeah, dog.
That
I'm
just
so
makes me laugh.
obvious.
I think it's
How
a
is it
great
not like-
line.
It really is, and she delivers it perfectly.
Gabe is going to throw some Gabe sass and say, are we really taking her serious? Because we have a lot of other serious candidates. And Toby and Jim are like, no. We're going to give her a full interview,
This
Gabe.
motherfucker is like
So
a
Gabe
virus.
says, okay, Kelly, what are your weaknesses? And
This
Kelly says,
fucking
I don't have any
virus shit
asshole.
is just some unnecessary guy. I just look at it, right?
Oh, I bet it was.
When
stage off
ViralRabbi
camera.
does happy virus,
As
can you do
previously
something about this
mentioned.
fuck word? I've
We got a
talked
fan
over
question
and
from
over. That's
Natalie
how
G
to
in
get that.
Manhattan, New York, who said, I always wondered
It's
why
so
Pam
tight.
didn't apply for manager. She would have been a good manager. This also would have been a great story arc
Cause a
in which she
comment.
can find confidence, and seeing a
Public
female manager would have been
service
great. Was this
announcement.
ever a
Does
consideration?
and buck every account
Well,
this
Natalie,
guy
there were a
has.
few
That's
story
not a mess.
pitches about Pam applying to be manager. For example, one
This
had
is
her
a bot.
submitting a
Search
resume under a
ViralRabbi
fake
with
name
different
just to see if
numbers
she
at
would
the
even get
end.
an interview.
Hello,
We didn't end up
hello,
doing
just
that.
an
But then
FYI.
another
This
had
account
her
ViralRabbi.
actually getting
Type
to interview
ViralRabbi
and
and
kind of
search.
bombing. And then you
How
had to
many
see how
accounts
Jim
is this
dealt
one
with
tedious?
this reality,
This
how they
is
dealt
really
with it
good.
as a couple.
This is top.
That she just
Thank you,
really
ViralRabbi.
didn't do great in her interview. And it was going
11
to be a sweet
followers.
moment, you know.
Well,
ViralRabbi
I'm glad they
13 is
didn't do that
another
because
one.
I don't need to see
There are
Pam
80
fail
plus
at anything
ViralRabbi
ever again.
Yeah, it's been enough
Howdy.
of Pam failing
Howdy,
at her
Rabbi
dreams.
Rats.
And her
Oh,
creating
no,
the office administrator
I see
position
Buck,
was
your
such a
account
win
keeps
for her.
multiplying.
It was so
Hey, Rabbi
empowering.
Rats.
That's the Pam I want to know.
Also, honestly, I don't think Pam is qualified to be
This is
manager.
that's good.
She's only
That's good
been
stuff.
in sales like
That's
a
good,
teeny
good,
weeny
good stuff.
bit. And I know that Daryl has never
Really?
been in sales,
Oh,
but he
I bet
managed a
so.
whole
You should be like,
department.
oh.
He's had a managerial position before.
This is
And
excellent.
there did end
This
up being
is
a sales
excellent.
element to that.
Created
Remember,
your
like
account.
he came up with the commission
There
for
you
the people in the
go, like that.
warehouse. Pam, however,
Should I have
she
Dottie
worked
and
in sales for
Beverly do
Michael's
it?
Got Paper Company. She worked in sales a little bit for Dunder Mifflin. I'm not sure she's the person who should be
Done.
managing a sales
Done.
team, frankly.
Okay, well,
I
who
don't
does
know.
what?
So it's okay with me that Pam was not considered. I will say that.
Well, right about now, Dwight is going to
Like-
bust in to the conference room and say that he wants
Darn
an
it.
interview.
Yeah, and Jim's going to take him outside to the
I don't
parking
know, it
lot
makes sense
and
like
just
this.
be like, Dwight,
Fuck.
I mean, we cannot have you as manager. Like, it's just not going to happen. And there's a great line as Dwight is trying to convince Jim where he says,
Oh,
quote,
no.
"The hand that reaches from the grave to grip your throat is the strong hand you want on the wheel."
Fucked up.
That's going to come back in part 2.
It is. Did anyone notice when Jim and Dwight were walking through the parking lot talking?
Can you log in?
How many flippin' zigzaggy power lines are
Oh, no,
on the street?
let's try.
No,
How
I
funny is
couldn't
that?
take my eye off them. Now listen, I
How
watched the episode
funny
like
is
3
that?
times. The first
What?
2 times I watched
Who
Jim
is
and
this
Dwight
fucking
okay?
ViralRabbi?
By
He
the
is
third
like a
watch,
virus.
I was like, what's up with all
I like
these
how
power
he is
lines?
like a
Well, to be
virus.
fair, the third watch is for background
It
catches.
is. We call it our background pass. I took a picture. I will put
Is
in
it called
stories.
ViralRabbi?
I mean, it is craziness. It's
Yeah.
craziness.
Or just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh shit.
It's quite a few power
Oh,
lines.
yeah. There's a
Not
lot.
that.
Yeah.
It's
All right,
You
this.
were surrounded by electricity.
And
Definitely.
is this an account?
This next scene, I'm titling Hot
How
Goss
funny
in
is
the
this?
Break Room.
Ooh, it is hot goss.
Oscar decides to finally
Dog,
spill the
if
beans,
this
and
works,
he's going to tell Pam that he thinks Robert
I
is
think
gay.
it can be
Pam
Beverly
pushes
and
back
done.
and says,
If
no,
it
wait,
doesn't
he's
work,
married and has a kid.
then that'll
Oh
have
my
to just
God,
stay
someone
for
finally brings up Robert's kid.
Yes.
This never
Right.
happens.
Yes, and Pam says, wait a
Oh,
second, did you
it's
see
gonna work,
Robert
yeah.
at a bathhouse? And Oscar's like, what? And she's like, yeah, the windowless building by the Baskin Robbins. Ah, never
Create
mind.
a
I'm
new
never going to know
account?
what goes on in there.
No.
Lady, listen to me. There is a windowless building that went in down the street from my house. They started building it. Me and my kids are obsessed with it. It has no windows. It has no sign. It has no business name on it. We watched it be built. We were like, this is so weird. Why would you make a windowless building? It's not a storage facility. It has an address on the side of the building. You can't see it from the street. We have driven
They'd
around
be
it.
obsessed with that one
We
website.
go
I like.
by it. We keep waiting for them to put a sign on it. It's in business now. Windowless building, in business. What do? I need
Yo,
so
Pam,
badly
what
to
is
walk
this?
into it. Well, you know, but I'm scared.
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
What?
This is a case for mom detectives.
This is a case for mom detectives. Angela, will
This is a
you
case for
put
mom
on a silly costume and disguise yourself and walk into the windowless building by my house?
With you?
Well, I'll be in the car.
You're
Just like,
sending me
get
in
away.
alone?
Since I live in the neighborhood, I'm afraid, like, what if it needs to, you know what I'm saying? It can't be anyone local.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do it.
But I felt this when Pam was like, I need to know what the windowless building by the Baskin Robbins. I was like, oh my gosh, I have this mystery in my own life.
I will 100% go up there. You need to film me from the car, though.
Of course.
I will not.
You need to have a little, like, fakey
Okay,
flower
right.
that is also a camera.
Now, listen. We're not going to go and buy one of
I
those.
don't.
This is like, what can we do on a shoestring budget? Got strings from our home. Okay?
But in season 2, I think the moms are going to invest in fakey flower cameras.
Fine.
For their lapel.
I was going to do this in real life. I wasn't even doing this as a TV show.
No, I know. I'm just saying that as we use these real experiences to influence our television shows.
What's cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Eventually, I just went put a pin on that
and the
idea.
thing about
Okay,
the guy
okay.
was like,
I'll do it. I'll go now.
who is this clown?
I'm dying to know what
Oh,
it is.
I know. I have
Who
the
is
plan.
this clown?
What is
I have
it?
the plan.
I'm the
What is it?
whistle,
Okay.
motherfucker.
Near my
I'm
house
there
is
at the
one of
website.
those
Is there mail
like
at
fruit
website?
basket companies.
Okay.
You know where you can get like the
Hello, what's
strawberries that look like little tuxedos, but they're in a basket, or it's like pineapple on a stick, but half of it has chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
And then
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
get one of
started.
those,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go to your windowless
shit.
building.
Yes.
And I'm gonna
7:31,
say I have
y'all?
a delivery for you. It's a fruit basket.
Yeah.
That's my plan.
And then
Does it work now?
what if, like, you can't tell what it is from the lobby? Are you just going to be like
No.
a chatty delivery person that's like, oh, what do you guys do here?
Yeah.
What's your business?
Yeah. Or I
Man,
can
it's
come
almost like I
and
have
be
too many
disgruntled
accounts
neighbor
now.
and say, hey, we've had some noise complaints.
I like the fruit idea. I
Okay,
feel like
that's
it's
for me. That's
well,
for me.
it's more you. It's gonna be easier role for you to play, and then also, I just think the hospitality of it is gonna open them up. You know what I mean? It's gonna be,
Yeah.
Who's the fruit from? If they ask.
The city. Thank you for doing business here.
The city.
Maybe a good time for me to tell you I'm really bad at lying.
I know, but I think you're very good at acting.
I
So
am
this
good
is
at
a role.
acting.
This is not a lie.
Right.
This is a character
Exactly.
that we're bringing onto the street. Yes. Think of it as performance art.
It's performance art. I did a lot of that back in my improv days.
We'll get back to you, everyone, on the windowless building by my house. I'm excited.
Well, we're about to have some interviews with people from the UK. First up is David Brent. It's over video. He basically says if they're looking for a leader, he's ready. When does he start?
So Paul Lieberstein reached out to Ricky Gervais about doing an in-person cameo as one of the applicants, and Ricky really wanted to do it, but he was like working on another project at the time and he couldn't travel to LA. So first he pitched the idea of filming something in the UK. Like, this was very elaborate. It was so nice of him though. He was like, I'll build like your lobby area and then I'll film my side of it, and maybe he's the last applicant and Pam's kind of like shutting down the office for the day, and he walks in, and then it would cut to me in the United States just sort of saying like, sorry, the interviews are over. And then he could also then have like a talking head.
Mm-hmm.
Or he said I could just film like a video interview and you could use that. And Paul was like, I think that'll work better. I think, that was to build the lobby and then get all the lighting right and everything. What if it didn't cut together right?
Right.
That could be like a little tricky. So Ricky sent in 4 options of interviews. We picked this one.
I bet he did that so fast because the character is just so easy for him.
Yeah. I mean, I could watch him do 70 interviews as that character.
The next person from the UK to interview is going to be Nellie Bertram.
Yes. Catherine Tate plays Nellie Bertram. My gosh, she is amazing. Such a funny comedian. Had her own show in the UK, which is so funny.
She's hilarious. She's another person I could just watch read the phone book. I love that I keep referencing a phone book that no one has anymore. But Catherine is so talented. In the shooting draft, they had a different version of the scene that as I read it, I could hear her voice. It was so funny. And then this scene is hilarious to me. She just keeps waffling. She's like, no cubicles. And then they're like, and she's like, definitely cubicles. And then she's like, no cubicles. Everyone just sits on the floor. Everybody is their own boss. No, everybody's somebody's boss. And she's just going back and forth.
So I guess Catherine Tate said yes immediately, like everyone else, but she was in rehearsals for a play when this was shooting. And she came to do our episode. She was in the United States for like 36 hours.
Oh my gosh.
She flew in, kind of came directly to set, and then I think she left the very next day because she had to get back for rehearsals. Is that crazy?
That is just boss lady. I wanted to read you guys one little thing that was in the shooting draft about the very end of her interview.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't air, but I thought it was very funny. She says to Toby, well, what are you offering? And Toby says, well, and before he can finish, she says, right, I'll take it. Need a job, desperate. Good match, sloppy match, whatever.
Good match, sloppy match, whatever. That's pretty great. All right, final scene of this episode. Things are going to get real for Jim Halpert.
Oh, yeah. He's just going to grab a cup of coffee in the kitchen, and Oscar says, is there a front runner? And he sort of casually says, well, they're just all sort of blending together after a while. Maybe I'll just pick a name out of the hat.
Ooh, that doesn't go over well.
Some Stanley sass is about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
He says, the hell you will. I worked for the last boss for 15 years. According to my doctor, I don't have another 15 years. If I want to keep up the same dietary and sexual lifestyle, which I intend to,
Yes.
my next boss will be my last boss. He'll be at my funeral.
Yeah.
Meredith is ticked off too. She's like, you pick a crappy boss, you're responsible for my crappy life. And then Oscar's annoyed.
Yeah. And then Ryan says maybe Jim should take a day off from his gym shtick and try caring about something for a change.
Yeah, that was my second favorite line in the whole episode. Little advice, take a day off from the whole gym shtick.
Yeah, and then he calls him James.
And then he shuts his door to his little closet.
Oh, well, that is Search Committee Part 1, a Big thank you to Will Arnett for sending in those audio clips and to Paul Lieberstein, who traded countless texts with me so that I could get all my info right.
And to Creed Bratton for chatting with me on the phone about being the branch manager.
And finally, Randy Cordray. Guys, these were Randy's last episodes, so we're going to be saying goodbye to Randy after next week. And I don't want to stop emailing him every week. I just love it.
I know. Randy is the most lovely person. Not only has he been so gracious with his time and sending us really detailed emails about each episode, but he's just a wonderful human, and he gives us emails of encouragement. He lets us know that we're doing it right. He checks in on us. We just adore him so much.
Well, and that's how he was when he was the line producer of our show. Same person. All right, next week, Search Committee Part 2. See you then. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Fillico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This Valentine's Day, lab-grown diamonds speak louder than words.
How about you suck this
Pandora
dick?
Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every love in your life.
In new styles that make your everyday look shine bright, like the beautiful
what's going on
lab-grown
there?
diamond station necklace and bracelet, featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate
Just
sparkle.
be cool.
Lab-grown diamond
Everybody
jewelry
just be
is
cool.
perfectly sparkling. It is a
Everybody just
sustainable
calm
gift.
down.
Pandora's
What?
lab-grown diamonds
That sounds
celebrate all loves.
For the lab-grown diamond she wants and the lab-grown diamond you want to gift, shop now at your nearest Pandora Jewelry.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you
I gotta
crave.
read it
Pick
again.
up a pack of Dunkin's cold
Really?
K-Cup
Oh,
pods
it's
and
very
enjoy a Dunkin'
enjoyable
cold
to me.
coffee at home whenever
Wow.
you crave it.
Just brew
Just to
over
know
ice
so
and sip
many
in
people
seconds. Because
and
the home
uniting
with
people.
Dunkin' is where you
They all
want to be.
hate me because I'm better
I'm Jenna Fisher.
than you.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
That's the
We were on
if you
the
ever want
office
the best
together,
comeback in
and
the
we're
world,
best friends.
you
And
just
now we're
scream
doing
at
the
someone,
ultimate
I'm
office
better
rewatch
than you.
podcast just for
I'm
you.
better
Each
than
week, we will
you.
break down an
I'm
episode
better
of The
than
Office
you.
and give
It drives
exclusive
people
behind-the-scenes
crazy.
stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the office ladies.
Hello! Hi, you guys!
Welcome everyone for our breakdown of Search Committee
I know
Part
you are,
2. We've
but
got a
what am
special
I?
guest
It's
in
very
here
good.
with us today.
We sure do. A tall drink of water called Rainn Wilson.
Who do you have? Who's the special guest?
It's you,
Jim,
Rainn.
the ViralRabbi
I'm a
is indeed
special-
like a
I'm a
virus.
special
Insta
guest.
boxes earlier.
You
I
are.
report to spam bot fake account, which importantly seems to change nothing. Have a good day, my
I
friend.
tell you, sitting around this table with you with actual microphones and like looking into your eyes, it's really powerful. Like I just missed you guys and just kind of
Is
seeing
indeed
your
like a virus.
bodies. That's what she said. But no, being in the same room with you guys is really cool.
I agree. It's so nice that we're
It
able
was
to do
10
this now.
It was 10 years we were in the same room together
Yeah.
Every day, Monday through Friday.
every day.
And it's been 10 years
Anybody
since
else
the finale,
talking about
since we shot the
ViralRabbi?
finale.
Yes.
That's amazing.
2013.
That's
Wow.
wow.
Has it really? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
That's
Yeah.
nuts. That's nuts. It's so great seeing you guys. I can't wait to catch up. Thanks for having me.
ViralRabbi.
Well, Rainn, we are in the final episode of season 7,
Yeah.
Search Committee Part 2. We've been discussing all the buzz around who would replace Michael Scott as manager.
Right.
This was happening.
There was lots of chatter on
No,
set and whatnot.
And a lot of chatter online when the episodes aired. This was the land of 1,000 guest stars. Ray Romano and Jim Carrey and Will Arnett. So many great folks
I don't know if
popping
this
up.
account is normal.
what can you share with us about your thoughts during this transition of Steve leaving, of us kind of having no decision made going into the summer? What do you remember?
Yeah, it was a weird time. You know, the show was trying to find its footing post Steve, and I just remember it being a really interesting time. And I remember thinking, like, because they talked to me like, well, maybe Dwight should be manager, and how would that work? And you know, I remember having long conversations with Paul about that, because Paul was kind of steering the ship at that point. And honestly, like, I didn't even know if Dwight should be the manager. Like, it wasn't like I was. Me, Rainn Wilson was like, well, I should be the manager and Dwight should be the manager. I mean, I was intrigued by how that would work, but at the same time, Dwight has always worked so well in opposition to something and in collusion with something comedically, you know.
It's your birthday tomorrow, is it? I don't know.
And I think ultimately it really, I don't know if it would have succeeded to have Dwight the manager at that point, because it stuck the landing so, spoiler alert, it stuck the landing so well when he became manager at the very end of the show. So,
yeah.
And there were a lot of talks. I mean, we were talking about, you know, Catherine Tate and then James Spader, and there were lots of other names that were being floated. I heard a rumor about James Gandolfini.
Yes. I've got all the James Gandolfini dish when we get to the list. Yeah.
Okay.
Jenna stumbled across some delicious nuggets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that wasn't almost happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. By the way, James Gandolfini, favorite movie?
The Rocker.
Yeah.
Yes. I said to Jenna, I was like, do you think Rainn knows that?
Yep.
So it was in the New York Times, and I was like, okay, well, he just spouted some name of some dumb comedy that he liked. And I met him in person. I went and saw him in a play.
Oh, God of Carnage?
God of Carnage.
Oh, I saw him in that too.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It was great ensemble.
Marcia Gay Harden. Oh my gosh.
Amazing. And I knew Marcia Gay because we had gone to acting school together, and I said hi to her. And then James Gandolfini came around the corner. I'm not making this up. He came around the corner, and he saw me. He turned beet red, no pun intended, and just stopped in his tracks. And he's like, "Oh no, wait! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh God! I don't know what to say right now. I'm so."
You are kidding.
No. And he came up and he was like bowing. He's like, The Rocker. I had seen it like 12. Oh my God, The Rock. Oh my God, that movie. Oh. And he just was, it was incredible. And I was like, Mr. Gandolfini, like, I was just such a huge Sopranos fan. I was just all of his stuff. So that was pretty cool because, you know, 7 people saw that movie when it came out. And I guess James Gandolfini was one of them.
What a moment.
That is something you'll hold forever.
Yeah, it really was. That was a very special minute and a half of my life.
Now, Rainn, you're saying you're not sure that Dwight should have been manager, but we did get a taste of Dwight as manager and Dwight K. Schrute acting manager, and it was a delicious dish.
I loved that episode.
That was super fun, and it was such a crazy time. We're just that combination of, like, we're trying to find our comedy legs and at the same time figure out what other great larger-than-life comedic presences to bring into the show and into the ensemble. And it's a really tricky, delicate chemistry.
So far, I have been enjoying it quite a bit. Like when we saw James Spader come in.
I hang on his every word. I just can't get enough of him.
I remember hanging on his every word when he was literally there. Yeah, as a person.
I remember his rehearsal. We had gotten sort of lazy in our blocking. You know, we're like, oh, I go up to reception. I stand here. I'm at the copier. I get it. I look over there. And then our first day rehearsing with him, he had like a visual map in his brain. You could see he'd walk over. He'd say, then I pick up my glasses. Then I set my notebook down. Then I take 2 steps. And he was going through this process.
Pick up my glasses on this line. And that's when I'm going to put them on, and I'm going to look that way.
Yeah. Yep. And then when we decided to do it again, he went back to a starting spot, but like in reverse, like this button. He went through each step backwards.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I thought his interview as Robert California in this episode was just brilliant. That was, you know, you can debate, was Robert California right for the show? You know, you can debate that. I think he brought a lot of great stuff to the show, and he is a stellar talent that I have loved for 30 years. But that interview was amazing. His job interview in this episode was absolutely incredible.
It was.
You're never selling something. You're selling sex, right, Toby? And Toby's like, yeah. It's so good.
Well, we loved how you, as Dwight, interviewed yourself.
Yeah.
I actually think we should play it, Jenna.
Okay, if you're not going to interview me, then I'll do it. Yes. What will be your first priority? I will have 7 first priorities. Safety, profits,
What would be
fostering
number 1?
a community of self-reliance and entrepreneurship,
Okay.
listening, respect for human life, bolstering our public image, and getting everyone home on time. Dwight, let me be frank. In an accident that no one can blame you for, an antique gun was discharged while you were acting manager. How are we ever to trust you again? That's a great question. I am going to institute a strict no firearms policy for this office that extends to myself as well. Wow, all of my concerns are disappearing. Thank you, Dwight. Thank you. You'll be hearing from us shortly, Mr. Shred. And I think you're going to like the call you're going to receive. Come on. I'm just happy that I got this meeting.
It's so well written. When you got the script, did you just get so excited about getting to do that?
A couple of things. So this script, I had 2 situational comedy gems. The Jacques Souvenet interview with the burn victim and this self-interview. And I remember just being gleefully ecstatic at this possibility. I think the Jacques Souvenet, there is if Dave Rogers is doing supersized episodes and longer episodes, I think there is a much longer, much funnier extended scene, because I remember that going on for a long time. And I was laughing and finding so much stuff, and because they have to chop everything down, it ended up being 47 seconds, but there's a couple minutes of really good stuff in there. And then taking a step back, I think one of the things I greatly appreciate about the show, looking back on it now, is there's a classic comedy element to The Office that's often overlooked, like physical comedy and kind of comedy setups that kind of come from almost like commedia dell'arte or vaudeville of like, how do we create a situation in which this little kind of nugget, like the Jacques Souvenet burn victim interview, can happen within the context of these characters that we know and love. I mean, it's as old as sitcoms themselves, this idea, but the writers would consistently give me stuff like that. That was, when I look back on the show, some of the stuff comedically that I savor the most was the amazing stuff that gave Dwight, like Dwight fighting himself.
Yes. Yes.
It's a brilliant, these are brilliant little setups. I don't know how else to they're little stories within stories. It's a lotsy, from commedia dell'arte. It's a lotsy, and there's 2 amazing ones in this, and it was just a pleasure to be a part of.
No, and it's been so fun to rewatch. I think one of the things that keeps happening for me is I just appreciate you guys so much more. Like all the little nuances, all the choices people made, you just get to see it and sort of savor it.
Yeah, I think getting distance from it and then rewatching it, you don't have any of the memories of what really happened when you were shooting it. So you're not attached to seeing a certain thing or a funny thing that you remember.
Yeah.
So,
looking at a moment in Amber in a very different way.
Yeah.
The Creed cold opening of manager and then tossing the keys to no one. Like it's a beautiful little comedic tip of the hat to like everything that Creed does best as a character and as an actor performer, and they're writing to the actor's strengths. They know exactly how to get the best laughs from Creed.
Yeah, we talked to Creed about his made-up language, and he said a little piece of backstory he had given himself but never told anyone is that he really thought maybe it would be revealed someday that Creed was an alien, so he thought his made-up language should sound like an alien language.
That is perfect. That is
so it was intentional how we did it.
I rarely pitched episode ideas. I pitched a Creed episode that was 100% Creed. And they didn't go for it. It would have been way too experimental.
What was the premise?
The premise was they're just doing a regular thing, and there's Pam and Jim, and there's a copy machine, and something, Michael comes in, and blah, blah, blah. We think it's just a normal episode, and then it kind of catches Creed, and then Creed looks at the camera, He just gestures.
Come here.
And he grabs his stuff and goes out the door, keeps gesturing to the camera, and gets the camera and puts it in his car. He's like, come with me, you need to see something. And then we do 22-minute odyssey into the life of Creed.
I would have loved that.
So it just goes like deep, like he's living in a warehouse and there's like dog fights down there, and like he's got a whole other business that he's doing. Like he takes them to his home, they're like, Daddy, and he's got all these children, and like, you know, it's just like this, like all of the stuff that you are wondering about Creed, and just like layers and layers of backstory, and the whole episode, I was like, there's no B story, it's just following Creed around. You know, he goes into some ratty neighborhoods and maybe he's dealing drugs or whatever. Like it gets just really weird.
And then he's Santa at the mall. It's like, what?
Yeah.
How do we end here?
And they were like,
No.
That could have been our whole season 10. Just every episode, just follow someone out the door into their life.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, Rain, thank you for discussing The Office with us, but you are also here to discuss something else. Your amazing
Scrubs.
book, if you'd like.
I've got a face on and Zach Braff are waiting right outside.
Okay.
Guys, come
Perfect.
Your book that just...
Hey, you want to time yourself when you run up the stairs? So she. That's his name. They got my good account, dog. Watch, somebody's like, oh, dog, no big deal. It's tight. Somebody just said, no, it's tight. You're good. Oh, my account got hacked, though. Yoshi.
Thank you for discussing The Office with us, but you are also here to discuss something else. Your amazing book,
Yes.
if you'd like.
I've got a face on and Zach Braff are waiting right outside. Guys, come
Perfect.
Your book that just came out this
done?
week,
Yeah.
Soul Boom, Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution.
Yeah.
Angela and I got advanced copies because we knew someone.
Lucky.
Yeah, I know.
We got the hookup.
Yes, lucky us, because it's fantastic.
It's so great. I mean, I texted you last night. I was so moved by this book. And I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Great.
In the book, you lay out a plan for something that you are calling a spiritual revolution. And in the second chapter of the book, you go into great detail as to why we need this, why the world needs this. So can you tell us, why did you want to write this book?
Well, thanks. This is a topic and a theme, a series of ideas that I've been thinking about for a very, very long time, studying, reading about, perusing, pondering. Basically, I think that I'm a big student of spirituality and thinker about it, and I actively practice it in my life on a daily basis. I think that what humanity needs most right now is a spiritual revolution. I think that the way that things are broken in the world, they're broken for very specific reasons, that we have lost touch with our essential humanity. And when I say humanity, I'm talking about that soul part of ourselves, that the ancient, wise, spiritual aspects of who we are, the divine that is within us, that emulates what is holy and divine in the universe, that our compassion and our courage and our honesty and our love. As the great spiritual leaders of the world, from Jesus and Muhammad and the Buddha to Martin Luther King, the Dalai Lama, like all of these great spiritual teachers lead with that same sense. And the book is entirely there. It doesn't give any answers per se, but simply to spark a discussion, a greater conversation about how can we bring a spiritual perspective far deeper into what we do, both on an individual level, but also on a societal level. And I think that's the piece that's often missing. I'll just wrap up by saying that I talk about the twofold moral path, twofold spiritual path that we all walk. So we all walk a path where, and I compare it to two great 70s television shows, because I try and bring a little humor into it, which is
You're such a Trekkie too.
Yeah, total nerd.
Yes, the first chapter was very lost on me because it was very science fiction.
Oh, I loved it. And then you brought back Star Wars at the end, and I was like, oh, Rain, you're checking all my boxes.
But I loved the show Kung Fu from the 70s, and I loved Star Trek. And Kung Fu I see as a metaphor for the personal spiritual path, because Kwai Chang came. People Google it. I'm not going to explain the whole show, but it's basically a Chinese monk wandering through a racist, mean old Western America. That's what's going on. So this Chinese Shaolin monk is trying to navigate a really difficult world filled with racist, greedy, selfish, aggressive people, and bring his spiritual wisdom to bear as he goes on his quest. And this is what we are all doing in the world. We're trying to be better people. We're trying to grow our spiritual qualities. We're trying to live with more love. We're trying to, be of service to our families. And this is the journey that we're on, whether we're a student, or at work, at home with our kids, or whatever it is that we're doing. So that's part one. And then part two is we also need to think about spirituality on a more global level, and often lose track of that, where humanity as a species, all 7 billion of us on this planet, need to think about the spiritual tools that we can use to further the maturity and spiritual wisdom and growth on this planet. And that's what we need and we've lost sight of right now. These really divisive, angry times that are, because essentially all of the systems that are at work in the world today, the economic systems, the political systems, etc., are based on the worst of humanity, based on aggressiveness, contest, conflict, one-upsmanship, individualism, and we need to completely, the revolution is to completely reimagine how we do pretty much everything to base it on love, compassion, and mutual respect. Now that sounds very airy-fairy, hippy-dippy, pie-in-the-sky, naive, and I imagine there's been some eye rolls out there in the podcast listening world, but it's a discussion we need to be having, because the current systems and the way that they're laid out just don't work.
Well, I think the thing that I really grabbed onto with the book is this distinction between the personal spiritual journey and the collective, the responsibility to the collective, because I think there are a lot of people out there who take on that personal spiritual journey of personal prayer, of meditation, yoga practice, walking in nature, working on their own personal qualities of patience, tolerance, all of these things to help us get through our life. But I really loved how much you discussed the moral responsibility as a human being to investing in the collective spiritual journey.
Yeah,
and
really well said. Wow, that was great.
Well, I read the book.
I know you did. That's very clear, but you also summarized it perfectly. Yeah, that was really well said.
And one of the things you talk about in the book, you talk a lot about religion. Something I want everybody to know is that I'm very emotional right now, because listening to you, Rain, this is you. When you were talking just now, this is the man that I know. This is the man I've come to when I'm having hard times. And what excited me so much about your book is that I feel that this voice that I know you so well personally is going to be out in the world. And it is beautiful. one of the
For those
things
of you who can't see it, Jenna and I
we are this you're just a beautiful person, Rain, and I just love you so much. So one of the things that the book makes clear is how you have studied so many various religions, and I know this about you. You have traveled to numerous religious sites around the world. You have a dedication to faith and spirituality that is so clear. When you describe your pilgrimage to the Holy Baha'i site is just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I thought it was really moving. All of the study you've done, I found humbling. I'm emotional too, guys. I found it humbling, just your heart for service and your heart for wanting to understand why people walk the path they walk, and your compassion, you know. We've joked for a long time about you being the tall curmudgeon on set, but like Jenna said so eloquently, your heart and soul, your soul is in this book. I loved also, Rain, your personal stories. I loved your story about your dad. My father also passed away, and the things you had to juggle on the day that he passed.
Yeah.
And
I tell the story in the book for listeners about when my dad died 2.5 years ago during the pandemic. He died of heart disease during the pandemic and getting heart surgery. But he lived in a little town in Wenatchee, Washington, and I'm a member of the Baha'i faith, and in the Baha'i rituals and rites, just like in many other religions, you prepare the body for burials. You wash the body and wrap it in linen and say a prayer and prepare it.
But when you say you mean you personally, family members of the deceased.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be family members, but we really wanted to do it. I wanted to be part of that, to experience that, and it's incredibly powerful to be, frankly, washing the body of someone that raised you, that you've known for 79 years. But there was no bowl at the funeral home.
you needed a bowl for water.
For water to wash it. And the guy was like, I've got a tea kettle you could use, or here's a styrofoam bowl to put the water in.
From like takeout food or something.
So it was, we were up against the wire because we were supposed to do this ritual and then get over to the burial, and we had like 30 or 40 people coming. So I ran to the Target. It was in the middle of a heat wave, looking for a bowl to have water in, an appropriate bowl to wash my dead father's body. So I used that as kind of a touch point for a conversation about death. And I also used the book as an opportunity to dig into some of life's biggest, most profound questions in what I hope is a fun, insightful, kind of goofy, upside down way, like death, consciousness, God, the biggest questions of humanity, and I wanted to kind of put it through a Rain Wilson lens, so that story was the way to get in.
It was fantastic. I shared part of that chapter with my daughter, and in particular, Rain, one thing I learned about you in this book that I didn't know is how much you love quotes. You quote a lot of amazing people in this book, and I was going to tell you one of the quotes I love that I always think of when I meet people it's from the chapter of Luke in the New Testament. It's part of the bigger verse, but the part that always sticks with me is the part that says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And I think about that when I hear people talk. What is their heart full of? What are they sharing about? What are they passionate about? And it's just something that sticks with me throughout life.
I do want to say this is a very easy read. I know we're talking about big, heavy subjects, but you did write a book about big, heavy subjects, and it's very entertaining. And it clips along. It is.
It's funny. It's relatable. You hear your personality and your sense of humor, and at the same time, you want to be a better person.
I particularly appreciated your section titled Yo Atheists and Why I'm Not an Atheist. And I really liked this because you are so interested in the arguments and beliefs of people who are very different from you. And you really show how to have a loving discourse with people who think differently. I loved your argument for why God exists, but I also loved your respect for science. I just thought that is one of the things in the book where whatever your current faith is, if you're a nunner, like you said, a lot of young people are checking the box, none of the above, or if you are in an established faith or religion, this book respects you on every level, even if you are an atheist. The respect is there.
So, Rain, in chapter 8, you say, hey kids, let's build the perfect religion. The first sentence is, seriously, another chapter on religion? You're killing me with this. But at this point, you had explored so many, and you're like, what is the one that will bring us all together?
Yeah, and it was really great because you lay out all of the best parts of every religion, the things they have in common, and then you propose a new religion, which you call Soul Boom. TM.
Trademark.
Yes. He actually typed that in the book. TM.
Now, it's very clear in the book that you aren't really starting a new religion.
Exactly. Rain, you are more just wanting to start a conversation about spirituality and just everyone's own journey.
Well, I do want to say I did really like the sound of this religion. You mentioned it's very hard to get a new religion off the ground. You need a religious leader, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, which is not going to be me. Yeah.
I know.
Maybe Creed.
I have a pitch for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. When I was in college, I went to see a psychic. And to be fair, I was asking if I was going to marry this boy that I had a crush on.
Sure.
That was my motivation. The answer was no. Wow. He did not love me. He was not going to marry me.
Okay.
Was it a woman?
It was a woman.
Okay. How did she know?
I mean,
what was the...
I don't know, but she was right.
Oh, okay.
He didn't love me. He loved 3 other girls at the same time as me. He was one of those.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever. She said, cut him loose. It's not going to work out. Great.
He loved Betsy Schnautzheiser.
He loved everybody else.
Teresa von
He had a lot of love in his heart.
He did. And in his pants. So then I said, well, am I going to be successful in life? I'm a theater major. I want to be a successful actress.
Hitting over the big question.
I did. I mean, it's the only psychic I ever saw. And she said, you're going to be very famous one day, but not for the reasons you think. She said, you are going to be famous in the area of religion. You are going to be a famous religious leader.
Whoa! Do you want to run Soul Boom?
That's what I'm saying.
Is this your pitch?
Maybe it's all coming together.
I love it. I'm 100% behind that.
Where do I start?
And you know what? You need another project. You were just saying to me, I want to take something really big on.
Yeah,
perfect.
What do I need to do?
What do we need to do? Well, we need to get you. We need to get you some kind of office, or
we're gonna start with an office.
Worship center. An office. An outfit. We need to get someone to design.
You mentioned in the book that you don't want,
no clergy.
You don't want any clergy outfits.
Right.
You said no funny hats.
No funny hats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we'll put our heads together. Let's figure this out.
Okay.
I love it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll make this woman's prediction come true.
I did say that one of the components of the building a perfect religion is no clergy, but I'm willing to reverse that.
Really?
Yeah.
This was a very quick reversal.
Yeah.
That felt like an important tenet of your religion, and you are backtracking quickly.
I feel like there's 5 people that could do it, like you and Oprah, and I don't even know who else.
Creed.
So, maybe Creed. Yeah.
Wow.
Creed could run security. I love it.
Guys, please read the book and let us know if you think I should start the Soul Boom. Well, Rain, thank you for coming in today. We also want to mention one other thing. So Soul Boom, Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution, on sale now.
Yep.
And then in May, you've got a show coming out on Peacock.
May 20th.
That's right. The Geography of Bliss. We talk about dream jobs. I flew around the world looking for happiness. How can we find clues to happiness, fulfillment, meaning, joy from other cultures around the world? We got to go to Iceland, Thailand, Ghana, West Africa, Bulgaria, and we did an episode right here in Los Angeles as well. Super fun and interesting, and I call it it's Anthony Bourdain, but instead of food, it's joy. So
I can't wait to watch it.
It's a lot of fun. It's quirky, it's funny, but it's a little profound here and there.
That is
That
you,
sounds
Rain.
like you.
Yeah. Well, you guys check out Rain's new book, Soul Boom, and we just love you so much. Thanks for being here today,
I
Rain.
love you, office ladies. Thanks for having me on your show.
We'll be back to break down the rest of Search Committee Part 2.
Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Well, it's time to break down the rest of this episode, Search Party Part 2, Search Committee. Thank you, Search Committee. Good to know what episode we're doing. All right, well, well, Joe is going to enter with a new set of dogs. Actually, sort of one of each dog now.
Yeah.
Yeah. She hands off her bags and her dogs to Gabe, and she starts chatting with Jim about this morning's episode of Howard Stern. You know, he's great, but really, she feels like it's Robin. Robin is the highlight, right? But it's Howard's show.
I love when Joe makes small talk. You never know what it's going to be about, and I'm fascinated by her and her life. For me, the spinoff would have been Joe.
Yeah, but Joe's personal life, I don't need to see her at work. Only when she comes to Dunder Mifflin.
Okay.
You know,
Hey,
like we're a
Mom,
side, but what is she
okay.
doing outside of work?
Yeah.
That's the show I want to
In
see.
Florida.
Yeah. Well, she's going to notice Daryl's resume is on the top of the pile, and she's really happy to see, you know, someone she knows, someone in-house. But why is it 4 pages long?
Yeah, and she reads part of his resume, and she looks at him and says, you coordinated and implemented receipt, storage, and delivery of over 2.5 billion units of inventory? 2.5 billion, Daryl? 2.5 billion units of what? And Daryl says, paper material? Like pieces of paper.
Yeah.
Lady, I was curious.
About paper?
Well, about resumes and how often do we lie on our resumes?
Have you ever lied on a resume?
No, but I have definitely added a flourish and special skills, as we've talked about.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't normally put water skiing, but I have. I don't think anyone thinks what I can do on a water ski is special. So,
Okay.
this led me to an article on CNBC.com from December of 2022. It said over 55% of people admit to lying on their resume at least once. And according to the survey done by Standout CV, they surveyed Americans 18 years and older, and this is what they found out. The number of Google searches about how to fake a resume was up 48%. What? In 2022. Specifically related to faking a job reference was up 52%.
You can Google that?
Y'all were Googling how to fake your resume. So this led me to this. What were people lying about? Here are the 8 most common resume lies, according to Standout CV.
Okay.
Previous work experience.
Just making stuff up?
55% of people lie about that.
Wow.
Skills. That seems like it's important. 43% of people lie about that. College degree are equivalent. 41% lie. I mean, aren't people gonna follow up on that? I don't know. I guess not. Personal details, location name, etc., age, 39% lie about that.
Okay.
High school details, 39% lie. Previous salary, 33% lie about that.
I just want to say, if you're going to lie about anything, pad that previous salary, guys. What are you messing with all the other stuff for?
You heard it here. Lie about your previous salary.
Yes.
Job-specific software or equipment skills. 33% lie about that.
Yeah.
Last on what people lie about, employer references, 21%.
That seems like you're going to get caught.
I know. This led me to the question, what professions are lied about the most?
Oh,
when applying for these jobs. The industry with the most employees lying on their resumes is manufacturing, with 72% of employees straying from the truth. The survey also found the next industry that had the most people lying on their resumes was the healthcare industry.
Oh my God,
64%. And then the third most lied about profession was the arts.
Oh,
at 63%.
Water skiing, special skill.
Yeah, exactly. Me. But there you have it. I found it fascinating. And Daryl would be part of this survey because he said he delivered over 2.5 billion units of inventory. Joe is not amused, by the way, by Daryl's padding of his resume.
She's not.
And this is the time when Dwight decides to tell her he would also like to interview. And she said, fine, I'll interview you right now. Have you ever shot a gun in the office? Dwight says, it's complicated. And Joe says, yeah, but see, it's not. Love her. Such a good line. Love her. This next scene I'm going to call Group Goss in Break Room. We had Hot Goss last week. This is Group Goss.
Yeah.
Everyone is talking about Angela's engagement to the senator. Do they tell her he's gay or not?
I Googled whether or not you should tell your friend,
our coworker.
True, this is only their coworker.
I was going to say, I doubt Angela considers half of this room her friends. Maybe no one in this room.
Every article says, mind your own business. Do not tell your friend that you think their fiance is gay. It's not your business.
If they're
It's not your
cheating on
business.
you,
Although years later down the road, they might turn to you and say, you knew this all along?
Well, one of the articles I read said if you have direct evidence, it can't be like if it's a hunch because,
no, exactly.
you know,
Direct evidence.
right?
Come on.
You need like, I saw your fiance out with
blah, blah, blah.
another person.
Yeah.
That also just, it doesn't even matter the sexual orientation. If you saw someone's fiance out with another person romantically, you're going to want to tell them before they marry them. Whew. But this group does not have that evidence.
No, they have a few likes on Ryan's Facebook photos
At 3 a.m.
morning and a hunch from Austin.
Yeah.
Well, Phyllis says, this might be her last chance at a family.
Mm-hmm.
And they ultimately decide not to tell her.
At this point, Kelly is going to ask for a private meeting with Joe. She's going to kick Gabe out of the conference room. And this is when she tells Joe that Gabe is gross and that his behavior with Aaron was unprofessional, and she thinks Joe should know.
Throughout this scene, Joe is getting a text from Dwight. It's his resume, one line at a time. Because of this old tech alert, she's roaming, you guys. She's on a flip phone. This is costing her a ton of money.
Yeah.
So she screams at him, jackass, stop it. Next up, Creed is going to tell Jordan to get their biggest client on the phone. And Pam says, oh my gosh, just put him through to me. And Pam pretends to be the client.
Hello?
I mean, Jenna,
sorry.
All I could think about with all your characters and different clients in this episode was, I think Pam would make a fantastic mom detective.
Oh, because of all my characters I could do.
Yes.
Lady, following up on last week, my windowless building.
Yeah.
I circled the building on my way home. There's one window in the back on the second floor.
One? That's it?
A single window. That doesn't make any sense. And here's the other thing about the building. If you take a picture of it outside, it looks like there's glass. It looks like, maybe it is a window, right? It's like fragmented. It's artistic looking. but I know it's not a window because I watched them build it from the ground up, and there is no window there. So they're doing fakey window in an otherwise windowless building with absolutely no signage of any kind on the building and one tiny window around the back on the second floor. What is it?
Perplexed. I just remembered a long time ago I got a gift of binoculars for bird watching.
You're not going to see anything. It's a windowless building.
But don't you want to, like, who goes in and out?
Nobody goes in and out. That's the thing. There's like maybe one or two. They have a whole parking lot too. And you know how hard it is to get a parking lot in Los Angeles. They've got a whole parking lot. And every once in a while you see a van.
Oh, sketchy.
What is it?
Sketchy. I don't know. I had a mom detective update, but it's nowhere near as interesting. It's this windowless building.
What's your mom detective van update?
Well, you know those bird scooter things that people ride around?
No?
That's Jen at the city scooters.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you literally meant it was like a scooter to look at birds. It's called the bird scooter, BYRD.
Okay, I would ride a scooter that was
I
specially
know, that's why I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, they're the scooters that people ride around. You have an app or something on your phone? I don't know.
Yeah, you unlock them.
Okay.
And then when you're done with it, you just leave it on the sidewalk. It's super annoying, and then people can't push their strollers down the street or use a wheelchair on the sidewalk.
Guess what's going to happen in my neighborhood?
Are they leaving them on your sidewalk?
They're just leaving them in people's lawns.
In people's lawns?
Yeah, like just tipped over in people's lawns. And my neighborhood is not having it. It's young people. It only happens on the weekend. I sound so old. Like, I think this is my theory. Because, like, I went to bed, I turn off the lights, it's like 11 o'clock at night, and then I get up the next morning and there's a bird flopped over in the yard.
A bird scooter.
A bird scooter, yes, sorry, not an actual bird. And I was like, when did that bird, get flopped over in the yard?
I feel like someone is coming home
After the bar.
On a scooter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have two cases.
We have two cases.
I have to say.
Who's flopping the birds in the yards?
And what's in the windowless building?
Next episode of Mom Detective. She's going down.
You see why this is going to be a hit show? Because of these riveting plot lines. All right. Next up is the scene where Aaron is going to bring in Mr. Jacques Souvenir, the Frenchman. We talked with Rain about this scene.
Mm-hmm.
I guess all I have to say now here in the breakdown is that I love it.
I'm pretty sure his name was Jacques Souvenir.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You said it the way Joe says it.
Yes, so sorry. You're right. He is French.
After Dwight leaves the conference room, Joe's like, all right, who are the real contenders? What about Andy? And Gabe just goes off. And she's like, you know what, Gabe? I think it's time to get you back to Florida. You got too close to the people here. We need to get you home. Well, this is a big plot point because it means we're going to say goodbye to Gabe for a little while.
Gabe is going to be back in season 8, and this is reminding me we need to reach out to Zach Woods and have him on this podcast.
I know.
I have a lot I need to speak with him.
Zach, I just want to hang out with you.
That's kind of what this podcast is for.
Yeah. Well, Jim is going to walk Joe to her car, and she asks him, how did her friend Nellie do in the interview? Jim said, well, we didn't know that Nellie was her friend. And Joe was like, that's a kind of classy move, right?
Yeah.
But Jim's like, we still don't think she's a good fit.
And then this is a surprise moment. Joe tells Jim, go ahead and give Dwight an interview. I like a little crazy.
I can't believe she's going to give him another interview after everything.
And then her trunk opens. Did you see how it opens onto Jim?
Yeah, and he like bends out of the way. Up next is one of my favorite Oscar moments for the whole entire season 7.
What is it?
It is just one of those tiny throwaway moments, but it made me laugh so hard. I rewound the scene and watched it again. Oscar's going to walk up to front reception to drop off a package. A gray sock puppet with a red bow greets him. Oscar says, Aaron, what are you doing? Aaron says, I've been turned into a puppet. And Oscar goes, okay. And just walks away. Doesn't entertain the puppet, doesn't stay around to find out why. He's like, no, okay. I loved it so much.
We got a fan question from Kristen S. in New Brunswick, Canada, who said, Kevin's talking head about the puppets is what I believe to be the most underrated comedy bit in The Office. I laugh out loud every time. My son plays it for me just to hear me laugh. Brian Baumgartner's earnest delivery is perfection.
Well, Kristen, I totally agreed with you, and I felt like we should hear this talking head.
It's just that I wish the puppets would talk more about the alphabet. Not for me, but if any kids are watching, A, B, and so forth, you know, M, P, F.
Yes, this is the moment we find out that Kevin thinks Eminello is a letter in the alphabet, which brought me to this, Jenna. His last name is Malone. He has an M, he has an L, an O, and an N in his name. Can he spell his name?
It doesn't seem like it. Perhaps not.
Well, the hand puppet is going to explain that she needs a date with the best salesman in the office, Andy Bernard.
Yeah, Andy walks over and he says he's flattered, but he doesn't think that they should date.
Ouch. Oh. I mean, I would just have to, that would be it. I would leave. I'm done working here. Bye, everybody. That's so embarrassing. I would not be able to come back from that.
He has a talking head that is really a series of talking heads, I guess, right? He gives a lot of reasons for why he doesn't think they should date. That, you know, Aaron's his best friend, but he just didn't feel it. Or he's got a really weird thing about how, like, sometimes you really want to like things, but you just can't seem to, like Mad Men or football. And then he sort of says, like, maybe he got over Aaron. And there's, like, so many reasons.
He also said, let's not forget she chose Gabe over me. That one hurt. But then he ends with, well, actually, she's pretty great.
I'm confused.
I think he is, too. Next up, we get to meet the new bridezilla in the office.
I really loved doing this scene.
Angela has only been engaged a few hours. You guys, like a few hours, like 3 hours, and she's already making big plans and telling people they're not going to be invited. She's like, Stanley, I won't be able to invite everyone to the wedding because we want to keep it to 350. Stanley's like, I'll get over it. Angela's like, I mean, we just have to see how many senators and members of Congress want to attend before we can open it up, you know, to regular people. And then she says, Pam, you know how you and Jim did your ironic wedding? Do you still have the plans for the dream wedding that you couldn't afford? And Pam says, that was our dream wedding. And Angela says, Niagara Falls? Pregnant? That was your dream? Pork medallions? Oh my gosh. She is going to be horrible to deal with.
Pam gives a little look to Oscar.
And he gives her a look back like, Pam, and then she goes, very weighted. She says, Angela, I hope you have a very beautiful wedding. That ain't what she really means. Well, let's take a break because when we come back, Kelly has joined the search committee and things are going to get a little dicey.
We're back from break, and before we keep breaking down this episode, Angela, I have something for you.
What?
You know, we haven't had a chance to talk about our live show in Vancouver that we did.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it on the pod. It was so amazing. I mean, a lot of what was so amazing about it was just all of the really good best friend time that we had.
I know. I made a bunch of stories over at Office Ladies Pod. I saved it as a highlight. But what a fun time to just go explore Vancouver a little bit.
Well, during the show, there was a moment that took us both by surprise.
I was not surprised by it.
You weren't? Do you know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
I remember I said, listen, if we do this show in Texas, this moment's going to kill. I'm not so sure about Vancouver.
Well, during the show, we have a moment where we discuss chunk it versus chuck it.
Yeah.
And we asked the audience,
Almost 4,000 people in attendance. Amazing crowd. Lovely people.
do any of you say chunk it?
Not a single person. No one in Vancouver says chunk it. And I was like, okay.
Well, I told you earlier that I went to our general mailbag this week, Angela, and I found this letter. And in honor of that crickets moment at our Vancouver live show,
it was so funny.
I wanted to give you this gift.
Okay.
via Madeline from Utah, who says, I was just watching Modern Family, and on season 3, episode 9, they say chunk it.
No.
Yes. In fact, the title of the episode is Pumpkin Chunkin'. What? In the episode, Cameron is trying to prove to the rest of his family that he used a slingshot to fling a pumpkin across a football field. And in this episode, they all refer to this as chunking the pumpkin. Yes! Madeline said, I just thought Angela would be so grateful. And Angela, I recorded this audio clip for you. This is just one tiny moment from the episode where they repeatedly say chunk it.
I'm just saying maybe you take pumpkin chunkin' out of the rotation. Yes, you're right. Maybe I could just stick to the ones that really happen because people love those. Excuse me, what? I'm just saying people laugh more at stories that are true. Pumpkin chunkin' is a true story. True-ish? No. True. Really? The length of a football field, through the sunroof of a car that was opened in late November in Missouri. It was unseasonably warm. Explains a fog rolling over the hill. And who's Cody? We are close enough to chunk with, but mysteriously only appears in this story. Cody was KIA in Desert Storm. He's a hero. You know all this from someone who's never even chunked a pumpkin? I've never lunked a pumpkin either. Yeah, these aren't real things.
There you go, Angela. A whole episode of chunking it.
Madeline, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know people say chunk it out there somewhere, but it was pretty amazing when 4,000 people were like, nope. I do want to say a big thank you to everyone at Just for Laughs Vancouver. You guys were awesome. Thank you to everyone who came out. And one thing, though, that happened with the Vancouver audience, which I thought was amazing, is I asked if anyone could speak Indonesian, and there were several people that could speak Indonesian. I was so thrilled, and I yelled out to them, and we had a moment.
We're really excited to keep doing more of these live shows. We had to put them on pause for a hot second because I got that part in the Mean Girls movie musical.
But we are okay to hit the pause button because we're so excited for you to be in this movie.
And I can't wait to share about it, but we're not really supposed to share any details.
All right, you've got to give us some nuggets, lady.
All right, I'll see what I can share, okay, in a future episode. So like we said before we went to break, Kelly is now a member of the search committee because Gabe is heading back to Florida. The first person that they're going to interview now is Dwight. Well, actually, Dwight is going to interview Dwight in front of them.
Mm-hmm. And he did a really good job. I mean, he kind of convinced Toby and Kelly that he should have a shot.
We got a fan catch from British Columbia, Canada, who says, I'm 10 years old and you are my favorite podcast by far, and I have a continuity catch.
Oh my gosh.
When Kelly, Toby, and Jim are conducting interviews for the manager position, Kelly's nails are painted white. But when they're in the bullpen discussing if Dwight should be made manager, her nails are now green.
Oh,
Lemon, this is such a good catch.
yes.
So go to 10 minutes, 35 seconds. There is only one shot in the entire conference room where you actually see her nails. So that is how detail-oriented this catch is. It's at 10 minutes and 35 seconds when she crosses her arms. But then at 12 minutes and 3 seconds, she is standing behind Dwight in the bullpen, and she has her hands on the file cabinet right by the Froggy 101 sticker, and her nails are very green.
What a great catch. Well, pretty quickly, Jim realizes that Kelly took the deal. She has the same quote, that quote about,
oh, the hand that comes out of the grave and grips around your neck is the one you want on the steering wheel.
Bingo.
Right.
So Jim's like, you took the deal. But then Toby is also agreeing with her. Jim is like, what is happening now? Then Phyllis storms into the conference room and says that Dwight and Kelly told her that Dwight is the manager and they pre-fired her.
So this is going to lead to an epic bullpen scene that is very long and very complex, and every character gets to have a line here or a line there, and I absolutely loved it. It felt very classic Office to me. Miles McNutt pointed it out in his review as well, so I feel like we've got a little same brain thing happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, basically the whole entire bullpen is going to weigh in on who they think should be the manager.
Yeah,
Jim has lost the room.
very quickly loses the room.
Mm-hmm. Kevin talks for a bit. He's tickled because he has everyone's attention, but he has nothing to say. They shoo him off. They're like, you can only speak if you have something to contribute. And Ryan says, I want an outsider.
Like a homeless person.
This is a really delicious Ryan Pam moment.
I loved these so much.
Pam says, a homeless person? Really? No, I want you to say that you think the best person to be our new manager is a homeless person. And Ryan's like, let me guess who you want, Pam. Rachel Ray, the ladies of The View.
Yeah, then Ryan has a talking head where he says he got away with everything under the last boss and it wasn't good for him. He wants guidance and leadership, but, you know, when he's in the mood to be led.
Yeah, don't boss him around.
No. We had a fan question from Aaron G. in Columbus, Ohio. I found this very interesting. Aaron said, was there a rule or contractual agreement that you could not use the name Michael after Steve Carell left?
What?
I know. Aaron said, unless I'm mistaken, for the remainder of the episodes of season 7 and up to almost the end of season 9, Michael's name is not used or referenced. And in this talking head, Ryan says, I got away with everything under the last boss, which I thought was kind of odd. After that, I started paying attention and noticed that no one says the name Michael again until season 9.
Okay, well, I definitely don't think that was intentional. In fact, I have found in deleted scenes when his name was said. Remember, Jim and Pam have a joint talking head that was in deleted scenes.
Yeah.
We find out that Michael adopted a dog and named it
Pam Beaksley.
Pam Beaksley, and it's a beagle.
Yeah.
So I think that is so crazy. I'm going to start paying attention to that.
Me too. New tracker.
Well, Meredith has a request for the next branch manager. She wants this person to be smart, professional, decisive, well hung, and in his 40s. And Jim's like, hey. And then she's like, fine, hire the guy with a small penis.
Andy chimes in. He says, would that work for you? Like a small to moderate penis? My gosh. It was so funny.
It was so funny.
Ed's delivery on that is perfection.
So perfect.
This
This is when Gabe is going to leave.
Sorry, it makes me laugh.
I know.
Because I'm imagining Kelly's reaction when she hugs him, and it's just so funny.
She says, ew, and he's, you don't have to make that noise. And she said, he was just so much bonier than I thought. He had more bones. When Gabe left, as I was watching it, I thought, this group of people can't wait to have a cake, a party for any reason. And they literally are like, oh, what, you're leaving? Okay, bye.
I know, and you can't even use the excuse that it all came down in one day. Although maybe you can use the excuse that it's because Michael wasn't there. Because even if someone's leaving in 3 hours, Michael's going to find a way to have a to-do about it.
Right.
So things have changed, especially when they're Gabe. Jim is going to suggest Daryl again.
And this is when Angela decides to join the conversation. She says, well, let me be clear. I only speak for myself, and not myself and the senator. I think we have some wonderful candidates, and there's a great, lively debate here. But let's think about, and Toby goes, no, we did this with Kevin. If you have nothing to say, stop talking. So here's the thing, when we started filming this scene, I talked to Paul and our director, Jeff Blitz, and we had this idea that it would be really fun if Angela is already seeing herself as the senator's wife, and she's like on the campaign trail. So she's practicing her campaign speeches, but she just decides to try it out right here. And once they gave me that note, it was so much fun. I couldn't wait to deliver these lines.
I love as an actor when you get a good note.
Yeah, it changed the whole speech.
It opens up your whole performance. Lady, we got a fan mail flurry. It's really been a while since we've had such a flurry of mail on a single subject, and it was this. Why doesn't Jim step in as manager? Why was he not considered or interviewed for the position?
He didn't want to be.
He didn't want to be interim manager, but of everyone in the office besides Daryl, Jim is our other most sober, most qualified candidate. It is sort of a why. Why doesn't he want a promotion with more money and more financial stability for his family? Why doesn't he want that?
I agree with this fan mail flurry. I don't know.
I think that the honest answer to this question is that they had no intention of making the character of Jim the manager, because the show isn't served by having a qualified supermind manager.
The whole show depends on having a branch manager that everyone doesn't like or has to deal with.
Correct.
Well, they're going to have to go back to the conference room now to figure this out. Did any of you guys notice that Brian as Kevin follows them back in the conference room and they shut the door in his face?
Yes.
Brian improvised that.
Oh, that's funny.
I totally remember him doing it in the moment, and I was cracking up because I was like, where's he going?
Well, we're going to have a series of talking heads. First of all, Phyllis is going to let us know that she got the call from the, I guess, DNA offices or adoption agency.
The DNA offices. They're by the DMV. It's like post office, DMV, the DNA office.
Exactly. Well, they called. And she and Aaron are not related.
She's going to tell her another day.
Yeah. They've been enjoying, I guess, this idea that maybe Phyllis is her mom.
And she also encouraged Aaron to really go for Andy, and Aaron did it with the sock puppet and was told no in front of everyone. So maybe not the best day to get additional bad news.
Good point. The episode ends with a bunch of talking heads from all the various candidates about, whether or not they think they're going to get this job as the manager. They end with Finger Lakes guy. We could finally meet the guy who was so worried about getting the first 2 weeks off work to go to the Finger Lakes, and it's Jim Carrey. Brent Forrester was the person in charge of reaching out to Jim Carrey's reps. Brent said that Jim Carrey was an enthusiastic yes, and incidentally, Jim Carrey received a nomination for favorite TV guest star at the 38th People's Choice Awards for this cameo.
Aw, for Finger Lakes guy.
Finger Lakes guy.
It's so fun that we got all of these cool guest stars for this episode. It really made it fun to rewatch. Well, we have one final moment with Creed as branch manager. He's talking to his 9th biggest client.
Yes.
And he thinks the 9th biggest client and his 4th biggest client would get along. And now they have to all talk to each other.
Yes. So one of my favorite moments in this little bit, I improvised. There's the moment when, he says, hey, Jordan, patch through my 4th biggest client. And I move the phone across my keyboard. That was that's the patching through sound. That was a little bit I came up with.
I loved it.
And then I got to perform both sides of the conversation, which was, it delighted me.
Well, I don't know if anyone else caught it, but remember how Creed said he would intentionally say people's names wrong on purpose, even if they were written correctly in the script?
Yes.
Well, in this scene, he called Jordan Jordana.
Oh, nice. Well, we should say that this is going to end Creed's stint as manager, and we'll also be saying goodbye to Cody Horn, who played Jordan. She does not return in season 8, but a lot of new stuff does happen in season 8, and I cannot wait to break down the list.
Oh, I can't wait. Before we get to season 8, we had a fun idea, you guys. We think it is time to break down a Keanu Reeves movie, and we're going to start with Speed.
Yes, a little palate cleanser between season 7 and season 8. Next week, we're breaking down Speed.
So tune in next week to hear us talk about Keanu Reeves and everything about that big old bus. And thank you guys so much for listening today.
And a big thank you to Rainn Wilson, who came into this studio. Just what a special person. Thank you, Rainn. We love you.
Love you. Bye, you guys.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bobico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This Valentine's Day, lab-grown diamonds speak louder than words. Pandora Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every love in your life.
In new styles that make your everyday look shine bright, like the beautiful lab-grown diamond station necklace and bracelet, featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate sparkle.
Lab-grown diamond jewelry is perfectly sparkling. It is a sustainable gift. Pandora's lab-grown diamonds celebrate all loves.
the lab-grown diamond she wants and the lab-grown diamond you want to gift. Shop now at your nearest Pandora Jewelry.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everybody.
Yay, today is a big day, you guys.
This is a very special episode of Office Ladies. We are not breaking down an episode of The Office. Oh, no.
Well, you better buckle in.
We're breaking down Speed!
Speed with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock, Dennis Hopper, Jeff Daniels. Lady!
I am very excited to break this down. We did a lot of research for this. We have watched Speed,
oh gosh,
more times in a row than I thought I ever would.
So much.
I was telling Sam and Cassie this last week I've been having a little trouble sleeping. I think it is the cortisol from watching these tense bus chase scenes for 5 days and nights.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing, this movie holds up.
It really does.
I have watched all of these like behind the scenes making of videos where I watched them intricately perform all these stunts as part of my research today. And yet when I watch the movie, it's seamless. I'm so impressed by this movie.
I cannot believe the stunts they did and that the actors did them. We're going to get to it. Here's the research I did. Ready, folks?
Yes.
Got an old tech alert for you. I got the DVDs with the extras.
Of course you did. I love it.
Let me tell you what is on this DVD extras, because it's worth it. Audio commentary with the director, Jan de Bont. Audio commentary with writer Graham Yost and producer Mark Gordon. Action sequences, behind-the-scenes footage and interviews with director and stunt coordinator Gary Himes. Behind the scenes of all the stunts on the subway train. Inside Speed, on-location stunts, visual effects, HBO, first look, the making of Speed, extended scenes, trailers, and TV spots, gallery of photos, and a music video by Billy Idol.
Wow!
And guess what? Your little tiny blonde middle-aged lady watched all of it. I have seen all of this. Oh my goodness. Also, you guys, I want you to know the director, Jan, was a former cinematographer. He had worked on Hunt for Red October, Die Hard, Basic Instinct, Lethal Weapon 3. He would operate the camera himself in this movie a ton. Like handheld camera.
And this was his directorial debut, right?
Yes, that's right. And he would just grab the camera and be like, guys, I got to get in there. Let me operate this camera. He would pull focus. He would even slate for himself on the bus.
I saw many behind the scenes videos, and he gave an interview where he said they could fit so few people on the bus besides the cast that you kind of had to do more than one job.
Yeah.
And so, he did the clicker and all the things.
He did all the things, and he really wanted you to feel like you were in these shots with them. So that's why he was up in their business with the handheld.
Well, we have one more exciting thing to tell you. Also, we interviewed Beth Grant. You know her as Dwight's babysitter and date to the dinner party on The Office. You guys, she's on the bus.
She's on the bus.
She's the lady who gets blown up trying to get off the bus when she shouldn't.
Yeah.
So we had the loveliest interview with her, and we are going to release that as a bonus episode in a couple of days.
It's so good. You have to listen to her behind-the-scenes stories. We have so much to cover in this Speed breakdown that we wanted to give Beth a standalone. Should we get started? We better. My document's 45 pages.
Oh, dear. Here we go. Buckle in, everyone. Speed, written by Graham Yost, directed by Jan de Bont, produced by Mark Gordon with a running time of 116 minutes. Here's your summary. A madman has rigged an LA bus with a bomb. If the bus drops below 50 miles per hour, the bomb will go off, killing everyone on board. He wants $3.7 million in cash, or he's going to blow up the bus. That's it.
Yeah.
It's simple. Simple. Fast fact number 1. Graham Yost said that the original title for this movie was Minimum Speed.
No.
Yeah, Minimum Speed.
No, that's not a good. What? You guys, I want you to go the minimum speed.
He said he changed it when he realized it probably wasn't a good idea to have the word minimum in a movie title.
That's so funny.
Graham was a writer on Full House when he wrote the script. He was a TV writer. He was inspired by the Akira Kurosawa movie Runaway Train. And he thought, well, what if we put a bomb on a bus? He wrote this movie on spec. That means he wrote it for free in his free time, and then he took it out to the studios and shopped it around. Speed was shot in September of 1993, making this the 30th anniversary of the filming of Speed. And we talked to Beth about that, how it's been 30 years.
That is crazy. Also, I want you guys to know, many people on the commentaries talked about how hot it was, because September is our hottest month in California, and they were on a freeway in September. So, on a bus. And then in between scenes, they'd be like on the side of the freeway.
Yes, this reminded me of us standing outside in our heavy coats in the Dunder Mifflin parking lot, pretending like it was winter when really it was so hot.
We are just like Speed. You and I, we are cast on The Office.
You know what, though? All the people are trapped in the bus all the time, and it made me think of our conference room scenes.
I know. I did think about that. I was like, I get how you get punchy in one room all day.
Yeah.
What if the cast of The Office did a remake of Speed? Hear me out.
Say no more.
Come on.
I'm in.
Right?
This is the reunion no one's thought of.
Dwight is the madman.
Yes,
Right?
of course. Yes.
Toby tries to escape. He gets killed.
Do I get to drive the bus?
You get to drive the bus.
Michael is the annoying tourist.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm seeing all the characters now.
We can do it.
I think I'm the lady with the purse that gives us all away.
I think Creed is the one who pulls the gun because he thinks that Jim is after
him. Yes.
Yeah. It's all there.
It's coming together, you guys.
Who do we need to talk to about this? We need to get like Fox Searchlight.
Yeah.
Universal to do a collab.
Fire up the phone to the studio.
All right. Fast fact number 2. Casting.
Oh.
You want some casting dish?
Do I?
All right.
What is that voice?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hold on to your hats.
I'm holding on.
You are literally wearing a hat.
I know,
So,
because I have
makes
really
sense.
bad back of the head cowlick day.
Well, you look cute in the hat, but hold on to it.
Okay.
Keanu was not their first choice for the role.
How dare you?
No, but
Get
that's-
out! How dare you? Who was?
Stephen Baldwin.
What?
Yeah. He turned it down because he thought it was too similar to Die Hard. No, he felt like it was a Die Hard redo. They also went to Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Wesley Snipes, and Woody Harrelson. Finally, they decided to meet with actors for the role, and Keanu was one of the people they met with. The screenwriter said he pulled up to the studio lot on a motorcycle.
Yes.
And he had like flowy, gorgeous hair, and they all basically got a man crush on him immediately. And we're like, yeah, we're going to want to give him the role.
As one does.
That's right. But check this out. After he got the role, the director, Jan, said, maybe you want to get a little bit more of a cop-looking haircut. He didn't specify what that meant. So Keanu went out and got a buzz cut. He showed up to the set on the first day of work, and the studio and the producers, they looked at him. Their memories of his motorcycle arrival, they're crushed. They couldn't believe this buzz cut. They almost postponed filming so he could grow his hair back.
Yeah. I know. Jan, the director, said that what you see in the movie is actually a little bit grown in.
Oh my gosh.
I thought he looked amazing with that haircut.
I have no complaints.
I have no complaints. I mean, I guess I think I like his hair anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Whatever your hairstyle
The
is,
face
Keanu.
is so great. I don't need to even worry about what's happening with the hair.
It all
Wear
it
any
all
hair.
works.
It all works all the time. Let's talk about the role of Annie, which, as we know, eventually went to the absolutely charming Sandra Bullock.
She could not be more adorable in this movie.
Oh my gosh.
Not possible.
Talk about launching someone's career.
Yeah.
The role of Annie was originally offered to Halle Berry, but she turned it down. She said, quote, "I turned down speed because I thought I don't want to drive that bus." And there wasn't a whole lot of dialogue. But then later she saw the movie and she said she loved it. And she thought to herself, wow, the movie gods sure didn't talk to me that day. The day she turned it down.
But she does get to eventually star with Keanu.
Yes, they star in John Wick 3.
Yes, which you haven't seen, but I have.
I know. And we're going to go see John Wick 4.
We
There's
are.
a big hole in my John Wick anthology. I'm just jumping to 4. But here's something crazy. So Halle Berry, who was offered the role of Annie, and Stephen Baldwin, who was offered the role of Jack, eventually went on to star in The Flintstones. Oh, there you go. So when Halle Berry passed, the writer pitched Ellen DeGeneres. He said he thought maybe like a comedian in the role would be a good idea.
Yeah, I read that he said, there were these driving school classes at the time, that it was like a comedy driving school, and that maybe this character taught comedic driving lessons.
And that's why she could drive a bus then through the traffic.
But she also was funny and like cracking jokes.
Well, eventually, over 24 big-name actresses auditioned for the role. At this time, Sandra Bullock had done 2 lead roles. She had been in Love Potion No. 9 and Demolition Man. She still had to do a chemistry read with Keanu. I guess they crushed it.
Yes, everyone said they had amazing chemistry.
She got the part. They were both 29 years old when they made this movie. And after this movie, Sandra Bullock went on to be the world's highest paid actress in both 2010 and 2014.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
That's a big deal. Well, rounding out the cast, of course, we have Dennis Hopper as our villain.
Yes.
Jeff Daniels, who is so good in this movie.
So good. Harry.
Yes. And also Joe Morton as Captain Mac.
I loved him.
So good. So good. We'll discuss more about them in our breakdown. Let's get to Fast Fact number 3.
Let's.
The other star of this movie, the bus.
Bus 2525.
They used 12 or 13 buses for this movie. We discussed in all of the official behind-the-scenes material that I watched, they repeatedly say there were 12 buses.
Yes. Well, I want you to know, in the director's commentary, he says 13 buses.
Angela and I might have gotten in a tiny argument about this while doing our research.
Might have. Jim was like, there's 12. I said, no, there's 13. She's like, lady, I have listened to so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. And I'm like, I'm listening to the director.
Well, I made a list of all the buses from all the videos I watched.
You do your list, and then I'm going to tell you what the director said.
And I tracked 12, maybe 13. No? Sometimes they say a couple, and I don't know what is that?
Is a couple 2? Is a couple 3?
Right.
It's a couple.
Well, here's what I've got. 2 buses for exterior photography. When we see the bus, long shot of the bus, going down the highway and clearly shot by a helicopter. 2 of those buses. 2 stunt buses that they used for running into things. One of those was rigged to just go really super fast. One of them knocked into stuff. Great. Then there was a bus that was rigged with special hydraulics so it could tilt up onto 2 wheels. And one side of it was actually attached to a pickup truck so that it would not actually tip over when it went up on 2 wheels. That was a whole special bus. One bus that was stripped down to be made very, very light for that jump across the missing piece of highway. One bus to blow up at the beginning of the movie, one bus to blow up under the plane. 2 interior buses. This is what they used for all of the filming of the cast inside the bus. One of those buses had this giant platform on the front of the bus that was like encased in plexiglass, and that held the camera crew and Jan so that they could shoot into the bus but still have natural light coming in. They called it the Pope Mobile. Over and over again.
That's what the whole crew called it, because the little clear glass.
Yeah,
the buggy cart thing. Yeah.
Yes. There was also a process bus, which was higher off the ground for all the shots when Keanu was under the bus, and then a carcass bus. I don't know what that is, and I also could not nail down if there were 1 or 2 of those, but let's say there was 1. That's 12 buses. Angela, where's your 13th bus?
Okay, here it is, John. Jan said the first take of the big jump, the big jump.
Highway jump.
The big highway jump On the first take, the stunt driver missed the ramp and crashed the bus.
Oh my gosh, that is not on any of the behind the scenes material.
Then he sort of quietly says on the commentary, I never told the studio because they only had one chance to do this. So 2 days later, we got another bus and we did it again. And the driver jumped and landed it perfectly.
There's your 13th
Is
bus.
that bus 13?
Yes, that is bus 13.
And I guess the studio has not listened to Jan's director's commentary.
I love it.
No one was injured in the crash, but
like
they missed the ramp on the first
Yeah,
try.
yeah.
Well, I have a bunch of really cool details on how they did that jump.
Oh,
You think you do? Well,
It's
we
like
do.
a virus.
'Cause you're looking at
Watch,
two
watch. I'm
ladies
just
who
like, what?
Googled the shiitake out of
They're like,
speed,
what in the fuck are you
including,
doing?
since we're
I'm like,
talking about
huh?
the bus, the original movie
Yeah,
poster
fuck
for
you.
this.
I'm like, what?
There were only 2 images on the original movie poster. Any guesses? Keanu and Sandra? Keanu and the bus. What? Yes.
They totally cut her out. You know what? They didn't know she was going to explode. They didn't know.
They didn't know. Maybe not the right word for this.
Correct. That she was going to blow up. No. That she was going to become
Rise to stardom.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a break, and when we get back,
We have a lot of elevator facts.
oh, so many.
I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that
Nothing
most
new
people
today.
give up on their
Airbnb.
resolutions before the end
All right,
of
what's going
January?
on? What's this
But
story?
guess what? Walmart
Shalom.
Plus can help you
The
save your
ViralRabbi is
resolutions this
indeed
year
like
by
a
saving
virus.
you
Let's
time and
survive
money.
this over there.
Walmart Plus
I
is
put
membership
these
with
spam
benefits
bit
like
black.
free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new
This
things
guy
for
needs
my
another
wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts just to get out of my rut
Latest
of the t-shirt
logo.
and hoodie all the time.
Platform
I found 2 great
manipulation. Fuck
button-downs
you, fuck you.
at Walmart
Fuck
Plus.
you, fuck you.
Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart
Somebody's
cash
gonna
to
get
get what they
every
need to help
day
save their
with this
resolution.
ViralRabbi.
Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
We are back, and we are going to start this movie with a credit sequence that is a little over 3 minutes long. We are going to go down an elevator shaft, starting at floor 41, all the way to the basement. Here's the thing, you guys. This elevator shaft was a
Shalom.
miniature. It was a elaborate
The
direct
ViralRabbi is indeed
replica
like a
of one of the
virus.
elevator shafts they were filming in a building downtown.
Indeed
Yes,
like a
it was
virus.
an 85-foot-long miniature created by Grant McCune Design. It was made up of 8 shafts with 1 working elevator car and 400 mini fluorescent tubes as lights. It took them over a week to shoot this 3 minutes of footage. I watched behind the scenes, yes, on how they did it. And these guys, they were so fried. They said they had a crew working 7 days a week, 18 to 20 hours a day. They slept in a hotel near where this model had been built at the studio. Super intense.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, you guys. The miniature elevator shaft, 85 feet of it, they had to lay it horizontally, and they designed it so that as the camera travels from one floor to the next floor, that's in the title sequence when a new person's name would appear. And at the very end of this long tracking shot down the elevator shaft, it would end on this door. And the minute you go through that door, now you're in the real size, the service door.
That is amazing. All right, are we ready to get into the first act of this movie? Speed consists of 3 primary action sequences: the elevator sequence, the bus sequence, and the subway sequence. Producer Mark Gordon said he wanted to buy the script after reading the elevator sequence.
I get it. It's so good.
Yes.
In the first scene, we are in the basement. It looks like someone is maybe fixing an elevator, but building security says, wait, who are you? What are you doing? Where's your work order? And he gets stabbed in the side of the head
With a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Very brutal opening.
This is when we meet Dennis Hopper. who plays Howard Payne, a retired Atlanta police officer who lost his thumb in service. And guess what, guys? He's wanting payback.
He is. But what's he doing? We don't know yet.
We don't know. He's up to no good. We know that.
We sure do.
Jenna, did you know that Dennis Hopper wasn't cast until the 3rd week of filming?
They shot 3 weeks of this movie without a villain?
Yeah.
That is bonkers to me.
Well, they had a lot to do. Maybe they spent a week in the elevator miniature shaft.
Well, something I noticed is that Dennis Hopper has almost no scenes with other human beings in this movie. He is almost exclusively on the phone in his weird apartment with all the monitors. Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of phone acting.
Yeah.
And incredibly so.
Okay.
Guess what? A bunch of executives have had a very successful board meeting upstairs.
They're very happy.
Yeah, they're going to cram into the elevator. Bob is going to press a button.
Oh, Bob, what button did you press, Bob?
I know. Bob was played by Patrick Fischler, and the guy giving Bob grief is Robert Mailhouse, who is one of the founders of the alternative rock band Dog Star with Keanu Reeves.
That's right, he was the drummer.
After Bob presses the button, our madman in the basement is going to blow up the cables, and the elevator is going to start plummeting until the emergency brakes kick on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
But don't worry, the SWAT team is arriving, and oh, do they arrive.
We see a car fly through the air and land
unnecessarily.
The director said he wanted this establishing shot of action. Normally, with your lead, you establish just the lead, right? You just push in on your lead actor. But he wanted the car jumping to be like, this movie's about action.
Keanu Reeves is going to get out of the driver's seat. Jeff Daniels gets out of the passenger seat. They go to the trunk. They start putting on all their SWAT gear.
Yeah. Keanu in an interview said it was really cool to wear all that gear.
Well, I looked it up. I was like, how much does that gear weigh? Because they're about to run up like a gazillion flights of stairs in that gear, so I had to know. It weighs 16 pounds. Like military grade hard plate vests weigh 16 pounds.
That's a lot.
It really is.
Yeah, Jan said he really wanted the main characters and the background performers for the SWAT team to be as authentic as possible. He actually had squad officers on set at all times to consult with. He said once they put the gear on, even how you walk changes. And the earpiece and how they talk to one another.
Amazing. Well, Captain Mac, who, as we said, was played by Joe Morton, who is a Tony-nominated actor and who is just fantastic, he's going to give us the lowdown on what's happening. There is an elevator with 13 passengers. It is rigged with explosives. They are hostages because the person who set the bomb is demanding $3 million as a payout. They gave them an hour to get this done, but the clock has already been ticking and now they only have 23 minutes left. So Jack is going to volunteer Harry to go inspect the bomb.
He is. You know, Jan talked about a writer's trick that they do in movies called set the clock. And throughout this movie, there'll be a clock ticking, whether it's 23 minutes or they only have 10 minutes or they only have 6 minutes of fuel. There's always the reminder of the clock.
I mean, also just the speedometer is a kind of ticking clock in this movie too. This is why I think I haven't been able to sleep.
I know.
Because I've been under the ticking clock of this movie for so long.
Well, Harry and Jack are going to climb into the elevator shaft and they're going to find the explosives on the top of the car. They're going to start trying to figure out what to do here.
They do their first pop quiz.
Oh.
Do you want to do it? I printed it out. And
do I?
All right.
Do I want to do the pop quiz? This is like my favorite runner of the movie.
All right, I'll be Harry, you be Jack. Ready?
Oh, I get to be Keanu?
You can be Keanu.
Okay.
All right, pop quiz. The airport. Gunman with one hostage. He's using her for cover. He's almost to a plane. You're 100 feet away.
Shoot the hostage.
What?
Take her out of the equation. Go for the good one, and you can't get to the plane with her. Clear shot.
You're deeply nuts. You know that.
Lady, after this movie came out, my friends and I would say pop quiz apple all the time to each other. Of course. Like, just like running errands, like going to the grocery store. Pop quiz apple. Do you want to grill hot dogs tonight or hamburgers?
I feel like it's one of the more like quotable moments from the movie.
For sure. Jack is going to figure out how to diffuse the situation.
How to take the hostages out of the equation.
Yes. There's this giant, what do you call that thing?
A crane?
A crane on top of the building. And he's like, let's get a cable. We're going to run up there. We're going to loop this down. We're going to attach it to the elevator.
Well, as you know, spoiler alert, this crane idea is going to work at first, but it's not ultimately going to hold. We'll get there. But when Jack says, how much does an elevator weigh? And he gets this idea, I looked it up.
How much does an elevator weigh?
The average weight of an empty elevator ranges from 2,000 to 6,000 pounds.
That's a lot.
That's an empty elevator. We've got 13 hostages inside.
Well,
by the way, the hostages are kind of freaking out. It's very tense in the elevator. So they attach the hook. Keanu Reeves is upside down.
He really did that. He really hung upside down on those cables, you guys.
I almost Googled how long can you safely hang upside down, but I let it go.
Well, okay.
Anyway, these are the things I think of. So our madman is going to realize that they're up to something, and he is going to blow the brakes. This blows out a hole in the bottom of the elevator. The elevator starts plummeting all the way down to the 23rd floor when our crane finally catches. There is so much mayhem and panic inside this elevator. Have you ever been trapped inside of an elevator? I never have, but this gives me like PTSD as if it happened to me.
No, it's so scary. I have never been trapped in an elevator. But lady, the director shared about something that happened to him on Die Hard that inspired him for this scene. You've got to hear it.
Die Hard inspired Speed. I love this.
The reason I came up with this whole elevator scene that I was started to say earlier is that during the filming of Die Hard, I once myself got stuck in an elevator. I mean, and it was actually at the building of Fox Plaza building, and it was really you. We were sitting on the 40th floor, and then within hours, and finally the fire department came and took us out via the top, and we had to climb out and jump from one elevator to the other elevator. And that has stuck with me for a very, very long time. At home, because it feels so incredibly claustrophobic in there. And all those people around you, it gets hot very quickly. It's very hard to stay calm. I mean, if anybody would panic, it would instantly be chaotic. And this was a kind of a traumatic experience. And that whole feeling of claustrophobia, I thought this would be, that would be like ideal for this type of. For my movie, I want to make sure that people could identify with it.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, can you believe that?
He got stuck in an elevator while filming Die Hard, and then he used that experience to inform Speed.
Yeah.
This is maybe my favorite fact ever.
He's fascinating. I would say of all of those DVD extras, the best thing on it is Jan's commentary and also all of the behind the scenes of the stunts.
What about the Billy Idol music video?
I would skip it.
Oh, no. Well, listen, like I said, that crane is not going to hold, but they're going to try to get all the passengers out of this tiny space as it continues to kind of like fall.
Yes. Jan pointed out he loved the sound design in this elevator sequence because he really wanted the elevator to be its own character, groaning and making these really scary noises, and he thought the sound design team crushed it.
It had the same effect as like in Jurassic Park when you would hear the sounds of the T-Rex.
Yeah.
It's like the elevator was its own kind of monster.
Yeah.
There's one woman who doesn't want to leave the elevator.
No.
She was played by Susan Barnes, who ironically turns up again in Speed 2 Cruise Control as Constance.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Does she get stuck in something and have to get pulled out?
I haven't watched Speed 2, so I'm not sure yet.
Me either.
Will we?
I kind of feel like I should go see it because, okay, so here's the thing. When I was hired at 1-800-Dentist, I was doing my training, and there was this story, kind of like a legendary story. There was an operator that worked there before me, and he came in one day, and he was like, suck it, eat it, I'm out of here, because I got cast on Speed 2, I'm going to be on the boat. So he kissed my ass, I quit. I don't know if it was that dramatic, but it was like he quit. Mm-hmm. He was going to go be on a boat for 2 months. He filmed for 2 months, lady. And then when the movie came out, all the operators were like, oh my God, we got to go see the guy, blah, blah. they went to the movie, and I was like, how's the movie? And they were like, he's not in it.
Oh my God.
I was like, what? He cut out. There was like his shoulder. His shoulder was in it, like in the background for 5 seconds. And I was like, oh my God. So I feel like I need to go see it. I need to go see it for a shoulder guy.
Lady, that so reminds me of when I got cast as the 6th member of the International Spice Girls.
What?
Remember? But it was like a front for a call girl ring. I told that story
Yes.
in the podcast.
I know, all of a sudden I thought you were cast in a movie and then you got cut out of it.
No, sorry. No, it was when I was going to be an International Spice Girl, and I was explaining to people, like, I don't know if I can come to your wedding. I might be on tour. You know, it's just like, I don't even know if I can come home for Thanksgiving this year. We're probably going to be rehearsing a lot. You know, I tell my boss, like, I can be here for now, but eventually.
Yes, this is what this guy did. He told everyone.
Yeah.
Like, everyone. I'm going to be in speed
Everyone
too.
in my life.
Big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, hey, whatever happened?
Whatever happened?
You're like, oh, I don't want to talk about it.
Cut out. So they get all the hostages out just in time. I mean, Susan lost a shoe. She's lucky she didn't lose a foot.
I know,
right?
Yeah, she had not a second to spare.
Not a second to spare. And now Harry and Jack are going to lower themselves on the elevator.
Because Jack realizes, I think the bomber's still in the building.
Yeah.
I think he's in a freight elevator.
Yeah.
Well, they land on top of the freight elevator, and the bomber hears them, and he starts shooting up, you know, through the top of the elevator.
Yeah.
Jeff Daniels got 11 stitches in his chin in real life from the shrapnel from that stunt.
Yeah.
And I became sort of obsessed with trying to see if I could see his injury, because in the EPK interview, he's got like this elaborate nude bandage over his chin because he's still filming. He was filming with 11 stitches in his chin. And the thing that really upset me, Angela, the thing that really, really got me, because you know how I feel about re-injuring injuries. We've talked about this.
We have, and we're going to see John Wick 4 together, and I don't know how you're going to get through it.
I'm worried. Also, John Wick 4 is 2 hours and 49 minutes long.
It's a commitment.
We're seeing it in IMAX.
It's a commitment.
Okay, back to the subject at hand. After Jeff Daniels falls through the top of the elevator, and then Dennis Hopper picks him up by his nose.
Yeah.
That was not in the script.
No.
Oh, I should say I found a script for Speed. I don't know which iteration it is, but I found the script that picking him up by the nose is not in it.
Okay.
But at 21 minutes and 23 seconds, Dennis Hopper puts his fist underneath Jeff Daniels' chin. And he is like jamming his fist into his chin. And all I could think about was like, please tell me this was pre-stitches. Tell me they shot this before the shrapnel incident. I was very distracted by it.
Dennis Hopper, aka Howard Payne, has shot up the roof of the elevator. Harry falls in, right? We've established that.
With the fist to the chin,
yes,
all
yes.
of it.
And now, I mean, Howard wants to smush, you know, Jack.
I love it that you just called it smush. It's true.
He wants to smush him. And Jack is like, oh no, I'm going to get smushed. So he jumps in to the elevator with Howard and Harry. And this is when we learned that Howard has been listening to them all the time, because now he's saying pop quiz.
Yep. He's going to trick everyone. Everyone is going to think that he's getting off on floor number 3, but he's really going to P1. That's his escape route. He's got Harry by the chin. He's dragging him down the hallway. And Harry says to Jack, shoot the hostage. And he does. He shoots his friend in the leg.
But listen, after he shoots him in the leg, Harry's like, F you. But he's just said, shoot the hostage. Howard Payne is like, what the heck just happened here? But he makes his way into the parking lot, and then he hits a button, and they think he blows up. And Jack goes
quite an explosion.
Quite an explosion. Jack goes flying through the air.
I watched many videos on how they did that stunt.
So did I.
I don't understand how you wouldn't get injured just from the controlled stunt doing of that stunt.
I know.
They put the guy on like some cables and they like yanked him like 8 feet.
Yeah, flying backwards. There were pads and whatnot. There were, but it still looked like your back might hurt later in the day.
My back would hurt. My back for much less than that.
The stunt guy that did that was Brian Smurs, if I'm saying your last name right, Brian. And Brian was also the stunt driver of when the subway jumps. Yeah.
Well, Jack and Harry are going to get medals for their bravery. They're going to go out and get super duper drunk.
That's what you do. You get drunk, you dance kind of awkwardly at a bar.
The next morning, Jack is going to get some coffee at what is clearly his favorite coffee house. He's a little hungover. He's going to run into Bob, who is a bus driver.
It's our second Bob.
I noted that. Yes, this Bob was played by John Capodiche, who is putting on gloves that are way too small for him. I watched it several times.
This is what you noticed. This is what you had to like rewatch was the glove moment.
Watch it. He's never going to get those gloves on his hands.
I'm going to say this with love. I don't ever want to see this movie again. I loved it. Maybe, you know what? I need a break. So, like, in 6 months, I'll rewatch it again, and I'll go to this glove moment. But for right now, I can't do it.
Okay, I understand. I get it. So, bus driver with gloves that don't fit goes outside. He gets in his bus, and it blows up.
This whole shot had to happen over Jack's shoulder. It was super hard to achieve the timing. They only had one bus to blow up, so the timing had to be perfect.
Also, the bus that they blow up is not the bus that you see driving by moments before it blows up. They did what is called a Texas switch. Jan said the real bus goes past Keanu, and it takes a left turn, but you don't see it because you're on Keanu. And then when the camera sweeps back around, their shell of a bus that had like a mannequin for a driver and it was being pulled by a truck, that was their bomb bus. That's the one that then you see blow up because you couldn't see the front of the bomb bus. So you have to see the front of a real bus, it turns left, and then it reveals bomb bus.
Stinky bus, okay?
Guess what? That bus was sitting there for a second before it started being towed.
Well, because they weren't on a set, right? This was actually in Santa Monica.
Yes, this was really on the street. They thought they shut it down. A woman got past the production and ran onto Bombus, thinking she had missed her bus.
That is terrifying.
She saw the mannequin driver and was super confused. And the radios, like everyone on the radios was like, "Don't blow up the bus! Do not blow up the bus!" And they had to start the shot over again and like get that woman to safety. That woman almost got blown up on the bus.
So scary.
I know.
Well, if you go to 28 minutes and 1 second, when there is a high camera angle shot of the bus, you can see a red van with a giant, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Cable pulling the bus.
You can see the tow car?
All of it. You can see all of it at 28 minutes, 1 second.
Jan would be heartbroken.
Jan shares about it very openly on commentary.
Okay, all right.
Jan said, listen, we had cameras everywhere. And we caught some things. Just is going to happen.
Payphone's going to ring. For some reason, Jack feels compelled to answer the ringing payphone in the middle of this bombed bus.
I just feel like if I saw something blow up and then all of a sudden the payphone started ringing, I would think I better answer it.
You would?
Yes, 100%.
I think I would run over. I would notice that there is a payphone because this is the days before smartphones, before cell phones.
Oh, don't get me started on how this movie would change if just someone had an iPhone to take a picture of a bomb.
Oh my gosh, I have a whole rant about it later.
Okay.
We're on the same page. But if I suddenly saw the payphone and it was ringing, I would answer the phone and say, I have to call 911, and I would hang up immediately. I wouldn't even say anything. I would just pick it up and hang it up and then call 911. I wouldn't be like, hello?
I would pick it up and say, did you do it?
You would.
Yes.
You would know the bomber was calling you.
Yes, I would.
Well, on the other line is our bomber, and he is going to tell Jack this is not the only bus with a bomb.
No.
He's going to lay out the whole plot of the movie. I thought we should hear it.
We should. And I want to point out, you guys, this whole scene that you're about to listen to was Dennis Hopper's first day of filming.
Pop quiz, hotshot. There's a bomb on the bus. Once the bus goes 50 miles an hour, the bomb is armed. If it drops below 50, it blows up. What do you do? What do you do?
I'm going to know what bus it was.
You think I'm going to tell you that?
Yes.
Very good. There are rules, Jack, and I want you to get this right. No one goes off the bus. You try to take any passengers off the bus, I will detonate it. I want my money by 11 a.m.
We can't fill that kind of money in time.
Focus, Jack. Your concern is the bus. Don't try to call. The radio's down. Now,
Fucking
the number of the bus is 2525. It's running downtown from Venice. It's at the corner of Ocean Park. Maine.
And he's off. He's off. He hops in his truck at 30 minutes, 55 seconds, you guys. He left his coffee on top of the Jeep. Oh, wow. He drives away with the coffee on top of his car. I thought this was very realistic. We are now going to cut to bus 2525. It's making its stops, but guess who missed the bus?
Annie.
Annie, she's running after. She's yelling at Sam, the driver.
Sam, played by Hawthorne James. By the way, is she running with a cigarette?
And a coffee. Yeah. Before she gets on the bus, because, you know, Sam slows down for her. Yeah. He says, put out the butt. And she goes, okay. And she litters. I just want to point that out.
We would never let the heroine of our movie today throw smoke and litter. Times have changed.
In the very first opening shot.
Yes. She gets on the bus, she takes a seat, and is immediately chatted up by a tourist played by Alan Ruck from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But you know what? His character didn't used to be a tourist. He was a totally different character in the original script, and I found an audio clip of him talking about it, and I thought maybe we could hear it.
Actually, my character was supposed to be a really sort of loathsome, entitled attorney whose BMW was in the shop, and he was stuck riding the bus. And then when I auditioned for it, Jan de Bont decided to go a different way with it and just turned me into this, yokel, this bumbling tourist. And I think it worked well. I think it was actually a better choice.
So, Sandra Bullock is going to have to get away from him, so she's going to pretend like there's gum on her seat.
Oh, yeah, the whole gum bit was improvised by Sandra Bullock.
Really?
Yeah, just in the moment, they were trying to figure out how to get her away, and so she did this gum bit. I thought it worked great.
I thought that was really smart because it was a very, likable, kind way for her to, brush this guy off. So she's going to get up, and then she's going to sit down next to Beth Grant.
Helen!
When we talked to Beth about this, you have to listen to her interview. We won't rehash it right now, but there was this whole other script, the one where Alan Ruck was the angry businessman. There was this whole other thing in the original script. It's so interesting. You have to listen to her interview.
All of her behind the scenes details are so wonderful.
So we kind of pan around the bus now, and we get a sense of who all of our passengers are. Jack is racing through traffic, trying to catch up to the bus.
He's gonna bang on the bus door and the window cracks.
Yeah,
that was not planned.
What?
Yeah, that just happened. And then it kind of became a continuity thing, because sometimes you see a bus with a door that's cracked, sometimes it doesn't have a crack. Crack, no crack, crack, no crack.
Wow. Well, as the bus is driving away, leaving Jack on the side of the road, the bus is not yet going 50 miles an hour, so the bomb has not been engaged. And this sort of creates a big plot hole. In an otherwise pretty tight script, it was pointed out in Janet Maslin's review. Do you know Janet?
I mean, I don't know her, but her review's amazing.
Yes, her New York Times review. She said, at this point, the bus is only going about 15 or 20 miles an hour. He has a gun. Why doesn't he shoot out the tires so that the bomb is never engaged? Well, this review has haunted screenwriter Graham Yost, who 20 years later was still discussing this and said, yes, he wished he had thought of this. He said if he had to do it all over again, he would have Jack pull out his gun, and then he would have the driver of the Jaguar purposely bump Jack, thinking that Jack was a bad guy, and then Jack's gun would go flying, and then Jack would get in the guy's car, and that would be a perfect way to solve this problem.
Right. Of course, then Jack wouldn't have had a gun to pull on the passenger who pulls a gun on him.
Oh my gosh.
Then he wouldn't have had a stalemate.
I don't know. how to tell Graham that because he was really excited to have fixed this plot hole.
Well, Graham, I think he needed his gun. Otherwise, the passenger with the gun would have had the bus pulled over.
This is a really good point.
Just saying. Well, Jack is now going to flag down a guy driving a Jaguar, license plate Toon Man.
Yes, he was played by Glenn Plummer.
He also comes back for Speed 2.
Really?
Yes, he plays Maurice.
Wow.
Jack is going to say, listen, I need, basically he needs to use his car.
Yeah.
Get over, I'm driving. He's going to catch up with the bus right as it hits 50 miles an hour.
The worst luck.
The worst luck.
Darn
the
it.
bomb is activated. And now Jack has to somehow tell Sam he's got to keep it at 50.
Yes. They managed to communicate all this with, I guess, writing it on a piece of paper and then screaming it in through the door. But Keanu now, he needs to get on the bus. Okay? He has to get on.
Yeah.
This stunt of him getting on the bus, Keanu did this himself. He really jumped from a car onto a bus.
They were going 50 miles an hour. The two vehicles had to stay the same speed.
The director didn't want him to do it, but Keanu trained with the stunt team, and he did.
He did the dang thing.
Here is the stunt coordinator, Gary Himes, discussing doing this stunt with Keanu.
One of the situations that comes to mind early on was when he was transferring from the Jaguar to the bus. We had talked about it, we talked it through, he seemed really comfortable with it. I went ahead and built a platform under the bus, so if he did miss, he was going to hit the ground because we're running 50 miles an hour down the freeway. And once we got out there, the first time we went to shoot it, he was just a little bit uncomfortable with the situation. So I cut the shot and we went back and talked about making a couple of little changes, nothing major. And he did it. And he did it so well that we went to do one more take of that, and we actually moved the car and the bus further apart. And we went for it, and I mean, it was a great shot.
Well, I have a second The Office Speed crossover for you.
You mean besides Beth Grant?
Yes. Gary Himes worked on The Hangover Part 3. At Helms.
Well, there you go. I want you to know at 39 minutes and 55 seconds, as Keanu is getting ready to jump onto the bus, there's a shot from behind, and the wind, you can tell how fast they're going because the wind whips up the back of his shirt, and you can see his mic pack.
Well, I think we should take a break because when we come back, Jack is on the bus, y'all.
He's on the bus and a lot happens.
Look at this piss pressure, kids.
We're back. We're on the bus, you guys. Jack is on the bus, and right away, there's even more mayhem.
Yes, a man pulls a gun on Jack because he thinks that Jack has boarded the bus for him.
Yeah.
The man was played by Daniel Villarreal, and yeah, Jack is like, I'm not here for you. He has some great dialogue.
He's like, we're good. We're good. And he's going to put his gun away. His gun that he needed to have for this standoff. Just saying.
No, this is true. He's going to use his gun later, too. But one of the other passengers on the bus is going to see an opportunity. He's going to tackle the guy with the gun. The gun's going to go off. It's going to shoot the bus driver, Sam.
Yes, in the shoulder. Now he, falls over the steering wheel, and all of a sudden, Annie's got to step in to drive.
Yes. This is when Jack is going to tell everyone the news that there's a bomb on the bus because Annie's starting to slow down. Obviously, she needs to slow down. Sam has been shot.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, there's a bomb on this bus. Everyone's like, what? Oh my gosh, what? So I wanted to say that in the first version of this script, the character of Annie was a paramedic. And this was to justify the fact that she could drive a bus really quickly through traffic. Then in the second iteration, like you said, she became this comedic driver's ed teacher. Finally, they settled with just that she had her license revoked for speeding.
Well, in deleted scenes, there was more that she shares with Helen.
Really?
Yeah, she tells Helen she's a graphic designer, but currently working at a fast food restaurant.
Oh. Well, I'll have you know, Sandra Bullock trained to actually be able to drive a bus, and she passed a bus driving test before the movie started shooting. However, she is never driving the bus. Not one time she's not really driving the bus.
In the commentary, they did say when they were at the airport and they had all that big open space, they let her drive just, for a second. Yeah, and she did hit a few cones.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, the person who was actually driving the bus was stunt driver Gil Combs, and he was hidden all over this bus. A lot of the time, he was on top of the bus.
Yeah.
They built like this rig,
Like a cage that he sat in.
I mean, cage-ish generous.
Yeah.
There were a couple of bars, and you can see him up there with an operating pedal and a big steering wheel.
And a helmet.
A helmet, but shorts.
I know.
I was looking at him and I was like, I mean, if you fall off the top of that bus, the skin on your legs is going to be shredded.
Well, it was September. He made a choice.
I guess so.
They also put him at the back of the bus. They put him low in one of the seats. Sometimes he was like sitting basically on the floor, and they said they had to give him a little tiny mini wheel. They put him all over the place to hide him depending on the camera angle.
Well, Jack is going to get on the phone with Harry, and they decide he should check out this bomb. Can he get somehow like eyes on this bomb?
Right.
Yeah. So they're going to remember that there's like this access panel, and he's going to stick his head down and he's going to look at this bomb.
This is when I said it really would have been nice if someone had an iPhone.
I thought so too. He's playing this game of telephone with the tourist and Harry and him, but instead he could have just like put it on a FaceTime and been like, Harry, this is what it was like.
What are your thoughts? Well, while all of this is going on, the bus is slowing down. There's some traffic. Annie is trying to get Jack's attention. She's like, hello, hello. She grabs a little microphone thing and screams, hey, officer, on or off, on or off. That was Sandra Bullock's idea, grabbing that little microphone.
I really liked that.
I know.
Jack says, get off the freeway, off. She's going to run into a series of pretty much anything. Cones, water barrels.
Seth talked about this with us, so you guys be sure and listen to her interview.
And then she's going to run into a baby carriage.
Oh,
a woman crossing the street.
Okay, I guess one of the things they felt like when they tested the movie that really sold this moment is that it's not one woman with a carriage, it's two women talking. So you're thinking, maybe there's a baby in that baby carriage.
Yeah. This was a note from Fox during the development period. The writer said the note was like, what if they like almost hit a baby carriage or something? That would really up the tension here. And the writer was kind of like, you know what? It feels like a cheat, like in movies when there's a car chase and then the car runs through a fruit stand, like something just like not at all dangerous. So he said he remembered that he saw a guy in New York City walking across the street with a shopping cart full of cans. He's like, what if there were cans in the baby carriage? And then it was Jan's idea to use like one of those really classic English prams.
Well, I felt like Sandra Bullock's reaction was like what I would have done. I'd be like, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah. I will say, I felt like Jack got over it very quickly. I feel like Jack was like they hit the baby stroller, and then he's like, oh no, we're good. I'm like, what? That was so quick. Like,
well, this isn't the only drama. There's going to be a really ugly right turn coming up in order to get back onto the freeway. Mac has managed to get like all these police helicopters and a police escort so we can keep the bus at 50 miles an hour. And guess what? He's going to take them to this section of the 105 freeway that is under construction. They're going to have complete control of it. There's going to be like no traffic. It's going to be great. But in order to get there, you're going to have to take a super hard right.
A 90-degree turn.
Oh my God.
While all this is happening, Harry is starting to piece together who Howard Payne might be.
Yeah, doing some just incredible think acting.
Yeah, he's got to look, he's got to get an idea, he's got to look at a computer, he's got to look at a bulletin board. Lots of little glances.
Yeah,
this is called glance acting.
I mean, I was riveted, and I'm not even kidding.
I know.
So here's something. The 105 freeway was actually under construction while they were filming this movie. They got permission to shoot on the empty freeway, but every day they would get like a report over which section of the freeway they were allowed to shoot. So they were having to move around because they were actively building it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would show up and there would be no lines painted, and they would have to paint lines on the freeway before they could start shooting.
Okay, I have to share with you what Jan said. I mean, I'm calling him Jan like we're best friends, but I listened to him talk for 2 hours, you guys. So he said that there were some real pros and cons to having this whole big open freeway. They were so lucky, right? That they got this. But he said every car you see on both sides of this big freeway for the whole entire shoot were production cars. Because it wasn't an active freeway, there were no cars on it. They had to cast cars and drivers. They had to choreograph it. And imagine choreographing hundreds of cars that have to go back to a starting point after each take. It took a lot of time. He said it was a logistical nightmare. He said that they would start the day with a meeting, him and the stunt coordinator, Gary. They had a little bag of toy cars.
I saw this in the behind the scenes videos. They get on the ground and draw the freeway
with chalk. And then they had little cars. They had a bus. They had like a helicopter. And they would all gather around and they would plot out like what they were doing for the day. They said it was the best way visually to get everyone on the same page. The other thing he said is they had 6 weeks. The freeway was going to be completed in 6 weeks, so that's all the time they had on it.
And that was to shoot everything. That was to shoot all the Toon Man stuff. That was to shoot this part as well.
So for the film crew to be able to use the freeway right up to basically the opening of it, there was a list of things that they had to promise to be done. For example, they had to paint some of the lines like you were talking about. Freeway lines. They had to put up some signage. The director said they felt like they had become road builders in addition to making a movie. And 5 days after they wrapped filming, the freeway opened.
Oh my gosh, that is insane.
I know.
Well, listen, Sam is not doing well.
No.
They need to get him off the bus. And Howard is going to agree. He's going to say you can unload the driver, but that's it. And so the SWAT team is going to pull up next to the bus, and they're going to be driving parallel, and they're going to unload the bus driver.
Yeah, onto this big flatbed truck.
But that is when Beth Grant is going to decide she might want to get off the bus too.
Helen's had it. You know, she was taking the bus because it was less stressful than driving. So the woman's already anxious.
And the police officers they're encouraging her. They're like, come on, lady, come on, give me your hand.
Don't they know
Are they not listening? Well, guess who's going to see this? Howard. He's going to see this happen, and he's going to press his little button, and the steps to the bus are going to explode, and Helen is going to go crashing down under the wheels. She's dead.
She's dead.
Sandra Bullock is going to burst into tears at 1 hour and 2 minutes. The whole time they're doing this dramatic crying scene. You can see outside the bus window that flatbed with the SWAT team. Those guys, talk about background work. They had to ride alongside the bus for all these scenes because you could see them out the window.
As I watched this, all I could think about was like, did a bug hit anyone? Of course a bug hit people. I mean, I'm sure
It must have.
bugs were hitting them.
What happens after you've done how many days of background work? Standing on a flatbed. Standing, not even sitting.
Yeah.
With the wind hitting you
Yeah.
at like 50 miles an hour. You go to lay your head down on the pillow at night.
You're wind chafed, a bug's probably hit you.
You have to be feeling that.
Sunburn. Maybe you had to pee, but you couldn't. You have gear on.
I mean, brutal.
It's a long day. Well, Annie and Jack are in it now. The two of them, I mean, she's driving. He's like co-pilot. I always wondered why he never drove, but
He needs to be available to talk on the radio.
Okay,
He has
okay.
to talk to the people on the
fine.
flatbed.
Okay, fine.
And also, he trusts her.
That's great, but maybe she wanted a break. I'm just saying. But anyway, Annie says to Jack, hey, can you take the wheel? Because she's going to take off that sweater cardigan thing. Plot point. Now you're going to see the little Arizona, the little wildcat. Well, you and I watched a bunch of interviews of the cast and what they thought of working with each other and their character backgrounds. There's tons out there. But Jenna, I wanted to take a moment and ask you if anyone has ever compared you to a season, to a time of the year.
No, I wish.
Me either. Well, I think you should hear this because if we couldn't love Keanu more, get ready.
She has a nice
such a wonderful energy about her, but she's just wherever she goes, she really gives once. Springtime.
This is him talking about Sandra Bullock. He describes her as springtime. I don't know if I'm ever going to get over it.
I love the time and care he takes when speaking. He sounds calming to me. He sounds just like a giant exhale. You know, we're all holding so much tension. And then he is so relaxed.
It's springtime. And then he goes on to say she's a great actress and compliments her work on the movie. And then she runs in and bear hugs him. He doesn't see her coming. And they do this giant bear hug.
Wait, I saw that, and then he blushes.
He blushes. He compliments her blouse. And then she runs off, and he just looks at the camera completely flushed and says, voila. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
We're swooning.
We're swooning.
There's another problem.
What? Another one?
Yeah.
No.
Don't relax.
Mm-hmm.
There is a section of the freeway that is missing.
Oh, crap.
I guess they were building it not from one side forward, but from two sides to meet in the middle. And there's a huge part of this ramp that is not completed. I know this ramp very well because I had a full panic attack driving on this ramp one year. It came out of the blue for me. It is so bizarre. I was driving to the airport. This is the road you take to the airport, everybody. And I started driving up this ramp, and I got all the physical symptoms of a panic attack. My heart started racing.
Now, was this just on your own, not from the movie?
Not from the movie. This was just a moment that I had. This ramp is very high up in the air. I want you to know, in real life, you go up very high. It feels like you're going to go into the clouds. And the first time I drove it, I don't know what happened to me. I went up the ramp and I started getting heart palpitations. My palms were sweating. I started getting shortness of breath. I was in the throes of a panic attack. I used all of my anxiety training to talk myself down. I got off on the other side of the ramp, and then it started to disperse. But I had to actually stop the car and take some deep breaths once I was off the ramp. Just personal story about me and this ramp.
Did you pull over on the side of the ramp?
No, my God, no. I won't get down to that. No,
never do that.
Never do that.
No.
I'm saying once I got off the ramp, I took an exit,
and then you took a moment.
I remember it like it was yesterday. It was years and years and years ago. But anyway, this is a scary ramp, okay?
It's a scary ramp.
Even when it's completed.
This is what you need to know.
So, something you should know is that there was no road missing in real life. And in fact, at 1 hour and 5 minutes and 24 seconds in the establishing shot in the movie of this missing piece of road, they digitally removed the road, but you can still see the shadow from where the road would have been underneath. So they forgot to digitally remove the shadow.
Oh gosh. Look at me, like, oh gosh. Like I know anything about digital whatever. Yes. Like I'm like the shock, the horror, the shadow.
The writer said that the bus jump was not in the earlier drafts of the movie. He said this was Jan's idea. That Jan said, at a certain point in the movie, I want to hit a metaphorical wall. I want there to be a point where it looks like it's game over and there is no way they can get out of it.
He goes on to say that he thought at this point in the movie, the bus needed a really big challenge. And every day they were looking at parts of an unfinished freeway. So he asked the writers to write in the movie that there would be an unfinished bridge. The studio told the director they thought this was ridiculous. They said a bus can't jump a bridge. But the director fought really hard for this moment. He said, listen, we need a big climactic moment for this bus and a big emotional moment where everyone is terrified and then they feel like relief and victory almost.
Now, to do this in real life, like we said, they stripped down the bus. They made it super duper light. And they had stunt driver Joffrey Brown do this jump for real. He was driving the bus, not over a 50-foot gap, we should say.
Yeah.
But they were going to have him drive 70 miles an hour up a ramp and then sort of launch off this ramp and land on the other side of this ramp. And their biggest concern was that when the bus hit the ground, that pressure would compress his spine and maybe break his spine. So the stunt coordinator designed a special suspension safety harness to keep this from happening, so that when the bus landed, he would be in like this like safety thing. I'm doing the motion, no one can see me.
I can see it.
You see what I'm
Selling
doing.
it. It's selling it.
Thank you. But then the other thing that they were concerned about was that they had some cameras that they were afraid might snap off their rigs and crush the driver. But they rehearsed this for 2 weeks.
They did. They also put Joffrey, the driver, in the middle of the bus in like this cage, like you said, with this suspension bungee thing. Because that way, if the bus compressed in the front or the back, he would be in the center of it. They also had super suspension shocks on the bus to absorb some of that as well. And here's what Jan said. He said the effects people told him that the bus would only go about 30 feet max because the bus was just too big to jump any further than that. So he set his cameras up with that measurement in mind.
And there were like a ton.
Yeah. And then in reality, the bus actually flew over all of his cameras and landed on 2 of them, totally destroying one of them. He said thankfully he had put one camera 90 feet out because that's the one that caught the landing. They could not believe how far this bus actually flew. At its highest point, the front of it was 20 feet in the air. It actually went out of frame.
You can see that in the movie.
Yeah.
Yes, it went far more vertical than they expected. And in reality, the bus stayed in the air for 0.49 seconds. But because they had all of these cameras and then they kind of slowed down the speed of the film, it stays in the air for 11 seconds in the movie.
Jan went on to say he really wanted to be able to show the passengers of the bus reacting to the landing. So they actually got another bus and rigged it to do a very, very small jump. He said it only went about 8 inches in the air, but the actors had real reactions because even just 8 inches, that's a big impact for a structure as big as a bus. And they said it was fun. It felt like a roller coaster.
Wow.
One other thing, Jan, he sort of said in the beginning, listen, we had cameras everywhere. We had pulleys. We had all of these rigs. It was impossible when we edited to sometimes not capture another camera. So I did do a pass called Spot That Camera.
Okay.
There's so many.
Really?
There are so many. There's one on the side of the road on a tripod, like a big camera. There's ones on the side of the bus. They try to make them kind of look like they're part of the bus, but listen, I'm sure you guys don't want to do this. You don't want to watch speed just trying to look for cameras, but there were a lot.
You could. Well, they do their jump, and now they are headed to the airport, which is going to be great because they're going to be able to control things now. And the bus can just drive in a giant circle. Well, in the original script, the bus was going to circle Dodger Stadium, and then it was going to go on, and it was going to blow up by the Hollywood sign. The writer, Graham, said that he actually looked at like an overview of Los Angeles, and he was like, where can a bus go in a circle? And he saw the parking lot at Dodger Stadium. But the O'Malleys, who owned Dodger Stadium at the time, were not into it.
They weren't having it.
They said no. So they changed it to the airport, which was actually really helpful because then as a story point, they could restrict all the news cameras.
Yeah,
and all
the
that.
airspace.
It worked great.
Jack's going to get a phone call because the bomber has his cell phone now. His giant AT&T big handheld cell phone.
Can we talk about his choice to hold the cell phone across his body?
Oh, Dennis Hopper?
Yeah, so Dennis Hopper is holding it in his right hand, which is his undamaged hand. His one hand, he lost his thumb in some sort of incident at work.
Yeah.
So he's holding the phone with his other hand, but then he crosses it over to his left ear. Why not just hold up to your right ear?
The writers...
I love it.
I love it too. The writers and producers talked about this. They're like, why is he doing that? Is this just a choice Dennis made? It wasn't in the script. I thought it was very specific, but it made me think, like, okay, your phone rings, answer your phone. Okay, your phone's ringing. Bing, bing.
Hello.
Which ear do you hold it up to?
My right, with my right hand.
Okay, I hold mine to my left ear.
Oh, you do? With your left hand?
Yeah.
But you're right-handed.
I know, because a lot of times if I'm on the phone, I put it in the crook of my neck and I can do things with my right hand.
I put it in my right crick, and I can still do things with my hand.
See, when I hold it up to my right ear, it feels so weird. It feels like the world's upside down.
Well, I wondered if maybe when that bomb went off and it took off his left thumb, maybe he got some damage in his ear. Remember when I did my deep dive about loud explosions when we were breaking down Dwight K. Schrute?
Yes.
Acting manager. I thought maybe he had some hearing damage in that right ear and he needs to hold it up.
That's a very detailed backstory to give yourself. I would say this. I just thought Dennis Hopper liked to talk on his left side.
I loved this choice.
I did too.
I have no problems with it. I thought it was brilliant. Jack is going to dismantle the bomb. And he's going to do this by getting on a little, what is it?
Well, he doesn't dismantle it.
Well, he's going to try.
He's going to try.
Yeah. And he has to get on a little.
It is insanity. It is insanity by far. The director said he felt like this was one of the most dangerous stunts in the whole entire movie.
100%.
At 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 33 seconds, Keanu Reeves actually goes under the bus.
Yes, he does.
In this little red cart with 4 wheels. They said these wheels were tiny. It was going fast. One of them could have blown. They could have had a tire blow out. Anything could have happened. Gary, the stunt coordinator, really tried to take care of him. They had him on a pulley thing that they could yank him out if they needed to. There was a whole other part where Jan talked about this on his commentary. Jenna, oh my gosh, get ready for this.
What?
He said when Keanu went under the bus, he really wanted it to feel real, and he shared a story from his childhood. Okay, we already know he got stuck in an elevator.
Yeah.
And how he brought that to this movie.
Okay.
That tension. He shared this. He said, when I was a child, I fell out of my dad's car. We were crossing a bridge, and I fell against the railing of the bridge, and then I rolled back under the car. And the car went over me. Not fast, but I was under it. I have remembered this for my whole life, and I wanted to portray some of the things that I felt in this scene when Keanu went under the bus.
Is Jan going to tell a story where, like, in his childhood, he dismantled a bomb or he was on, like, a runaway subway train?
I don't know.
Has there ever been a more fateful actor?
I know.
For a project?
He said he had a tremendous amount of respect for Keanu because of what he did for this scene, his focus, and just all of it. He was very impressed.
Well, I'll tell you who you could not have put under that bus and had them maintain their focus.
Who?
I guess maybe you, Angela. I don't know. You. Could you do it?
I could fit in the cart very well.
Because this is true.
I wouldn't.
What's up, Pim? How you living? Hello? What's up? How can I help you? What's new? What? I don't know. Ask in the chat. No, no. I don't know, man.
Hang off. I was worried because it looked like his feet were hanging off, you know? I don't think any of me would hang off the cart. But, I mean, I don't think I could go under the bus.
Woman who had panic attack on the freeway ramp, it cannot go under the bus. So I'm definitely not
Jenna,
going
you're
under
not
the
under
bus.
the bus.
I'm not remembering any of my lines while I'm under there.
Also, once he was under the bus, they did all of these shots where he was like messing with the bomb. And those shots, they had him strapped to the under part of the bus. They had like a little, literally, they had tied Keanu to the under part of the bus.
All right, listen, back in the office, the police office, Harry gets a break in the case.
Yeah, we found our scumbag.
We sure did. I want to shout out the woman in the office with Harry was played by Margaret Medina. She was very helpful in solving this case.
Yeah.
So Harry is like, stop dismantling the bomb. I'm going to the source. We're going to his house.
Sit tight.
We got him.
Yeah, you can come out from under the bus. I want you guys to know, location alert, the house that was Howard's house was a real house in a neighborhood near LAX.
This was my question. Was this a movie set? Because, no, guys, the house is going to blow up.
Yeah.
Harry is going to die. And I wrote down, did they blow up a real house in a real neighborhood? What about all the other houses in the neighborhood?
It was an actual house in a neighborhood near LAX. And they said they actually did very little damage. This is some movie magic. They purposely built fake walls in front of the old walls, fake windows in front of the real windows, and they blew up very little, they said. They had a lot of special effects to create debris, and the owners were able to live in it afterwards.
I am shocked. That's amazing.
Yeah.
The bomber's going to call Jack and taunt him. And Jack is going to completely freak out at 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 2 seconds.
I thought Keanu's performance in this moment was so real and physical, and he just got really bad news about his best friend. Now, granted, we don't talk about Harry ever again.
Ever again.
But in this moment, you really see how upset he was. And that's a big physical piece of acting that he had to do, and I thought he did a really good job.
He did. Jack is now going to have an epiphany.
Yes.
Wildcat. He realizes that Howard can see them on the little closed circuit bus camera thingy.
Yeah, Keanu had to do some glance acting. We've talked about that earlier. Glance to the sweatshirt, glance to the camera, glance. Aha!
Yep. Mac is going to figure out that a news van nearby can make a video of what's happening inside of the bus. They're going to play it on a loop to trick Howard while they get everybody off the bus.
The actors really did cross between these two moving buses. They literally just put a wooden plank, and they had to keep the two buses going the exact same speed so the board wouldn't fall. They had some wires there to yank people up, but the actors really did cross from bus to bus.
The special effects supervisor, John Fraser, said that they originally made a treadmill that would go 50 miles an hour to do a lot of these little insert shots, you know, of like the people's feet going across the little bridge or other shots in the movie. But that Jan said to him, what's the difference between falling off a treadmill going 50 miles an hour and falling onto the street?
Yeah, I agree.
They said no difference. It's basically the same. So Jan was like, then we're not going to use the treadmill. We're just going to do it for real.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, just watch one YouTube video of people falling on their treadmills at home.
Yeah,
it never ends well.
It does not.
The tourist guy is going to fall, and then they kind of have to yank him up, and now Jack and Annie are stranded on the bus.
Yeah.
They have a bar to put on the pedal
to keep it going.
And some rope. Can I just say for a second here, this is some very intricate knot tying while under a huge amount of pressure. Well, the director said this movie would not be a movie set in Los Angeles without a surfboard or a skateboard moment. And in his mind, when Jack and Annie get on that piece of panel and go flying out, they're surfing out of the bus, you guys. Did you know that they really did ride on that board?
I was looking at it, and I could tell it was definitely Keanu. I wasn't sure if it was Sandra Bullock.
Oh, it was. So the very beginning where they slide under the bus and go out, that first shot, are stunt people.
Okay.
But then, as soon as they're in the clear open of the runway, that's Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves.
They're going very fast.
Let me tell you what they said. It said the board had little wheels on it, and they basically just launched them and let them go, and they went way further than they thought they would go.
They are holding on to each other really tight.
I know they are. They really are.
The bus is going to explode because it goes under 50 miles per hour. It's about to run into a plane, but then it explodes, keeps running into the plane, and then the plane explodes. And I really love that detail because I really liked that they showed us that the bomb on the bus was real. It didn't just run into the plane and then they exploded. It was like, no, it went 49 miles an hour and it exploded. And then it exploded the plane, which they wrote on the side of the plane to make sure we all knew it was a freight plane. This was not a passenger plane. They could not have written it in bigger letters.
They even had the truck pulling the plane. They had the guy jump out and run away, so no one was hurt. The guy that ran away was a producer, Ian Bryce.
Oh,
yeah. And this whole sequence was shot in the desert. They could not obviously blow up a plane at an airport.
Okay.
Actual airport.
That makes sense.
This whole sequence was shot in the desert. Also, the plane was full of heavy liquid explosives, and it had a pulley system, and it was actually attached to the bus, and it was pulling the bus to itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Annie starts to cry. She really breaks down. It's been a day.
She just went catapulting out of a bus on a tiny plank.
Mm-hmm.
I did notice that while Jack is comforting her, he just leaves his hand on her chest the whole time.
What part of her chest?
It's just right in the middle there.
Oh,
Just
like
right there.
right in the center.
Right in the center. And Annie has this famous line. She says, "I have to warn you, I've heard relationships based on intense situations never work."
This is going to come back at the end in a big way, in a sassy way.
In a sassy way.
You think things are over, and this is where the movie originally was going to end, with the bus blowing up.
Yes.
It was going to be the end.
Graham in the commentary says this is when the movie ends. And then we have a second part where we do it all again.
Yeah, on the subway. This is our final sequence in the movie. You know, I was tired at this point. I'm not sure. As much as I love you, Speed, I love you. I don't know if I needed the whole subway thing, but the studio felt that they needed to get off the bus for the final segment. Okay? And we also still need to catch our bad guy.
Yeah.
That has not been
He's
resolved.
still out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to drop off his money as if the bus is still circling. He's looking at his little TV.
He hasn't figured it out yet.
No, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen the purse glitch yet. They're going to drop the money into this trash can.
Yeah.
On the corner here in Pershing Square, which is in downtown LA.
Annie and Jack ride in the ambulance to where the drop is going to happen, and I'm just going to call bullshit on that for a second,
Okay?
because they would not take Annie to this active crime scene.
Not after everything she's been through. They tell her to stay in the ambulance, but she needed some fresh air.
Why didn't the ambulance go back to the hospital?
I don't know. Why didn't Jack get into a police car and go to the scene, and Annie goes to an
And he
ambulance?
says, "I'll see you later."
You know why?
Why?
Because Howard Payne is going to need to kidnap Annie, and thus begins my one giant feminist complaint about this otherwise really great movie with a terrific female lead, which is that she goes from being this heroic co-lead of this movie, this co-hero, to being a damsel in distress.
You didn't leave me.
Yeah.
You didn't leave me.
It bummed
That's
me
what
out.
she says in the
Yeah,
subway.
because she was so badass for so long, and this was like a really cool thing. And by the way, Keanu, another reason to love Keanu, he does not seem to have a problem sharing the hero role with women in his movies.
He doesn't.
Lori Petty in Point Break, The Matrix, Speed.
He does say in an interview that he saw her as a heroine.
Yes, she is.
She is.
Well, they can't figure out why the money hasn't moved. They dropped it off. You know, why is the money not moving? You know?
Why didn't they have it turned on at the beginning?
Oh, because Mr. Mansplaining Egomaniac, like tracker guy,
Norwood.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need to turn it on yet. I don't need to turn it on. We've got everything. We got it ready. It's ready. Okay, it's gonna explode. We've got like an ink explosion. We've got a tracker. I got eyes on the box. I don't need to turn it on. He hasn't come yet. Just turn it on. Oh, guess what? It's moving. It's moving. There's a hole in the ground. Way to go, Norwood. Suddenly so mad at Norwood. I know. I didn't feel that way when I was watching it, but now I'm all worked up.
I'm pissed off at Norwood. Keanu's like, the minute they realize it's moving, he's out the door. You know what? Jack doesn't wait to get all of the information sometimes. He gets a little bit of it and then he just runs.
Yep.
He ran across an intersection. Yep, these cars coming. Keanu really did that. Those were all stunt drivers. And Jan, who loves a good action sequence, actually was worried about this and said that he didn't think it was necessary.
Oh,
And Keanu was like, no, I want to do it.
wow.
So he did it. I could watch this man run for a long time.
Well, get ready, because this afternoon, I guarantee you, he's going to be running all over John Wick 4.
I know.
I have some information about the subway. We talked about how they filmed most of this movie on an unfinished freeway. The subway was also unfinished.
Oh, I didn't even mention the part of LAX they filmed at was in construction and unfinished.
These guys lucked out.
So 3 major locations
Yes.
were being built and had these empty spaces without public. Jan said that when they did film in the actual part of the subway, that they had a very small piece of track, so they just have to go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah. When we get down into the whole like subway fight, the top of the subway car was fake. That was sort of like the one part of the movie that they actually did in a studio with green screen and all that stuff. That final fight between Jack and Howard on top of the subway.
Yeah, and Jan was holding the camera, handheld.
Oh, I
filming
saw that.
the roof of the subway.
That's crazy.
Our bomber is finally going to meet his demise.
He's gonna lose his head.
He's going to lose his head.
And then Keanu is gonna jump down into the subway car. You know, Annie has been handcuffed to this pole, but he's gonna very quickly and easily disconnect the bomb, the vest. It was very easy to just yank that wire.
This is what
suddenly.
he does. This is what he does.
Okay.
He knows how to do this.
Okay. All right. Well, the bomb is off, but he cannot get her off that pole.
The keys were in Howard's pocket.
He's lost his head.
He's lost his head.
So the subway is just careening down this track.
Well, the driver had been shot by
Yes.
Howard. The driver, by the way, Richard Schiff, who went on to play Toby Ziegler in The West Wing.
Oh, wow. Yeah. He didn't even have any lines in this one.
Nope.
He had a great death scene, though. Jack gets the idea that he's going to speed up the train.
Yeah.
This is going to make the train jump the track.
Yes, that's the idea. Here we go. We're going to jump something else. So these scenes of the subway flying through the track, that was a miniature that they built. Again, an elaborate miniature.
It's very good.
The actual subway train they built weighed 105 pounds and could go 15 miles an hour.
Amazing.
It had to break into, they had to orchestrate that because the part that goes shooting out at the end had to be the exact size of a
Come on,
bus.
baby.
Because they took an actual bus and they built an exterior around it to look like a subway.
Oh, because I guess they couldn't launch a subway car.
They couldn't. And the stunt driver for this stunt I mentioned earlier was Brian. He was also inside that cage with the suspended harness.
Oh, smart.
Here's the crazy thing. Because a subway doesn't have like a windshield, he had the very tiny little window to see out to make the jump.
That is bonkers.
Yeah. The jump did go off without a hitch. It's pretty wild. They did this, in Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah.
It was a very hard location to lock down because of all the tourists. And the subway bus is supposed to, fly through the air and come to a stop right before the Starline tour van.
Yes.
But on the day, it actually skidded all the way into it and gently hit it. And it
Really?
rocks back and forth.
There were like people in it.
Yes. I mean, it barely tapped it.
Okay.
But that was not planned. They had to shut down 4 blocks of Hollywood to make this happen. Wow. You know what the traffic was like.
I do. So the final scene, Annie and Jack are laying together in this crashed out subway car
in the middle of Hollywood. Jack is now going to say her line back to her. I have to warn you, I've heard relationships based on intense situations never work. She says, okay, then we'll just have to base it on sex. Whoa! And he says, whatever you say, ma'am. Whoa! And then 100 people gather around to take pictures of them making out.
Credits roll.
Credits roll. There you have it. That was speed, not minimum speed.
Full speed. Yes. I enjoyed it. This movie holds up. This movie even holds up to the scrutiny of watching it 7 times in 1 week.
It was such a fun ride. It really was. And I can't believe how much information you and I both know about this movie now. I really hope we're invited to a cocktail party and where this is just throw out some information about speed. I'm sure the people around us will be like, why the hell do they know so much about this movie? Stop talking to us about it.
Yeah, I don't know what that party is. I don't know what this event is, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll dazzle at that party. Thank you guys so much for listening. I totally recommend Speed. Office Ladies approved.
All right, we love you guys. We will see you next week for the beginning of season 8, The List. I've got some really fun tidbits about casting and James Gandolfini. We talked about it in our interview with Ray, but we can't wait for you to hear it.
And I'm going to bring back some more audio clips of Jan talking about some of the action sequences.
You're going to sprinkle that into the list?
Those in.
All right,
you guys have a great week. Bye.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bovico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This Valentine's Day, lab-grown diamonds speak louder than words. Pandora Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every love in your life.
In new styles that make your everyday look shine bright, like the beautiful lab-grown diamond station necklace and bracelet, featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate sparkle.
Lab-grown diamond jewelry is perfectly sparkling. It is a sustainable gift. Pandora's lab-grown diamonds celebrate all loves.
For the lab-grown diamond she wants and the lab-grown diamond you want to gift, shop now at your nearest Pandora Jewelry.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello.
Hey there.
Welcome, everyone, to this little bonus episode. Just throwing a little episode out there on a Friday for you.
Yeah, happy bonus Friday.
So, earlier this week, we broke down the movie Speed, and we mentioned how very excited we were to get to talk to someone who was in the movie, who was on the bus. You know her as Dwight's babysitter from the dinner party. We know her as Beth Grant, and we got to talk to her about her time on that bus.
That's right. Beth Grant is here. Speed fans will remember her as Helen, the nervous passenger who tries, to get off the bus too early, and it does not go so well.
No, she gets blown up.
I know. Well, we were super curious what life was like on that bus with Keanu and Sandra and the rest of the cast. And you guys, Beth does not disappoint. She has great stories about her time on Speed.
Yes. And, we thought about putting her interview in our Speed breakdown, but frankly, it stands alone.
Yeah.
It is its own thing. We hope you enjoy it. So here it is, our conversation with Beth Grant. Beth Grant, here you are on Office Ladies.
Oh, there you are. Good to see you. We are so excited to have you here. We're such big fans of yours. I mean, everyone that watches The Office knows you from Dinner Party. You were Dwight's babysitter and his date to the dinner.
Oh, but how much fun did we have during that episode?
I mean, so much fun.
It was so hard. Well, for me, I really thought I was going to lose it a couple times. I mean, big time. When I was at the door carrying the cooler, I had just worked with Steve in the Sunshine. And so, we knew each other a little bit. And I don't know, I felt like he was really trying to get me because the things he was improvising at the door. I was so nervous because guest stars, you've guest starred, and then you don't know, it's not your team, and you don't know, you don't want to be bad. And I was holding him, he kept saying these things, and I finally just went way down like this. And he said, "Oh, great, now she's crying." Anyway, we were off to a good start. It was just the most fun. I love you guys so much. It was a very, very, very special memory.
It is. I mean, you have to look at it from our point of view too, which is that we're on the other side of the door, and the door would start closed, and it would just open on you holding a cooler, bringing a cooler to a dinner party. It was so hard not to laugh. Giant glasses.
Yes.
Every time you nod on that, you had
a beat. I was sucking on a beat. But Ray cracked me up, and he kept grunting while he was eating his beets. Yes, both of us just love those beets. And he's going, like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. It's so funny. But all of you guys were so funny. It was just the most bizarre, demented episode, really. Steve sleeping on the little thing at the foot of the bed. We're having, but she had 3 bedrooms to herself.
Exactly. Well, we are so thrilled to have you here today, and we are going to talk with you about your time on the movie Speed.
Yeah!
We are super fans of Speed. Can you believe that we're coming up on the 30th anniversary?
I can't.
30 years ago, you were on that bus.
Isn't that crazy? It's really nuts that time goes by so quickly. My daughter was not yet 1 year old. It was the first job that I had. I was on a series when she was born. It was very different to do a sitcom and to do a feature, And I thought that all of the bus stuff would be CGI. I didn't know it was going to be a live freeway, and that my trailer was going to be, 1.5 miles, 2 miles, and I wouldn't be able to see my daughter, and I didn't want her stuck under a freeway, stuck in a, so it was a painful experience in that way, being away from her. And I was still breastfeeding. Too much information, I know, but I would leave the house at 5:30 and drive all the way, leaving my baby to sleep. And then I wouldn't get home until 7:30 because we had, 12-hour days. And
Where did you come?
In my little trailer. I mean, I would it was painful. It was painful at times. I couldn't wait for those breaks when we got to go back. But a lot of the time, we couldn't even go back to our trailers. We were on the freeway with an umbrella. That was kind of it.
This was one of my big questions because, how did bathroom breaks work?
We used porta potties.
Oh, they would have stopping points
But they
along.
weren't those fancy little porta potties. There were construction workers literally on the 105. It hadn't quite opened. It was live. There were, construction workers, cars going by and so on, and there were real construction workers. And so they had to have porta potties. So I think our porta potties, they probably just incorporated them.
Okay, so other than porta potties, there was really nothing there. Everything we see, the film crew added, right?
We had 300 cars that were extras cars, which let me tell you something. You don't want to miss a line. They have to turn around 300 cars. But it was just one of those things, knowing that there are helicopters going around and 300 cars, and Yonderbon, love him, maniac. He's got all this stuff going on. I mean, we were shooting with 11 cameras. We had cameras on the wheels, cameras all over the bus. We had cameras, crazy. But one time, to my mortification, I have, quite an angular face. And it was Sandy's close-up, and my nose apparently kept popping in and out. My nose in my chin. And finally, we had to stop. 300 cars, turn around. It's like, it wasn't subtle when you messed up. It was not. Everybody knew. You could hear them going again, turn around, turn around. It was horrible. But we made it. And we didn't mess up too much, you know.
Well, I have a question for you, Beth. What was the audition process like? Like, what was the scene you auditioned with? And it seems like you didn't know you were going to be on an actual bus.
Didn't. Well, it was John Vaughn, and I had worked with him before on Flatlanders that Joel Schumacher directed. And so I knew he was really a great DP. You know, of course he would got Die Hard, big movies, but I liked him. You know, he's crazy. I mean, he's like me. He's like, whoa. In fact, he and Sandy and I really had fun. I think we probably drove people crazy because we cracked a lot of jokes, and we were naughty, Sandy and I, quite often. And so the three of us got along really great. And but anyway, so the audition process, and it was John, and I read the script, and I thought, a bus, you know, going 50 miles an hour, if it goes, you know, it just seemed preposterous to me. And I called my friend Don Mancini, who wrote the Child's Play movies. And Don, we were very close at that time, and he really knew Hollywood. I mean, he knew what movies were happening. He read all the scripts. He had a real good sense of what was going to happen, what wasn't going to happen. So I called him. I said, "Man, I've done this audition. What do you think?" He said, "Oh, do it. He said, huge. This is going to be huge." I said, "Really? People want to watch a runaway bus? Absolutely. Do it. So I read the script, which was not the script you saw, by the way. Different script. Radio's script was very different after Joss Whedon did the rewrite. Yeah, that's what we're learning. And it's a lot of fun stuff that changed, you know. But it was a really nice role at that time. It wasn't what ended up being in the script, but it was sort of like the Poseidon Adventure or Tower Inferno. We all had these backstories of history. And I liked my character. She had just gotten engaged. She had a little dog. She and Sandy's character were friends. I had been to see her do stand-up the night before. So it was all, you know, chatty, and then every bus stop, they would stop, and the people would come on, and you would kind of find out more about them, you know. And so that was the script that I read. And so anyway, I just loved it and had fun. And in the script, I was the hero. The bus driver actually had a heart attack in that script, and I was the one that came forward and did CPR and saved his life, and then I was the one who volunteered to get off the bus first to sort of test the waters. Oh, and we did all that, and I got on my knees in the audition, and I was doing CPR. I mean, I just went for it. So it was really fun. I really loved it, and I really, you know, hoped I would get it by the time I left. And but then, as it happens in Hollywood, we were shooting like the day after Labor Day, and we went we had a reading, table read, and we had a costume parade. And so first I get there, and your boyfriend Keanu is sitting there, all puffed up, baby. I mean, he looked good, and I was already a fan. I've always thought, to me, he's underrated, underestimated. I just think he's a genius. He's so authentic and real and loving, and it always comes across. Anyway, he's sitting there all pumped up, which I had never seen him like that. And I said, "Oh, wow, you look great. This is really exciting. This is really good for you, huh?" And he said, "I hope so." He's just so real. So anyway, then we go in. So we get these new scripts. So I start going through the script, and I said, Adam's table read. It's the first time we've seen it. First time I've seen the rewrites. I think they were hot off the press. And I think, oh my God, it's all her characters on. There's no dog. I'm not engaged. I'm not friends with stuff. I thought, there's nothing here to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. And so Sandy and I went to the same college. And she obviously younger than me. And when they put out this directory of all the famous alumni, you know. And so I had a very nice little picture, nice bio. And then Sandy had this huge spread in the middle because she had done Working Girl, the series. And I thought, who the hell was that? You know, and this guy that wrote for the Raleigh News Observer said, "Oh, you need to meet her. You're going to love her. She's great." And gave me her phone number and said, "Call her up. Y'all will get along great." And I would say, "Call her." I was jealous. Anyway, so we're sitting there. I just read the script, and in was Sandra Bullock, the girl from my college. And I was like, and then she turned. And this really happened. It makes me cry. She turned and she looked at me, and her eyes lit up, her face lit up, and I fell in love. So Sandy comes over, and she's East Carolina, Southern girls. So, we were best friends for the whole shoot. And she saved my life because I had just read the script, where my heart was kind of gone. And then when we got on the set, we went to rehearse. First, we read the script. She was fabulous. It was fabulous. It was different. It wasn't what I wanted to do, but it was great. We had the reading, then we went for our costume parade. We did that. And then we got on the set. They put us on a bus, and we went to the 105 freeway for the rehearsal. And I'm like,
wait, the rehearsal was on a moving bus as well?
Yeah. I mean,
you rehearsed on a moving bus.
Yes, but we didn't go 50. You know what I mean? Maybe we did for a minute. They were testing it, but mostly, yeah, we did. And yeah, and then we would all get out.
Did anyone get car sick?
Oh, what a funny question. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. We did not. Maybe it's different on a bus than in a car. We were scared.
That's lucky, though. That's lucky. Would you guys actually be in the bus when the bus was hitting things?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you would crash into cars while you were in the bus.
We did. I mean, sometimes yes, sometimes no, and I can't tell you which ones. But we were in it for a lot of it, you know, like that one where we hit all the water things, you know.
Yeah.
We were in the bus for that. That was shot in Long Beach on an entrance, and boom, 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 and a lot of it was very real. On the street, you know, with the baby carriage going, we were all right there. It was scary. Dawn is a nut. He likes to go for it. And fortunately, Sandy and Keanu and I are nuts. And, you know, Keanu did that stunt getting out of the Jag onto the bus, you know. Yes. Doing it. And once he did his stunt, then, of course, Hawthorne James wanted to do his getting on the And so I said, well, I'm not going to let men do theirs. I'll do mine. Here I am, a new mother. I mean, and they had stunt women for me. They had, you know, 2 different stunt women there. They had, I had a full body cast, so they had 3 or 4 of me. I mean, I was everywhere.
I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January? But guess what? Walmart Plus can help you save your resolutions this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like free delivery, gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few new things for my wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts, just to get out of my rut of the t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs at Walmart Plus. Super soft, love them. And they have free shipping with no order minimum. So if your resolution is like mine, Walmart Plus helps you save on all the clothes and accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Okay, we really want to ask you about that hard right turn. When the bus has the 90-degree turn and he's like, everyone get on the other side. And it goes up on 2 wheels. Like, were you on that bus when it did the hard right turn?
We were, but I don't know. The 2-wheel thing might have been shot as a separate piece. Mm-hmm. We did it, though. It was right there at the entrance of the 105 and the 110. I believe. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't actually, I think it was on a street rather than the actual ramp, I think. Mm-hmm. But
that's what it looks like.
Yeah. It was, yeah, it's real. So much of it is real. what Jan said to me, I wanted to quit when I saw that we were shooting on the freeway. And he said, trust me, I'm going to shoot this like a European film. You saw all the costumes were in earth tones. And he said, we're going to cover this in a very specific way, like a European film. And real. We're going to keep it real. And so I took him at his word. And I think that is what it did. You agree?
Yeah. I am blown away by some of these shots that they got and where the cameras were mounted, and I was so tense in so many scenes because it feels so scary.
Yeah, it is. It was real. Anything you saw on our faces was probably real.
I have to imagine you guys really bonded being on the bus together for so long. I mean, how many weeks were you shooting?
Well, I shot for 6 weeks. I think they shot for 7 or 8 after I died. Although Sandy had me come back, it was so funny. She wanted me on camera when she knows Helen's dead for Helen's death.
Yeah.
And so they called me up after I wrapped and they said, Sandy, was wondering if you could maybe come back and do that. So of course, I was thrilled to go back. But anyway, I came back, and so I'm in the bus, and the counter gets in the bus, and he said, what are you doing here? You're dead. On camera.
Yeah, have you stayed close with any of your bus mates after this experience? I know it's been 30 years, but...
Yeah, Sandy's the only one, and she is a very wonderful mother and very much engaged in her life, as a mom. I haven't seen her as much. We've had some email exchanges, but I haven't seen her for a while, but we were very close for a long time, and I would still call her if I needed help, if I was something going on and it was urgent. I wouldn't hesitate to call her. I love her. And I know she would respond, and I hope she knows that about me. So yeah, it was a lifelong friendship developed with her.
That's so wonderful.
Yeah, and so we reunited on Try to Kill. And then she wrote, during that period, she wrote a little short called Making Sandwiches. And she wrote a part. I don't know if she wrote it for me or if I just happened to be lucky and be there at the right time to play it. But we shot it in Ventura, a little short. Octavia Spencer's in it. Matthew McConaughey's in it. Me. Eric Roberts is in it.
That's quite the cast for a short film.
Yeah, it premiered at Sundance, and wonderful little movie. Then when All About Steve came along, my agent said, you need to get in there and play her mother, but it was written as a aging Marilyn Monroe type, and I'm thinking that's not my casting. And but my agent was just like, I want you on that movie, and so she got me the audition. I said, okay, I'm going for it. And so I wore this pink fluffy dress, put on a blonde wig, and went in and went for it. And Sandy called me to tell me that I got it, that the studio approved me. And it was just thrilling to then go get to play her mom. We had the best time. We laughed so much. And it was so fun for me to play a character like that, because no one in the world would believe I would do it. But just because you need to go for it, if you audition. I mean, if I had said offer only, or if I hadn't been willing to take a chance, it wouldn't have happened.
So then you've done 3 films with Sandra Bullock, plus you were in her directorial debut and only films you've ever directed. So you guys have worked together over these 30 years since Speed 4 times in these different movies and have a lifelong friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, what a blessing. This movie is, yeah,
it is. It is. It's what you take with you.
In the end, that's what it's all about. Yeah. Well, she did make, she said, I told her this, and, she never wants to take credit for anything. She always compliments everybody else. She was always so giving and loving. But she saved my life on that movie. First of all, I don't know that I would have stayed on the movie once I saw the thing. But I had bonded with her. I loved her. I felt like I wanted to work with her and Keanu and beyond that. But beyond that, she just was always upbeat and positive. She had such such a good
Acidic
attitude. And we had chocolate break every day at I think 4 o'clock. And they would bring out the chocolate. And I didn't even eat sugar at the time, but honey, I was eating Tootsie Rolls. and we would dance. If you can believe it. We would put on salsa music. And she's a great dancer. And she would salsa dance, you know, and my pitiful version of salsa dancing. But she kept everybody going. Like, because it was so hot and the hours were so long, and as I say, we couldn't even get to our trailers, all of that. But her attitude was so good and positive and loving at all times that she kept me going. I mean, I made it because of her, and so I really feel like, you know, I owe her that forever.
So while you were shooting it, you knew this was going to be a hit. While you were making it, you guys felt it. You could feel you were part of something special.
We could. I mean, also, it just felt good. You know, Jan was on his game. The crew was on their game. Keanu, I could see, was going to be an action star. It worked out pretty well.
Sure did.
Yeah. And you just could tell. And he was so sweet. Talk about bonding.
Yeah, can we talk a little bit about Keanu?
Oh my God, I want to tell you everything. One day in Long Beach, I guess it was the day, in fact, we did that thing on the on-ramp where we ran into the water barrel.
Water.
Sure, that was what we were shooting. So we had technical stuff to work out. So we had a lot of downtime on the streets of Long Beach. And so we made up a comedy show that would be called Sandy, kind of cute, kind of wild, Sandy. And then he would be the boy. I don't know, I think I was making it up and he was acting it out. He fell on the grass and kicked like a cockroach and just cute, funny stuff that you don't really see that side of him, you know, very often in interviews or in what he does, but just cute, sweet, funny.
I got 4 ROTHSCHILD followers.
And just such a team here with this cast. Really? That sounds so charming. I feel like we were like that on the set of The Office, Jenna, how we would get punchy being in the conference room. Listen, it wasn't a moving bus. We didn't have to hang out on the side of a freeway. But we definitely had all of these little comedy bits we would do and act out and be silly and kept us going through like long days on set.
That's why it worked. You know, you can feel it on that show. You really can. Your show, that show. But you can feel it. It just couldn't have worked any other way.
I love the idea of thinking that Keanu does bits. Exactly. Beth, I have to know, was there ever like a stunt that went wrong for a second? Were there any mishaps that you remember, or was it all pretty controlled?
I can't remember anything going wrong except
They got 4 followers from another restaurant.
Oh no, my whining. I tell you, I went to that premiere and I thought, get that lady off the bus with her whining. What about the rest of us? What about the rest of us? You know, Jan said to me, I asked him, I said, why aren't I the hero anymore? So we have too many heroes. He said, we need Richard Chamberlain in Tower of the Crown. We need a coward. So I was the coward. But in the original script, Jeff Daniels was the bad guy.
Yes.
It's really shocking.
Yeah. No, he was in cahoots.
Very cool that there are this many viral
You liked
rabbis.
that twist.
I did. But I also thought that he was very moving.
Oh, that's tight.
Our version.
Very cool that there are this many viral rabbis.
That second on his face.
I agree. You're the best, Don.
And who doesn't love Jeff Daniels?
No way this ends in any way other than involuntary commitment. I got 4 viral. He's live, streaming his life just like the Truman Show. That's right, baby.
I was like, am I a good enough actor that I could do Jeff Daniels' moment of realization? It was so good. So I tried it. Funny, I did the same thing. I said, could I do that? Would it look real? Do I look like a cartoon? Yeah, it was because it was so good.
From the game.
Well, I'm proud of you guys. Those that. You saw a great moment and you wanted to see if you could duplicate
John,
it.
you're
And I have no
wonderful.
doubt that you would and
I
could.
love John.
That's great.
Mine's a little cartoony. I'm no Jeff Daniels, I'll say that, but my goodness. It's crazy though because so many people in the film did not get to work together. Like you never got to work with Jeff Daniels, you never got to work with Dennis Hopper. And then
Hopper was by himself for most of the movie.
On a telephone. But you know, one thing that I did notice on the bus, which just blew my mind, is how you've got, you know, the police captain and all the police officers are on like a flatbed next to the bus. And there are all these scenes where they are just the background of something that's happening on the bus. Did those guys just ride next to you for 12 hours a day sometimes? That was crazy.
In the heat on a flatbed?
I know, in those SWAT uniforms or whatever it is, heavy duty, you know, with the bulletproof vest. Well, you know, stunt guys, stunt guys. I mean, they are just gluttons for punishment, I guess. I don't know. They're amazing. I mean, and they seem to take great joy in it. I mean, I'm sure they're nice. They go home and they say, I'm never doing this again. But it's not my experience with stunt people. They are always so enthusiastic and ready for action. They are really phenomenal. I mean, they just always just are so eager to jump into the fray. And God bless them. I mean, we need them. That's for sure.
We sure do.
But then you don't.
Everybody,
they
sit
were
on speed
or suffering in the heat, and it was hot, hot. You know, September in California, Southern California is hotter than the summer, and it was
that's our hottest month for sure.
I think so too. Yeah, definitely was that year.
Well, you know, Beth, you have been in so many things, and we've talked about it
Do you
here.
like it?
I'm personally with my daughter rewatching the
Mikey.
Indie Project, and you're hilarious in it. She was like, "Mom, please tell Beth how much we love her in the Mindy Project." So I said I would.
Oh, tell her thank you so much.
Yes, but we are curious. What do you get recognized the most for? Is there a character that people really identify with when you're out in the world?
Well, what I found is, obviously it depends on, the fans of which thing. Like, Speed fans and Speed. But you're going to think I'm making it up, but I promise you that The Office is at the top, tippy top. People love that show so much. They love the dinner party episodes. I mean, a lot of people have called and got interviews with me, Rolling Stone picking it as the top comedic episode in the first 10 years of this century or something. I know y'all know all this, but it is extremely popular show. Y'all are much, much beloved. I mean, you truly are. And I know for a fact, because you're not around. They have no reason to tell me how much they love you. And they do. They just do.
Well, we were so lucky to have you on The Office, and we're so lucky that you joined us today to talk about Speed. Thank you for coming and nerding out with us, Beth. We were just hanging on your every word.
Beth, I love you both so much. I think you're fabulous, and I love your podcast. And I'm going to root for the Broadway fantasy dream come true, which will happen. And I'm going to root for you with, I don't know about the garden and hummingbirds. You can come over and garden and hummingbird with me. I got a lot of.
I would love that, Beth. I'm not even kidding.
Oh,
come over.
She's going to be at your house tomorrow. If there's a hummingbird, Angela is there. Trust me.
I mean, I'm not kidding. We have all drought-resistant native plants in the front and the back. It's a hummingbird paradise over here. We love them.
Then I have to come over.
Angela is more excited about this news than anything you said about Speed.
That's how tons of people say yes, in the front yard or the back. Or no, in the front or the back. You know where I'm talking. It's either the front or the back, asshole.
We need help. It's very bushy.
Nobody needs that much bush.
What? That's what she said. All right.
Great and
Love you, Beth. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she did good job.
Thank you, everybody, for going on this journey with us, rewatching Speed, and
I
listening to our
remember
chat with
she did such a good acting.
so
My mom was like, stupid lady. When the lady died, she said, this stupid lady.
I had so much fun
Really?
watching Speed
Yeah.
over and over and over. And we also want to say a special thank you to Sam and Cassie and Ainsley for chipping in and working extra hard to make this episode a huge success.
Don't do it.
We just love our team so much. We also want to tell you
Stupid
guys
lady.
that today over at OfficeLadies.com, we are launching a few fun new merch items for spring and summer. You got to check it out. Super, super cute stuff. Marissa and Ileana crushed it. Go check it out. And we're bringing back some oldies but goodies. And by request, we now have the really cute blue It Is Your Mug available for single purchase. So, yeah, fun stuff. Fun stuff. OfficeLadies.com, and we'll be here next week chatting with you. I hope you have a great one. It's all about season 8 starting next week. See you then, guys. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Phillico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Green Ratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
It's really cool that ViralRabbi has so many
This
accounts.
Valentine's Day, lab-grown diamonds speak louder than words. Pandora Jewelry has stunning lab-grown diamond gifts for every
I
love
like
in
that
your
version.
life.
So
In new
there's
styles
like,
that
there's
make your
no
everyday
way
look
this
shine
guy.
bright. Like the beautiful lab-grown diamond station necklace and bracelet featuring 5 bezel-set lab-grown diamonds for the ultimate sparkle. Lab-grown diamond jewelry is perfectly sparkling. It is a sustainable gift. Pandora's lab-grown diamonds celebrate all
Are they
loves.
fucking?
For the lab-grown diamond
Is
shoe
this
ones
your
and
boy?
the lab-grown
This
diamond
your
you
boy,
want to
man.
gift,
Fun, yeah.
shop now at your nearest Pandora Jewelry. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right.
Bitch.
Dunkin's cold K-Cup
You heard that
pods were
right, bitch.
crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Yeah,
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hello! Hi! Is everybody ready for Season 8? Season 8. Here it is. Ocho. We're doing it. It's fun. That's 8 in Indonesian. Okay, no, I'm done. All right. Today is the list. It is Season 8, Episode 1, written by BJ Novak, directed by BJ Novak. Angela, Season 8 was a very emotional roller coaster of a year for me on The Office. First of all, I was very pregnant. Then I came back to work after only 5 weeks. And we didn't have Steve. It was a year. It's really hard to go back to work and have a baby. It just is. And there were some circumstances that made it harder. We'll share about that when we get there. We'll get to that down the road. Let's start this episode with a summary. Andy Bernard is our new Dunder Mifflin branch manager, and Robert California is the new CEO of Sabre. He talked Joe out of her own job. In this episode, Aaron is going to discover that Robert California has made a list of employees in his notebook, and he has divided this list into 2 groups. What do the groups mean? The office makes it their mission to figure it out. Meanwhile, Angela got married to the state senator over the summer, and both Angela and Pam are pregnant. And Pam cannot stop crying. Pam was breaking my heart. Are you ready for Fast Fact number 1? I am. Our Fast Fact number 1 is called New Manager. That's right. Andy Bernard.
How did this all come about? Well, as I said before, there was no decision about who was going to take over as manager when we ended season 7. We all left for our summer break. We didn't know. We had no idea. It was a very interesting summer for our writers. And thanks to many messages that I exchanged with BJ Novak and Paul Lieberstein, and from reading Andy Green's book and doing some Googling, I have the dish on how it all came about.
Give it to us.
All right, the first debate was outside hire versus inside hire.
This debate I remember well. It was swirling around for a while.
Well, the general consensus was inside hire. Yeah, however, the network liked the idea of an outside hire. So our writers did entertain this idea, and the biggest name being tossed around was James Gandolfini.
I remember this, John.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
I remember too. Paul Lieberstein, BJ Novak, and Danny Chun all met with James Gandolfini about coming in as a manager. And in Andy Green's book, which by the way is called The Office, The Untold Story of the Greatest Sitcom of the 2000s, Danny Chun shared that James had seen a few episodes of the show and he was very complimentary and very interested. BJ Novak told me that when they met with him, he was super nervous because James Gandolfini was his favorite actor. And he said that James Gandolfini was pretty shy during the meeting, but also BJ and Paul and Danny were very shy as well. And so it was a very quiet meeting. Nobody said very much. They just kind of sat there.
We were all obsessed with The Sopranos. Let me tell you, if Tony Soprano had walked onto that soundstage, I would have been like, ah.
All right, so here's the character that they had in mind. This is how Danny described it. Quote, salt of the earth, intense, passionate guy who could be your father figure and your biggest supporter and the most sort of wonderful person to have on your side, but also turn around and be the scariest person you've ever seen in your life and just bite your head off about something. So this was the character they were imagining James Gandolfini would play in a comedic way. This was a comic turn. But ultimately, it didn't work out. Now, there was a little dish served up recently on the podcast Talking Sopranos. That is the podcast with the stars of The Sopranos. It's Michael Imperioli and Steve Sciarippa. They tell stories about Sopranos. Yeah. Everyone, you should listen if you want to hear some breakdown about The Sopranos. But they talked about this moment where James Gandolfini was possibly going to come on The Office. And Steve Sciarippa said, we made him an offer, but that HBO countered our offer and paid him $3 million not to take the role.
Jeez.
Yeah. Now, I did some fact checking on that. My sources tell me that we never made a financial offer to James Gandolfini.
Are you sharing secret
These are my secret sources. But that James Gandolfini ultimately decided that he wanted to do a development deal with HBO and do some other projects rather than get locked into a TV contract. So I guess HBO did make him a deal. Yeah, maybe that, stopped any potential deal in its tracks with us, but my sources say an offer was not officially made. Okay, so after all of this, the writers decided, for sure, we're going to do an inside hire. That had been their first instinct, Krista D. from Allendale, Illinois said, did the writers choose Andy to become the Scranton branch manager because he's the most likely to be a yes man to corporate? Was there a lot of discussion around who would take over as manager? There was lots of chatter. Writer Danny Chun said the discussions got quite heated. Paul Lieberstein said here was their criteria for picking a new boss. Quote, one of the important aspects is that the boss puts something into the relationships in the office that is not just professional. They have to see it as a lot more than what it is. And they decided that the two people who would take the job of manager most personally were Andy or Dwight. Okay, that tracks. People argued heavily for each side. If you want to read everyone's passionate feelings about this, it is all in Andy Green's book. There's a lot of stuff in Andy Green's book that, I knew already. We knew, Right. This was a glimpse into the writer's room that I found very interesting. So just putting that out there.
So maybe the real list was a notepad, and on one side was Andy, and on the other side was Dwight.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I remember Paul called me into his office, and and he asked me my opinion. Did I think it should be Andy or Dwight? I said Dwight. Sorry, Ed. I just really wanted it for Dwight. You know, the character of Dwight has wanted this for so long. I think I wanted that dream fulfillment for him. Yeah. So I picked Dwight. Here were a couple of their concerns. Their concern was that having Dwight as the manager meant that we would lose our main antagonist.
Right, that is fair, and you would lose that foil between Jim and Dwight, because now Dwight would be Jim's boss.
Yes, yeah. But they were also concerned that the character of Andy becoming manager would feel too similar to Michael Scott, and it would be harder to distinguish him from Michael. And they were trying to wrap their head around that. Well, right around this time, The Hangover 2 came out, and it earned over $500 million at the box office.
This was so huge. I mean, it catapulted Ed into this whole new stratosphere of, like, I don't know, showbiz.
Well, guess what? The network had a real strong feeling about it after that.
I bet they did.
And that tipped the scales in favor of Ed taking over the role. Fast fact number 2. Are you ready for this dish? Yeah, this one is called New CEO. Fan question from Michaela G. in Wisconsin. In this episode, James Spader takes over the role of CEO for Kathy Bates. Is there a reason why they had James Spader join the cast instead of keeping Kathy Bates as the CEO? Yes, Michaela. Kathy Bates landed on a new TV series she was the star of called Harry's Law. She was not available to be our CEO.
Was she Harry? Was her last name Harry? I don't know. Well, if she's the star in this Harry's Law,
I have no idea.
Sorry, I'm just curious. Okay, Cassie just said that Harry's Law, Harry is short for Harriet.
All right, so we don't have a CEO anymore. We need a new CEO. Here's something that happened. Over the summer, people freaked out over the character of Robert California.
As they should.
Yes.
He is delicious.
Oh.
The head of the network loved James Spader. The writers loved James Spader. He was an audience favorite. They were like, maybe James Spader could be our new CEO. They didn't know if they could convince him to do it. It was like a big thing when they pitched him the cameo. They're like, don't worry, it's one episode, it's one thing. You'll be in and out. Turns out he loved doing the show. He had a great experience. But there was another reason why he accepted the role, which was revealed in Andy Green's book. And oh my God, it is amazing. I love James Spader so much. He said he took the role because he liked the show and also because he was basically broken and needed the money. He said, this is so him. I can hear him saying this. He said he'd just done a big renovation on his house and he'd spent all of his Boston legal money.
He needed the paycheck, guys.
Yeah. He'd also just done a play on Broadway for a whole year, which, as we know, does not pay a lot. And he said this, when the play was done, quote, I knew I was going to need some money because I was hemorrhaging cash doing the play, and then all of a sudden I got a call from the office. Now, we initially called him about just doing an arc on the show, just kind of like popping in from time to time like Kathy Bates had done. But at the time, he was also in talks to do the Steven Spielberg movie Lincoln, which he really wanted to do, and it seemed like it was going to be a conflict. He said they were doing the movie Lincoln on a really reduced budget. It was not going to be a big paycheck, and the movie wasn't going to start for 8 months. And he said he really wanted you to know, quote, by this point, I was broke. Really, I was broke. So he told his agents to go back to the office and say he would do the part for 1 year, but it had to be for a full season, and he needed time off to do the movie Lincoln if it came together.
He needed to get that coin. Listen, Jen and I are laughing because I can hear his voice.
I can
He's
too.
so earnest when he says something. It's like the man cannot lie. He just tells you exactly his thoughts.
The quotes made me smile because it was the same James Spader that we loved being on set with.
Yeah.
He is just
No BS.
no straightforward. I just loved him.
Same.
So it worked out. James Spader got the role.
Well, I came across an article in Entertainment Weekly from July 6, 2011, and Paul Lieberstein was asked about James taking over as CEO. And this is what he said. James will reprise his role as Robert California, the Uber salesman that has a power to convince and manipulate like a high-class weirdo Jedi warrior. He'll have been hired over the summer as the new manager, but within hours, gets himself promoted. Within days, he takes over the company. James has an energy that is completely his own, and the office has no tools for dealing with this guy. We are thrilled he's joining our cast.
I love it.
And we were so excited.
I have so many stories.
We have so many stories. We shared some in our book, The Office BFFs, you guys, about our mornings in hair and makeup with James. Are you ready for Facebook?
Yes, because we were so excited to have this storyline together. Do you remember the table read?
Yes, we were giddy. And Jenna, I found an email I sent to Steve about it.
What?
Yes, in my digital clutter. You have to hear this. Hey, Steve, how are you guys? Congrats on your Emmy nomination. Okay, first of all, you so deserve it, but selfishly, we are so excited because it means we get to see you guys. This week, we went back for season 8. They have some really fun storylines for Pam and Angela. We get to be real frenemies again, and Jenna and I are so excited. 3 exclamation marks. Also, you should know Jenna is so adorable and very friendly. She's going to have a baby boy, and Isabel is as sassy as they come. I hope you all are well and the kiddos are great. Also, I'm still having problems with my damn sprinklers, and of course I think of you and Nancy laughing whenever they break. Because I would talk to him all the time about my homeowner issues. But lady, we were so excited.
I love that you were so excited about it that you put it in your little email update to Steve, which you would do, which was the sweetest thing, and I know he loved because he would get a little glimpse into how things were going.
Yes, and he always would respond back to what they were up to. You know how we feel about Steve. He's just the best.
Well, I wrote a MySpace blog to kick off this new season, and here is what I wrote about Big Craig's little Craig.
The oldie MySpace blog.
Yes. I said, quote, now that I'm actually pregnant, I can report with much authority that real pregnancy is way better than wearing one of those fake bellies for 12 hours a day. Poor Angela. She finally understands what I've been complaining about. Those fake bellies cut into your bladder, so you have to pee all the time, and you have to get totally undressed to use the restroom because they're like wearing a little wetsuit under all of your clothes, and you sweat. It's awful. It's funny. Angela finally has a BFF who she can talk to about real pregnancy, and I finally have a BFF that I can talk to about fake pregnancy. And it was true.
It was true. And this is the year we confused everyone. This is the year our script supervisor, Veda, said out loud, wait, who's real pregnant and who's fake pregnant again?
Yeah.
We just had flip-flopped.
Yes.
Well, lady, guess what? We were emailing like crazy during this time. Are you ready for some more digital clutter?
Please.
Here are just a few of the subject titles that we emailed each other. Okay. From you to me. Subject title. Bundle me car seat covers. Thoughts? Here's the next email you sent me. Baby bottles. ... The next email you sent me was nursery mural ? Then you sent me crib or pack and play for your trailer. Then I sent you, here's my breast pump. Changing pads and changing pad covers. Organic baby store. Your baby shower. ... We had a lot of correspondence about your pregnancy. You were nesting, and I was so excited to finally be able to share this new mom just conversation with you. Oh my gosh, I remember all of that. All of that. It takes me back. I know. That's all I have for fast facts. When we come back, we have a very delicious blanking cold open, and I've got some fun stuff for that, and I know you do too. Oh, I do. And I thought maybe today I'd try to plank. What? When's the last time you planked? Or have you ever planked? I mean, I plank in yoga class, but I'm I'm planking with my hand. Okay, braggy. But Jenna's actually really good at yoga, you guys. Well, let's take a break and then we will discuss all things planking, I guess. I don't know if you made a New Year's resolution this year, but did you know that most people give up on their resolutions before the end of January?
But guess what? Walmart Plus can help you
What
save your
happened to
resolutions
the
this year by saving your time and money.
Shepherd's
Walmart
Pie,
Plus
bro?
is the membership with
How
benefits like
Shepherd's
free
Pie?
delivery, gas discounts, video streaming,
Instead
so
of
much
pussy.
more. I decided in January that I just wanted to get a few
How'd
new
you get
things
that
for my
kick?
wardrobe. I wanted to do button-down shirts just to get out of my rut of
Pause.
t-shirt and hoodie all the time. I found 2 great button-downs.
How'd you get that
at
canker
Walmart
sore, kid?
Plus. Super soft,
Cunnilingus.
love them. And they have
I
free
didn't know
shipping,
vagina
no
could
order
give you
minimum. So, if
canker
your
sore.
resolution is like mine, Walmart
There
Plus
was some
helps you
acidic
save on
pussy
all the
going
clothes and
around.
accessories to help brighten up a new look. Join now. New members get $50
How'd
in
you get
Walmart
that
cash
canker
to get
sore,
what they
kid?
need to help save their resolution.
Terms apply. See
Cunnilingus.
walmart.com/plus for details. This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so
I didn't know
delicious.
vagina could give you
I
canker
get very
sore.
excited about McDonald's French fries.
Because they're the best fries.
There's some
really
acidic
are.
pussy going
From my
around, Robinson.
childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good? I don't. Is it the what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut?
There's someone
What
trying
is
to
it?
around what's going
I
on.
don't
Oh,
know.
blah, blah,
Everyone
blah.
knows this though. The McDonald's
Atomic
fry.
pussy
What?
going around.
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal.
Are you
It's just
hungry?
the perfect size for
Yeah.
me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I
Who's
think
ViralRabbi?
I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today. We are back, and this episode is going to start with Oscar walking past Erin. It looks like she's laying on the ground, but he knows immediately she's planking. He's like, oh, good Lord. She's laying on that cement thing that keeps your car from hitting the building. She's not even on the ground. The concrete, like, bumper thing. Yes. I mean, she's not really. There was like a Fernie pad. A what? A Fernie pad. What's a Fernie pad? We've talked about Fernie pads. Remember my Fernie pad catch on the roof with Steve? When she's not on a Fernie pad, lady. She's laying on that concrete thing. She's not really laying. Yes, she is. No, they put something on there. They did not. They did. They did it. They did. How do you know? Because it'd be too painful. She did it. I'm going to text Ellie. I guarantee you they put a little patty thingy there that you couldn't see. I guarantee you they did not. Jenna, have you tried to lay on a like cement beam? Yes. Push your boobs and your crotch. No, it would go between your boobs, ow, and then your forehead is resting. I swear. Pelvis bone. Okay, everybody, one moment. We're not expecting that. There is no great debate of the list breakdown. Was Ellie laying on a Fernie pad or just the concrete bumper? There was some buffer, I am telling you. Okay, pause. While I text her, we'll keep breaking down, and as soon as she texts me back, we'll let you know. Okay. I want to rewatch the beginning and zoom in.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Hi, Ellie. It's Jenna. Hi, Ellie. It's Ange. We're rewatching season 8, the episode The List, where you're planking in the parking lot. You're laying on like the concrete bumper thing. Now we're having a debate here. I think you laid directly on the concrete bumper. I think there was like some kind of Fernie pad, so you weren't squishing yourself on a piece of like skinny concrete. Who's right, Ellie? You can just text us back if you want. We're doing the podcast, but we need you to weigh in here. Okay, love you. Bye. Bye. These are the kind of messages people get from us now. Oscar's going to have a talking head where he says planking is stupid and dangerous. It's a new trend where people lay in weird places and, sometimes get run over. Thanks, Internet. I did a mini deep dive on the history of planking. There's a history of planking. There is a controversy over who invented planking. What? Yes. So in 2011, when we made this episode, the trend of planking, of laying down in odd places and then posting a photo of yourself, had become really popular. The person who gets credit for starting this viral sensation, can I guess? Sure. Are they French? They're Australian. He's a carpenter named Sam Weckert, and he started a Facebook page group for planking, and that is credited with kickstarting things. Weckert said that the term planking was coined by himself and his two friends back in the summer of 2008. He said that they were in a bar and they were like doing the worm on the ground, and then one of them just stopped and was still, and everybody thought that was really funny, and that kind of started it, and then they started doing that in other places and called it planking.
I mean, it does sound like something that came out of a night at a bar.
I mean, for sure, right? Like, I'm buying that. That sounds good. Well, the Facebook page became really popular, and then the media got a hold of it. But there are some folks in England who are not having it. They said that they started a Facebook page in 2007 featuring people laying down on objects in funny ways. And the founder of this page, his name is Gary Clarkson. He was quoted as saying this. Well, Gary says, quote, I find it funny how the Australian makes a game and a Facebook group exactly the same as ours and starts claiming he invented it.
Oh, that's a little internal UK sense.
Clarkson said that he and his friend invented it. They called it the laying down game.
Well, here's your problem. You gotta have a catchy name. You might have invented it. That might be true. I'm not here to contest that. But Gary, you gotta get a catchy name.
Yeah,
that's what catches on.
Now, to Oscar's point, people have been injured planking, and one person died.
Oh,
they tried to plank on the railing of a 7th floor balcony, and they fell off.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible.
Yes, everyone,
be careful out there.
Yeah, plank safely, please.
Well, the elevator is going to open, and standing there are Andy and Dwight. Andy is going to say that he's making Dwight his number 2. When he said that, I just got so sad.
Like, Dwight's always number 2.
Always the number 2. Dwight has a talking head where he says, you know what? I was disappointed at first, but I'm doing fine. He's doing karate and boxing and kickboxing and Krav Maga and meditation, and you know what? He's doing just great.
Yes. Now we're going to find out that Pam is pregnant with little Michael Scott. Jim just like that joke.
Say that.
Stop saying that.
Well, Pam says, you know what? She's actually happy she's not the only pregnant woman in the office. This cuts to one of my favorite talking heads. Also, Pam and Angela never do joint talking heads. You and I, as friends, were so excited.
Did you notice where the talking head was located?
Yes.
With the windows behind us.
Yeah. I think we need to hear it.
Oh, yes.
Look, it's Little Pregs and Big Pregs.
When did we start? Isn't it amazing the difference in our sizes?
Well, I am a few months ahead of you. I'm having a child with my husband, the senator, and Pam is having a child with Jim, the great salesman.
I love the great salesman.
Here's my take on that line. I think Angela is actually trying to be nice. She is. This is her passive-aggressive way of trying to give Pam a compliment. Yes. Okay, I have one background catch in this talking head. What is it? Did you notice that Angela's fingernails are bright red? No. When has she ever had on red nail polish? Ever. This is like some real spicy stuff. Well, I went in my digital clutter, and the week we filmed this episode, I was also filming Struck by Lightning.
Oh, wow.
And I was going back and forth between the two sets this week, and my character on Struck by Lightning had fingernail polish and this big updo, and I emailed you, Jenna, because I said this. I can't believe on one day I wear a fake belly, and then I go to the next set and I wear a fake butt. This whole week has been fake belly, fake butt, fake belly, fake butt. Because my character on Struck by Lightning, the director wanted her to have kind of a big derriere, and they had a padded butt suit I had to put on. Is this crazy?
What's athleticism, dog?
In those
I've never
wetsuit
seen
padded
anything.
outfits.
Yes. It
Well,
was
that
very
bitch is
funny
just
week
going
for
like a
me
motherfucker.
because I was going back and forth, but I guess for this
It's
talking
just a
head, I
prank.
forgot to take
Yeah,
nail
that's
polish
all I
off.
see.
Well, we've got a fan question for you. Angela from Anna S. in Scranton. What's up, Scranton? Anna said, Angela, I was wondering who came up with the idea for your character to be pregnant, and did the writers talk to you about it, or were you just surprised at the table read? I think Angela marrying the senator was such an interesting development for her character, and you do such an amazing job portraying her emotional journey. I do find it very interesting that she revenge dated Andy, but now that she's with the senator, it seems different. Do you think that she really loved the senator, or was she just believing that she loved him, and all the time her heart belonged to Dwight? Well, Anna, thank you so much for your thoughtful questions. They did not tell me about pregnancy. I found out about it at a table read, and I just remember being so delighted because it's just a new thing to play.
Do the thing.
We've been playing these characters for a while
Is it called
now, and every
ViralRabbi?
time we got a new layer to them. It was really exciting as an actor. And as far as Angela and Dwight and the senator, I always believed that Angela's one true love was Dwight.
Is it ViralRabbi?
And the way I approached Angela dating and marrying the senator was that Angela was very enamored with the idea of being in this sort of elite circle in society, you know, and that was very intoxicating.
That's
very
good.
intoxicating. She loved status. She loved Dwight's status in the office. She always thought
ESPN?
he should be the manager, you know? And so then to have someone who had the nice big house and had the title be interested in her, that was in a way her ultimate revenge to Dwight as well, is that she got to marry someone she thought everyone thought was very legitimate, you know? So I think she was in love with the idea of being a senator's wife, but I don't think she ever truly loved him, but she loved the idea of it all. Yeah, I get that. Now, Angela, we also got a lot of mail about
Try to get your account back. You should be like mine.
about my pregnant body. What were folks saying? First of all, let me say I was about 8 months pregnant when we started shooting this season. Yeah. And in this rewatch, when I saw myself on camera, I was like, oh my gosh, I was a real pregnant lady right there. And I felt really proud. I was like, look at me. It occurred to me, I haven't seen a lot of that on TV or in movies. It's true. They often hide pregnancies. They hid mine. Yeah, so all you ever saw was my head popping over things or a giant bag in front of me. But for you in this season, you were showing your actual body going through pregnancy and going through your final trimester. Yes. Well, I got 3 fan questions to share about it. So the first one is from Shay J in British Columbia, who wanted to know if there was any conversation about attempting to hide my pregnancy for this season. As soon as I told Paul and Greg that I was pregnant, they asked if they could write it into the show. They thought the timing was right. I did not take this decision lightly, however. I had waited a very long time to share my pregnancy news. I have had close family members lose pregnancies in the later stages of their pregnancy, and it is like a grief. I know, my sister. Yeah, so it's very scary to put something out there like that, because if something does go wrong, God forbid, and then you have to continue playing someone pregnant when you no longer are, it's a terrifying and very vulnerable place to put yourself in. And I asked Paul, I said, if we write the pregnancy into the show and something happened, would something happen to him too? Or would I have to go to work and put on some fake belly? Like, I just, you know. So Lee and I talked about it for a long time, and ultimately we decided that while that is always a possibility in pregnancy, it is not a probability. That all of my ultrasounds will point toward a pregnancy that was not going to involve any, problems. Yes, I was. So we agreed to write it into the show. That was a big consideration and a big conversation, Shay. And I want to say that I really appreciated Paul and Greg's thoughtfulness in that conversation. So next we had a fan question from Hannah L. in California who said, I am pregnant with my second child right now and due in September. My body image has been so up and down during this pregnancy, as it is for so many women. And I would like to know, what was it like for you to be pregnant on camera? I cannot emphasize enough how much I love seeing Pam's second pregnancy on the show because it, of course, seems like such a real and accurate representation. As an aside, I know it can be hard to be pregnant and working a demanding job, especially with long hours. So I just want to say on behalf of so many working moms, we see you. Thank you, Hannah. And then Haley O. from Texas said, having dealt with eating disorders and eating disorder recovery during 4 pregnancies and postpartum during my 20s, I love how Pam looks like a real pregnant woman. Not that they can't look small, but it's just not all packaged in a perfect little area where the wound is all the time. Pregnancy can come in all shapes and sizes. I used to have a hang up about how other pregnant women could stay tiny except for their cute little bump, whereas I kind of looked big all over. It made my eating disorder so difficult to deal with and recovery nearly impossible. But still to this day, 7 years after starting ED recovery, when I see big pregs, it makes me tear up. I love how Angela is snide about the sizes because it does show in a way how society thinks pregnant women should be, but not every body is the same. That is so true. Haley, I could not have soapboxed that better. Yeah. And Angela, in my MySpace blog, I wrote about this as well. Oh, let's hear it. I said this. It has been quite an adventure while so very pregnant. We've been working hard to shoot as many episodes as possible before I give birth, and that has basically meant that I'm working up until my due date. Luckily, I feel great. I've been very fortunate. I haven't had much pain at all, which I credit to my twice-weekly training and nightly walks with my husband. I think I had a pretty moderate pregnancy philosophy. I didn't starve myself. I didn't eat only organic greens and salads, but I was aware of what I put in my body, and I tried to make mostly healthy choices. By the way, it's good to gain weight during pregnancy, and I mean more than the Hollywood 15 pounds. Not only does your body need to create a base for carrying around that giant belly, you need a reserve for when you begin breastfeeding. It all makes sense and works in harmony. That's not to say that I've always loved this process. It is a hard day when you look down and see cellulite on your shins. I remember that day, Angela. You remember? I think I texted you about it. I was like, really? My shins? No, I remember you actually showing me. I was like, wow. But here's what I wrote. I said it was one of those moments where I thought, yep, I'm really a mom now. This is just the first in a long list of things I'm going to do for my kid. So hang in there, ladies. We're all in this together. That's great. I love that you wrote that. Yeah, it was really great because it took me back to my mindset at the time. And I gained a lot of weight in that pregnancy. I was starving all the time. And I don't mean like hungry or like, oh, it's an hour past dinner time. I'm hungry. I mean like I had a visceral hunger that could not be quenched, and it wanted carbs. That is what it wanted. That was with my thirst. With my daughter, I wanted crisp, cold vegetables. They could not be colder, they could not be crisper. I just wanted peanut butter, I wanted strawberries. I remember just eating giant bowls of strawberries all the time. Here's the thing, you guys. I really appreciate that you wrote that, Jenna, because we both worked right up into our due dates. Many women do. And what you have to navigate in a day, especially in your last trimester, you're doing all the things everyone else is doing, but you're also growing a baby. Yeah. And so it is wonderful when people write in and say the things like what Haley said and Hannah said, because it feels good because we all see each other and we all recognize what we do for our children. And lovingly so, happy to do it. But at the same time, folks, if you are out there and your coworker is very pregnant, be nice to her. Yeah. Exactly. And speaking of that, Angela, I did write in my MySpace blog, the casting crew has been so kind. They've taken such good care of me. I have to imagine it's been good for our little guy to be around so much love and laughter each day.
Yeah.
And I did think that. I think I get to go to work, and this little guy is just feeling me laugh so hard all day.
I know. I thought that too, especially at dinner party when I was so pregnant. I'm like, Isabel,